and welcome to the Saturday Showdown pre-show. We're going to break down everything you need to know about this matchup that we do have coming in here between Gen G and Humble Life Esports. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Chronicler today, and we're going to be talking about this matchup. How are you guys feeling today?
Pretty good. I feel like the ante is being driven up because Gen G took that loss against KT. It's kind of pushed the stakes up a bit.
Yeah, it's a fight for second place, and I think Hanwha this week have looked fine. But for them, I think beating Gen G here would really solidify them as being part of, well, they would be top 2 at that point, but I think they have looked a little bit more hit or miss. And now is as good a time as ever, considering Gen G really struggled earlier this week.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to strike. Humble Life Esports having some of those easier matchups, but now going up against Gen G, we'll have to see how they have prepared. Let's take a look a little bit into this matchup. Of course, we do have 5 players that have won some titles recently, some big titles, the LCK titles.
Yeah, I mean, 2023 was just such a dominant domestic performance. You know, there was like bits during the regular season where we weren't sure if they'd definitely emerge on top. You know, KT and Summer looked good, T1 and Spring looked good. But when it came down to playoffs, they were just absolutely on fire. And especially having lost their bot lane, lost Ruler on the Hens, there were a lot of question marks about how they'd perform. And the answer was very well.
And this footage as well goes back all the way to summer 2022 when they were able to, back then still with Ruler, get a win. That win, I think, was kind of a given how the regular season played out. They were clearly the best. The meta fit them. But the next year, 2023 in particular, where PaZ and Allied, actually, they were able to get a really big upset win back in spring. It's really easy to forget, but coming in, they were the heavy underdogs, given how good T1's regular split was. And then when we got to summer, obviously, internationally, Gen G isn't always able to maintain momentum, but it really is important to note how insanely strong this team has been domestically for the last 2 years.
Yeah, they definitely have, and they went on quite a run, and then they came into 2024 and they said, let's try to get even better somehow, which is kind of insane. But we need to talk about these two teams head-to-head before we do talk about anything else first. Now, the rosters have changed, right? Which is how I lead into this. We do have different rosters, but Gen G have won 13 matches to 1 over the last 3 years.
Hey, Chovy won that first one, though. That's cool.
It's going to be Humble Life Esports trying to have that no one beats Humble Life Esports 14 times in a row situation. Yeah, a bit of a rough run.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Obviously, Humble Life Esports have had some interesting rosters along the way. Obviously, Chovy was on one of those, as you mentioned before, even Deft at times, but not quite as strong as the Gen G rosters that we've seen of old.
Yeah, I feel like this is more of a testament to Gen G's strength over that period than necessarily taking a hit towards Humble Life.
As what matters more, winning 23 games, 10 matches, or winning Worlds once? Because I know what Zeka's going to say, because it still blows my mind that that is the only series that he has ever won against Chovy, and it was the one that matters most and led to his world win.
Yeah, there's one Worlds title in this graphic, and it ain't Chovy. I always feel like it's so funny, look at the comparisons. Like when you see the title comparison between Zeka and other players, and it's so small in comparison, but it's Worlds, it's the big one. So despite the fact that obviously Chovy has had such a dominant performance against Zeka domestically, Zeka won when it mattered.
He won when it mattered, and it was with a, on paper, weaker lineup as well as a 5-man unit, but it did not stop him, Zeka, that one time from winning. Now, we do have to take a look at this matchup as well. Canyon and Peanut, they are exactly even, so this looks very different from what we just saw.
Peanut aided a little bit by the fact that he left the LCK in 2020 when Damwon was at their peak. Could have been looking a lot worse for him. But regardless, you do see here, I think, back when Canyon was on Damwon/D plus Kia, that the team really, even in 2021 when they were still very, very good, but not able to actually win Worlds or MSI, they were still a force to be reckoned with. And then in the last 2 years, it just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and we've seen them come into this season both heavily prioritizing the tank jungles. I feel like even though this has generally been the trend across teams, to me, Peanut and Canyon were the standouts who kind of adopted it first. Lots of plays on Rel, Maokai, Sejuani. Since we've come back, you know, we haven't seen too much, obviously, on this new patch, but we've seen Canyon leaning towards some more like bruises, which hasn't really panned out yet. But I feel like the mid lane talking point, you know, Chovy's kind of just played everything.
Chovy has played everything. He also had that game of Jace where he absolutely bombarded who he was playing against, and it wasn't exactly fair. So Chovy's always going to have a massive champion ocean, and we have seen that a bunch.
And there's also the fact that when you look at Chovy specifically, he's looked good on everything that he's played. Whereas Zeka, yes, he has a couple of Azir wins and he's been fine, but the only thing that he's truly looked exceptional on is, no shock, Akali, which everyone could have told you was watch 2022 Worlds.
It's pretty good at that. I think that, interestingly enough as well, the mid lane, I feel like, is kind of changing now as we move into 14-2. So it's going to be interesting to see where those picks do go. We should talk about some highlights as well with these players, as Chovy has just... We talk about his dominance, right? But... not able to do much in terms of, as a team here, Gen G up against KT. They got totally flattened. What went wrong in this series?
Yeah, I feel like a big thing was this was the first match coming back on a 14.2. We just had a break, had a change in the patch as well. And it felt like the meta read from Gen G was off. There was individual issues as well, I feel like, with some of the players. But a big thing for me was Lucian Milio was prior 2 games in a row against the Senna Nautilus. And we've seen it play out that Lucian Milio together haven't won a game on the patch. And Senna Nord have just completely dominated every chance they've gotten.
And I do expect Gen G to be able to fix their meta rate here today, hopefully. I think they are a team that generally has been able to adapt to these type of mistakes, identify what went wrong, and then change it up, and hopefully have a better prioritization in draft. I also think that individually, both Keen and Canyon didn't look up to their normal level. Canyon, his struggles on carry still continue, and I don't know if that's just Canyon or how the team functions with him. This is something we saw with D+ a lot as well, but Keen as well got a counter matchup in the Gwen, and Perfect was completely fine. And yes, he was playing Cassante, but that is both kind of surprising. I know Perfect has really been grinding, has been slowly getting better, but acing the Keen test that hard when Keen also gets a counter pick is something that I think today Gen G can't afford to have happen.
They can't afford that to happen. And another topic of conversation for the side of Gen G has been the bottom lane this year compared to last year, which was, you know, lights out. Pays and Delight, especially big highlights on Delight. He was one of the best supports, if not the best last year. But now it feels like people aren't seeing Pays and Lehens quite on that level. And we have the stats comparison here from week 4 from last year's summer and this year's spring.
Yeah, I think a big thing for me, honestly, is it feels like Pays and Lehens just haven't looked as sharp in the laning phase. Lehens, I think, compared to Delight, for me, Delight's always been, you know, very good in the laning phase. We saw that kind of displayed last year, whereas Lehens, it was what he could do on the map, it's how active he could be. And I just think the 2v2 has suffered a bit, and we see, especially with some strong 2v2s on other lineups, they have been challenged.
And it's remarkable as well, and also translates here in the stat duo proximity specifically. That's almost 10%, right? Like Lehens is moving out of the map a lot more, or moving out on the map a lot more than Delight was. But I also feel like Gen G hasn't really been able to utilize it as well as KT was. For KT, Lehens was a very essential part of what made them good. And I haven't really seen him and Canyon sync up the way that him and Cuz did before. And that is something where if you do leave lane a lot, that in of itself is fine. I think Lehens can be trusted after the year he had, but then you do need to utilize it, because otherwise Pace is suffering and his laning never was a strong suit. And then you also don't get any meaningful advantage out of it on the rest of the map.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely strong players, but struggling to find that flow state right now for them. But there is one shining light, and we do have to talk about the mid lane here for this matchup between these two teams. Because Chovy, in our minds, you know, stats be what they may, he's up there towards the top. This guy might just be the best mid laner right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really the big matchup where Gen G is the most favored, because I think Zeka has been the weakest performing player on the side of Honor Life Esports, and Chovy has definitely been the best performing player for Gen G. It feels like even when Chovy was pushed off like the Corki, which he was really good on, he was just so fantastic on picks like the Jace he was bringing out to fill a similar role. Whereas for Zeka, he really struggled on the Corki, and it felt like for him, he was having to go back to things like the Akali just to have like a confident pick to go up against teams like Bro on. So definitely think there's a big difference in form right now between these two, and Gen G have the edge.
And I think the stats also don't really tell the story. When you look at any Gen G match, I feel like Chovy has a really big impact, whereas a lot of the games that have been played out by Hanwha feel more like they come down to Delight going huge, Viper having really good team fighting, and Peanut just being Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut always, I feel like, very strong when it does come down to the regular seasons, right? He's always been kind of that guy to stomp a lot of teams in many different scenarios. Let's talk a little bit more about Chovy, though, because we do love to talk about this player, and he has talked about a lot of his teammates and the many different players that he has played with and against. To all the boys I've teamed up with.
There's a lot of people that Chovy has played with over the years. My personal favorite is the fact that him and Lahens have now in total played together 3 years and 3 months. Also, again, shout out to this graphic. Viper and Lahens unfortunately had a very unsuccessful stint. If you remember that Hanwha Live roster in 2020 was kind of a rough one. And particularly because so many of these players have also played on both orgs, where we already mentioned Chovy in 2021 was on Hanwha, where they made a miracle run to, I think it was Worlds quarterfinals, which was completely mind-boggling together with Deft.
Big one for me as well. Doran and Chovy, 4 years, such a long time. I mean, obviously talked about Lahens and Chovy, but there's, you have some really long ones like there, then you have over to the right, it's like Zeka, 3 months with Peanut and Delight. Just a little baby relationship for now.
Yeah, still budding into potentially something greater. It is going to be interesting to see just how far Hanwha Life Esports can go, because we kind of have Gen G, we've got T1 up there, we've got KT now who's kind of challenging it. So Hanwha Life Esports, are they top 3, top 4? What do you guys think?
I think top 4 is definitely comfortable to say. I think today will honestly be telling, because with what KT did to Gen G, I think that firmly locked them into the top 3 conversation. Maybe even higher if they maintain that form, but I think Hanwha Life Esports has something to prove if they want to catch up.
Yeah, good caveat there, as always, when talking about KT. But I do agree, right? At this point, it is clear. And I think even when they lost against, for example, T1, I think KT did actually show that they could match to a certain extent. For Hanwha Life, I think their most convincing performances have been against weaker teams. And here today is really going to solidify, not only even if they win, obviously they get second place, but it's about more than that. It's about actually showing that they can also be down on teams that are not weaker than them, which is something they've struggled with for the entirety of last year as well.
Yeah, it's very true. And Gen G they're going to be rearing to come back and have a huge performance after that kind of honestly embarrassing loss to KT with the 2-0. Guys, let's talk about some player comments here between Chovy and Peanut, these two captains, you could say. I'm not sure if they're actually on paper, but representing their teams here, will win and get back on the winning streak. Very straightforward.
Whoa.
Peanut, we'll try our best, play out a good game against a strong opponent.
I wanted more. Where are my Delight and Lahens comments? Where's the fire?
I feel like this is a sort of matchup where you want to see like the messages in the pre-game lobby and what they're saying there to each other would be more interesting. This feels a bit tame, but yeah, obviously I think for Gen G, you losing that 0-2 against KT is one thing. To go 0-2 on the week, that'd be a big hit.
Yeah, I don't even know what we would think about Gen G at that point. By the way, clarification, Lahens is the captain on the side of Gen G, but Chovy, he took over this time and he said, we're going to be modest after what happened the last time around, so I can't blame him. Guys, let's take a look at some predictions as we do move into the Saturday Showdown, because coming into this, we had to make these predictions before the week began. We didn't know that Gen G were going to get absolutely slapped around by KT. Do any of you want to change this prediction, though, after what happened on Wednesday?
No, because I think as much as them losing to KT, they did look rough in it. I expect them to have adapted from that. I think if this was a matchup against T1, I mean, I'd be like, okay, yeah, now we're talking. But I still think Hanwha Life Esports have work to do to match up to Gen G. And if Gen G have course corrected, I think they should still have this one in the bag.
Also, I think stylistically, KT is a much worse matchup for Gen G than Hanwha Life is. Hanwha Life, I think, is just a worse Gen G. They play relatively slow. They play more for the front-to-back team fights. And there, I think that Gen G should still be able to easily overtake them.
Yeah, definitely the expectation, I would say, as well. I think Gen G, they're going to kind of readjust, not just in the meta, but also in their play. They're going to be like, whoa, okay, we're awake after Lunar New Year. We had our time off, and now we're ready to come back. They were undefeated before this against some really strong teams, so should be the favorites moving into this one. But let us know what you guys think as well. But we're done here on the pre-show. Let's head over to the opening and break down this Saturday Showdown between Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports. Should be a good one.
still inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. Sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
스프링 우승이 가장 기억에 남는 것 같고요. 작년에 좋은 기억 가지고 있는 팀원들을 상대편으로 만났는데 제가 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다.
이미 뜨겁습니다. 페이지와 딜라이트는
정신 똑바로 차리고 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같고
젠지가 쓸어담고 됩니다.
동부학살자가 아니다. 한화생명 이제는 확실히 달라졌습니다.
한중이 형 잘 잘해줘요.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024 and the Saturday Showdown. And Wolf, I want to get straight into what we just saw in that intro, because I do really want to focus on the complete main character energy that Delight had.
Yeah.
And let's just remember, this guy was one of the OG Giga Chads. He was one of the original bros, came up from a team that was struggling to string 1.5 wins together, and now he's actually like the main character in this top-tier matchup that we have here today.
It's insane.
It's amazing.
And he's also, of course, back-to-back LCK champion on top of it leading into this matchup. So he has a lot to prove. And I think with the weaknesses we have seen actually in the bottom lane for Gen G, maybe he's going to end up being the reason why Hanwha can upset tonight. It's a tough week for Gen G. They played against KT, really strong opponent earlier in the week, got 2-0'd, now looking to recover on Saturday Showdown. Going into this week, this seemed like the tougher matchup for Gen G. Maybe, you know, this is actually the easier one with the performance we saw from KT, but either way, second place here, really firmly on the line right now. Of course, if you win with a 2-0 here, you can take that extra leap in front of T1 for now. You won't maintain it forever, but second place really is what's on the line.
Exactly right, and you move to fourth. KT will basically go in front of anyone who loses today, outside of Hanwha Life Esports if it's a 2-1. But even then, they will just be tied. So there is a lot. There's a lot of swinging that could happen in the standings here. And those who share a history meet as enemies. And this history goes back so incredibly far, right? Like, we remember when Chovy and Viper and Lehens and Doran all debuted together on Griffin, right? This was one of the biggest debuts in LCK history alongside Damwon in recent memory. And now it's all just mixed around and messed up. But the matchups that we have here on paper are absolutely fantastic, especially that bottom lane where it's FaZe versus Delight, but it's also Viper versus Lehens, who have been friends for years.
I mean, they have such a strong history together, and as rivals as well. And then you can take a look at this one. Zeka only getting the better of Chovy in that Worlds 2022 match, and Zeka's on a 6-match and 8-game losing streak against Chovy. So you can see that Chovy has been getting the better of Zeka. He is the stronger laner right now by far. This is a huge weak point for Hanwha Life Esports. They are somehow going to have to overcome tonight, because I don't think you're going to be able to suddenly make Zeka better than Chovy going to this. And then you talked about Delight being the main character. He's been around so long now.
Yeah.
He's actually going to hit 300 total LCK games played, which is actually crazy when you think about his recent form, right? And his recent success makes you feel like he's only been around a little while if you only watch the top games. But, like you said, he was one of the OG Giga Chads.
He absolutely was, alongside Henna. Let's have a look at some of the predictions here that we get from you guys. As of X, formerly Twitter, 60% in favor of Gen G. That's actually kind of absurd to me, because I feel like this is a little bit more neck and neck. But I guess as far as like a fan prediction is concerned, Gen G is a bit of a favorite here after like back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, you can see on the
LCK
Korean side
titles
as well, like all three platforms ended up being around 60 to 70%. So most people really favoring Gen G, and I think at the beginning of the week, that was definitely the solid prediction. But after that loss to KT, some of the weaknesses we've seen from FaZe and Lehens, you know, it's definitely a match that Hanwha could win if they come in with a good game plan today. And Hanwha, really important, you know, they were up at the top of the standings for most of this round. They have Gen G today. Their final match of the round robin is against KT Rolster themselves. So really important back-to-back matches here for Hanwha Life if they want to maintain top 3, potentially top 2.
Yeah, this could be just like KT's rampage to second place, which is just an absolutely insane thing to think about given what we saw after their match against Kwangdong a little bit earlier on. But we will welcome Gen G into LoL Park here first off, as Keen leading his team out. And I hope that he's going to be able to lead them on the Rift as well, because he looked a little bit rough up against KT, and he had arguably the easiest matchup in that series.
And what I love about this matchup so much, and we talked about the player shuffles, is Chovy remains part of this Gen G roster that's the back-to-back-to-back, right? The 3-time in a row LCK titles. Chovy finally got his first trophy, then got 2 more right afterwards. And he's going to look across the Rift and say, yeah, you may have taken some of those rosters that I won titles with, but I'm still on top. This is my Gen G. This is not you just taking my players away to take another one. I'm still on top.
Exactly right. And it used to be Lehens' Gen G as well. And, you know, FaZe was along there for a couple of those wins. Canyon is no stranger to winning the LCK as well. But neither are a lot of these players. And, of course, very recently as well, as you were saying, Zeka, of course, there was that one time where he picked up the North American buff, and that was what was Gen G's weakness earlier on. Mark tore them to shreds in that first match. And we'll see whether he can cling on to some of that energy, because that was the only good part of that particular graphic.
And Hanwha Life is a team that last year acquired world champions in Zeka and King and Right, and they took one of the best, most successful rosters and tried to find success and couldn't cross the finish line as well as they would like to. They've done a similar thing here going into 2024, where they've acquired back-to-back Gen G players here, 3/5 of it. But it's not going to solve the problem here in that Zeka's champion pool has seemed limited. His laning stats here nowhere near Chovy's. And yes, this is a team that's only lost a few games this season. His goal difference is half of Chovy's advantage he's getting in lane here at 14 minutes. So despite a lot of wins here, Zeka's stats just not really, I mean, frankly, paling in comparison here to Chovy's.
Yep, and just a little bit of a heads up, we did have this graphic earlier on, but the kill participation stat was a little bit incorrect. We have fixed it up here. Both of these players pretty neck and neck in that one. And both of them also playing a lot of the old Corky guy and sitting back waiting until they can throw rockets at absolutely everyone and do 1,000,000 damage. Of course, Chovy really making it look broken, but Zeka still has 3 wins and 2 losses on the champion. And if I was just thinking about how I've seen him play the Corky, I'd expect that stat to be lower.
Sure. I mean, it was not the most impressive Corky we've seen. But when you look at the leads Chovy has gained individually versus what Zeka has gained, you look at the eye test and know that Zeka has by far been inferior to Chovy in terms of what we've seen from his play in the laning phase, especially on picks that aren't a Akali right now.
Yeah.
that is concerning, right? It's one easy way for Gen G to say, well, that part is secure. That part of this 5v5 we've got on lock, because you can't ban Chovy out. This was discussed a lot in the pre-show. His champion pool is extremely large, and so if you try to target him in draft, you're going to open up a bunch of different holes, and he'll still find something he can dominate lane with.
No, that's absolutely true. Another amazing matchup that we, well, I prefer not to talk about it because it's a rough memory for me, is Canyon versus Peanut. This one has gone back through the ages, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they have prepared for us in this one, because Canyon did look like a bit of a shell of his former self, and by former I mean quite a long time ago, because last year wasn't exactly the greatest for the man. So we'll see whether Peanut is going to be able to once again surprise him, or whether it will be the Canyon show, because when he's on, he is really on. And when he's off, I lose my hair. So well, he was on that day as well, so I don't know. Let's jump into the draft here and see what we're going to get for game number 1. What we're looking for, Wolf, and this is the main thing, is Senna going to be banned? And does it even need to be, because finally Gen G are going to be on the blue side to start us off?
I'm more worried about Viper's Senna than I am about FaZe's Senna. So, you know, Gen G might have to consider, if they're not planning on first picking it themselves, banning it on blue side, which never feels great. The target so far here, though, going to be on these jungle champions, the Maokai, which is technically a flex, and Peanut's Vi will be removed. Cassante is banned, which is just a great thing for me personally, because I'm a little bit tired of seeing this champion win every single time on this patch, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Orianna for Chovy is a huge problem that I do not think Zeka wants to lane into, so definitely one I think they probably need to toss onto the ban list here. But then you have to worry about, you know, potentially some of these other strong picks in the bottom lane outside of the Senna, the Varus, the Ashe. Will be Tristana taken away first.
Yeah, I think the Ashe Varus bans that we saw coming in yesterday, I think it was Kwangdong Freaks that were really making sure they were off the board. I think we utilized really, really well. The Ashe part of it is going to be taken away here. And Senna Varus, like the Varus seems to be the option that a lot of our LCK teams are feeling okay with moving into these Senna lanes. And so if Hanwha Life Esports are going to ban away one of these picks, then you're going to think that perhaps the other team gets Exodia for that reason.
There's also the Karma to consider. You know, we haven't seen the bottom lane yet. It didn't, you know, win early on this week, and that wasn't really prioritized at all yesterday. Kalista is taken away here. So if you do not pick Senna here, 100% Viper plays it, so they are going to lock it in. A lot of pressure on FaZe here, who's, I'm not saying he's had a bad season, but it's certainly not the season he had, or both seasons he had last year, to be frank.
No.
And,
oh my goodness.
Okay, but they're taking the Nautilus away. Taking the Nautilus away. All right, so...
Oh, it's a heart attack waiting to happen, Wolf.
I was worried too, but, you know, we know Delight. He's not going to just put his skills to waste and play Milio here. He's going to play a champion he can have agency on. Going to take that Nautilus that has been the best pairing with Senna away, and that's going to force the Tahm Kench out here for Lehen. Still obviously a strong pick, but doesn't have the same engage opportunities that a tank Nautilus that actually has items can offer you.
Yeah.
And this does warp the draft. Now, Orianna still available here for Chovy if he wants to go down that route. Can be a great way to have a strong engage tool and also some peeling when they try to collapse in onto the Senna.
Yep.
Will be Azir also another similar story where he could just ult defensively, and that's what he's going to go for.
Yeah, so the Azir is something that both of these mid laners really, really like, and I was expecting something like this might happen.
It's definitely, it was always a possibility, right?
And where is it going to go? Is it Peanut? Is it Zeka? Is it Doran? Who knows? I assume that Peanut has decided that he wants to be a Nautilus throwing an anchor around the jungle, and that is precisely what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not as sold on this. You know, obviously Lucian, people always say it's either Lucian Milio or it's Lucian Nami, or you shouldn't play this champion. I think there is some truth to that, obviously, because of the empower that the Nami is going to give Lucian, the ability for him to do so much more damage so quickly, especially in the lane. But this is definitely going to be a interesting setup here where there's a lot of risk involved in what Hanwha Life are putting together here. It also means that Zeka now is going to lose a lot of S-tier champions he could play into the Azir. And you knew that you might be playing against Orianna here as Gen G when you lock the Azir in, but they're saying, I don't think that Zeka is going to punish Chovy with this pick, but now they can just simply take it away from him.
Yeah, they can disband it if they would like to.
Akali also a counter pick to Azir. That's obviously going to be banned as well away from him. You could have had that if you didn't go for the Nami here.
But then you risk the Nami being banned, and then you really don't want to play it. Your passive isn't utilized as well. Of course, it has been changed over time to work a little bit better with CC supports, but it's still the Nami Lucian lane makes this champion into sort of the S tier that we do see from him. So not wanting to take that risk, I think, does make sense. But I think, like you say, using that third pick to try and counterpick, especially for someone like Zeka who has a pretty specific champion pool, would have been very, very useful. But
Nautilus with Yone can be very strong, so I do appreciate that ban here. Looks like they have something special planned. They're going to just go ahead and toss this Aatrox in here, which Aatrox has been so fantastic with Senna, Kench, Azir, because you can cross and flank so easily when they try to get on top of that Senna. The Rumble can similarly have high value, obviously with the Equalizer that just gives space to the Senna. Not even necessarily about the damage it provides in a team fight, but just the zoning that's going to give you, plus the Azir. Feels really nice in this draft here for Genji. And it's the Lee Sin to come out here for Canyon. And it looks like Zeka...
I really want Yasuo. That's what I really want. Oh, this would be fun as well.
Twisted Fate. I think Hui was what I was thinking was likely to come out, just try to zone away, try to add some additional range damage to the Lucian, but it's going to be Taliyah. And Taliyah Nautilus can be very powerful, obviously, in terms of what you could do if you're able to get a hook and then you get a flip back onto the Senna. She's dead. Same to be true of the Rumble. And the best Taliyah players can absolutely crush Azir in lane. We've seen BDD be the #1 Taliyah into Azir player so far this season. So it feels like a pick that is quite strong here. There's a lot of macro elements to what you can do with a lead here in this draft with Hanwha Life, especially if Doran is able to get some value on this Aatrox early. If Peanut gives him some attention, he won't have to babysit bottom side as much, obviously, with the Lucian Nami having some prio down there. But I feel like the execution is so much higher, the burden of it for Hanwha Life here, whereas on the side of Genji, it's the same Senna story we've been seeing all week.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And this is Canyon's Lee Sin. So I feel like something may have clicked in the man. He's like, well, it's time to remind everyone why I was the best jungler in the LCK for as long as I was. And it was largely because he was doing things on Lee Sin that I haven't seen any other player be capable of at such a high level, right? Like, you can show me as many highlight clips of you guys in solo queue doing stuff. If you do it against Genji at the very end of a game in a clutch moment, that's when you Canyon. Like, that's what he's
capable
of.
exactly which clip you're talking about.
I know, it's every time. Every time. It's that smite, kick, Q thing in top lane. Oh, I just can't get over it. And I never will. Let's jump onto the Rift for game 1. All right, all of the fans at full voice here today at LOL Park. We have a packed house for the Saturday Showdown, and understandably so. This is an epic one, and already Keen has passed the Huni test. We talk about the Keen test a lot.
Sure.
The Huni test is now in effect because Rumble was once again picked up. Nerfed a little on this patch, but should be okay in okay matchups. And he did decide that he wanted to play it into the Aatrox, who has gone for a Comet as well. So Doran opting in for a little bit more of that lane focus.
Now keep in mind that if Keen falls behind or if he messes this up, right? Like if he makes a big mistake, Doran gets a combo on him and he dies for any reason, or if Peanut ganks and he does fall behind this Aatrox and ends up losing out on the lane, and he doesn't have teleport, he is now facing a flanking, teleporting Aatrox that's ahead. He will also not be able to join fights as easily. They're dealing with a Taliyah, so that global is in effect as well. So it's really important for Keen to not mess this up, because if he falls behind, this Rumble ends up really being a huge hole for Genji when we get to those later team fights and objectives. So, I don't expect that he will, but keep an eye on that, because if Doran does outplay him or if Peanut puts that attention there, could be a big problem. He is, of course, starting Raptors right now, as you guys can see on the minimap, so won't be going there for an early gank or anything like that, but certainly could be something they look for when we get to like 4 or 5 minutes time.
Yep, and Doran's Aatrox either hard carries games or he's randomly flashing over walls, and we can't explain it, right? So we don't know which version of Doran we are going to get here, but honestly, he's been rolling heads a whole lot more in recent months on this champion, and just in general, to be perfectly honest. And already, you can see a fair bit of biffo going down here on the top side of the map. Yeah, that is to be expected. Viper and Delight looking to utilize the power of this Nami Lucian, which I am actually really happy they decided to opt into. Remember, they could have picked Melia if they wanted to.
And like the Nautilus deny it feels really good because obviously Nautilus can allow you to do some really cool stuff where you all in back, you know, in these early levels. We've seen it so many times where some of our weaker teams have failed to get those proper trades off with the Lucian Milio, and then Nautilus gets a hook, you get the Senna route, and then suddenly you're like, oh man, I lost my prio at level 2 or level 3. We have seen that a few times. They deny that, put it into the jungle here, and still give Lucian that empowered auto attack power that Nami is going to provide. We can try to do stuff like this, just proc his passive non-stop. It's working pretty well here, as it should.
Yep.
In this early game.
And I'm also, I kind of like how these bans, like, it's sort of retroactively, right? I'm appreciating the bans that did come through because I think that the two best supports alongside Senna are actually Nautilus and Maokai. I think, you know, the Ornn we've seen find some success as well, but I think has a little bit less presence, a little bit more guarantee for value later on. And in team fights especially, but as far as laning, it has looked like this Nautilus and the Maokai have been very strong. So that Maokai was a sort of double duty ban, which I always value.
Really good ward here for Doran to spot a potential gank coming up. Keen still going to put the pressure on here, get that heat going, and try to burn some of that health down for Doran. He's going to have to teleport back to lane here. Knows, of course, he has that advantage and knows that there's not going to be a commitment here from Canyon. You saw him drop that ward and then walk away, so he can just teleport back to lane here safely. And Canyon not going to be able to find anything here in mid either. So far, a very quiet, standard early game. No accidents, no incidents. We see that a lot with our East Side team, so,
yep.
You know, it's Saturday Showdown. So far, no big errors.
Not quite. As Chovy was trying to get this lane to crash, isn't quite able to do so, but still, Peanut just doing a bit of a drive-by before he heads back towards his Raptors. Mirrored wards on both sides for both of these junglers. Of course, been playing against each other for a very long time, so you can understand that there would be some similarities that would crop up. Of course, both of them being, you know, basically our best two.
Yeah, for a really long time.
Yeah, exactly. How long is it? Like 6 years? My goodness, it's maybe not quite 6. Maybe like no, it is
4 to 5. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know if Canyon was really like top 2 right when he came onto the
It kind of feels like he was.
Yeah.
Although Score was still playing back then, so
after 2020, like when he won 2020 Worlds, I think everyone was like, all right, this guy's the best. Like,
yeah,
undisputed for quite some time. And then even when, you know, Damwon had a pretty rough time and they were struggling, he was still going to Worlds. He was still getting like POG, top of the leaderboards there. So, you know, it's definitely a player that you have to respect even when his team's results aren't good. And they are very good right now, in fact. He is on Gen G and hasn't been able to find anything, like I said, in this game just yet because the ward coverage has been good. Peanut's been tracking him very well. And now Peanut's coming over here. Now, Canyon is in the vicinity, again, dropping that control ward down, and now Keen is going to have to back away. If this Rumble dies, it is disastrous.
Ooh, Zeka in position, only level 5 as the hook is going to connect. Chovy is going to arrive as well, though. Emperor's Divide, and Zeka has to go all the way down the carpet. He might need to get out of here, though, utilizing the flash that he doesn't have, Atlas, and that is going to equal First Blood over to Canyon.
And it's just way too overzealous what Hanwha Life were trying to do there. They wanted to both threaten Keen and then come over there and try to control those grubs. And unfortunately, you didn't have Six's Zeka to really make an impact there with Weaver's Wall. And early game equalizer is still incredibly strong, as it turns out. And if it's placed well around a pit, an objective you're locked into, you just lose out on that one no matter what. And I think that was way too ambitious for Hanwha Life, and Gen G take a massive advantage because of it.
Oh, it's huge. And this is like, you're just not doing the original Rumble homework. You know, like, if Rumble level 6, we are in game, do not fight neutral objective.
Yeah,
as he hit level 6. That's just... It's pretty yeah, that's the first lesson.
Especially if you don't have any control over where he can stand. You know, his range is so high that he can make that impact with his ultimate from so far away that even though Peanut was positioning to kind of try to zone him away and then collapse onto the objective, he's still going to get that ultimate off. He's still going to make that impact. As long as he doesn't miss, you lose that fight. And I think Hanwha Life just felt super priced into it based on that rotation from Peanut, and it did not work out.
No, it wasn't quite what they were expecting. Still perfectly executed on the side of Gen G. Chovy with the Emperor's Divide that he collects with that lane control that he'd put together earlier. And level 6 advantage, another absolutely huge thing. So Hanwha Life Esports, not out of it by any means, but that is certainly not the way you want to start this one off. Let's check it out one more time.
So
equalizer positioning probably couldn't be better.
Look at Keen, like, Peanut can't threaten him. He's not going to win out on that. He goes on to Canyon. The Equalizer gets dropped down here. Zeka does not have ult. Emperor's Divide is up for Chovy. Peanut has to flash out, but I mean, you just lose that 100% of the time unless you actually are able to somehow collapse onto Chovy. If Chovy doesn't have 6 there, maybe you could argue there was a world where that would be a reasonable call, but I think just Hanwha Life, eyes bigger than their stomach a little bit here. This is a world-class team. They have that Rumble ultimate. You can't win those.
No, you certainly can't. And they still do have a lot of priority here towards the bottom side of the map. You can see it should still be a decent gold lead that Viper does have. Viper and Delight together over FaZe and Lehens. But Senna is more of that investment deal. So they're probably not going to be too worried about it. And the fact that they do have control in these solo lanes in the times that they really need them is really working out very, very well. Doran keeping up decently in farm, which is certainly good. But I don't know whether it spells better things moving towards this mid-game where a Rumble will thrive alongside this Lee Sin and Azir.
Yeah, I mean, his build is going to be slowed down, obviously, because he has to build his Hex Drinker, so that really hurts. I think it's definitely still viable, the Aatrox from this current game state, and he can make a huge impact in some of these upcoming mid-game fights, but it's definitely not the... It's not his time yet, and it's definitely going to be a little bit tougher here for Hanwha Life after losing that first fight for the Lucian to have the impact he wants to have. They obviously lose Drake as well, so they don't get to do anything that this comp is trying to do in the early mid for a while, if ever. And if that just happens, then the fact that Senna, you know, is sitting under turret for most of this laning phase won't matter, because she's going to be Senna later, as we've seen so many times. And one of the reasons why we're seeing less success, I guess you could argue, for Lucian after this patch is that he doesn't get Bloodsong anymore either. So he just doesn't have that big spike that he was getting in double support, that extra gold he was getting where you could juggle that with your support. And so you kind of just have to do it with your hands. I mean, it's Viper, so maybe he can find some picks, maybe he can get that mid-game pressure going here. But it is going to be tough. And if he, Zeka.
Yeah, he's going to find the shove as Canyon gets a little bit trolled by minions as he walks over. So Zeka will be all right, holds onto the flash there as well. Okay, Abyssal Dive is going to be sidestepped here by Viper. Decent little knock-up as the bubble has to be flashed by Lehens. A lot of summoners now burnt. As here on the bottom side, Hanwha Life Esports with the fancy feet, making things really work for them. And I really love that you bring it up, because this is Viper's Lucian.
Yeah.
We haven't necessarily had Lucian put through the test of, well, can Viper not win on it? Because this guy's really, really good in general, but also absolutely amazing on this champion.
And that was just a good reaction there from Delight, dropping the bubble instantly. Lehens has to flash, and ends up being a way better trade here for Viper and Delight. A bit optimistic there on the dive from Lehens. The Abyssal Dive, that is to say, is Peanut's in the area here. Lehens does not have his summoners.
Yeah, Hook is going to come on through here as Lehens going to be stunned up for a few moments, but he's just pretty tanky.
He's pinched. Yeah, he's got a cowl and a bombies, and he's going to be okay here. But if he had, you know, potentially been a little bit more out of position, Viper was there with ultimate, might have actually been able to do something. Instead, it's just a little bit of biffo, as you call it.
Yep.
And
Casual. And Chovy might even be able to get himself a Rift Scuttler. That is a very happy Chovy if that is possible. But instead, the wave is going to crash, and he is just going to let Canyon collect the extra gold. Understandable, of course, giving it over to your jungler, but I wouldn't have put it past Chovy to collect a little bit of extra money on the map.
So Chovy is obviously going to build Nashor's first. That is the way that Azir is played on patch 14, all different points of it. And we'll see what he builds second, because we're seeing a little bit more Zhonya second recently. You know, it's been a little bit more popular, allows you to survive more and look for some deep engages, but also allows you to peel a little bit better. So we'll see what he does second. I'm most curious about that in terms of itemization here in this game. Everything else is going to be about as standard as you can imagine. Going to be tank Nautilus, and we'll likely build a Rooker in second as well, because that's just what you do.
Yep.
And there's 2 AP sources on the other side. Everything else is pretty much as standard as it gets. Obviously mentioning Doran going Hex Drinker first because he has to in this matchup, so that slows him down in terms of what his impact is going to be.
Not as much profanity.
No.
Which is a little bit of a shame.
Censored in this game a little bit.
I wonder whether they were censored, as Orcs was talking about in the pre-game lobby, because I did see some giggles just before we got into the draft from the players. I really want to know what they were saying. hopefully, you know, the boys on the space might have a little bit of insight there because they are in the lobby, you know, able to see what's written. So maybe we'll get some inside knowledge, but I am very curious because Peanut does like to troll.
Yeah, Peanut trolls a lot in lobbies, you know. As someone who watched a lot of in-game lobbies back in the StarCraft days, it was usually just 1A, 2A, 3A, go, 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 go. It was about like the pre-talk. But in League, it gets a little bit more fun because you're about to jump into draft instead of like grabbing SCVs. So I'm hoping that, you know, we get to see some of those bans at some point. Obviously, some of that is private, you know, between the players, and I think there's some fun you can have there, but one day maybe we'll share some of that and turn it into a whole big thing. Mandate's done here for Delight, but he's not here right now. Viper is alone and staying.
Oh, that's it's feeling a little dangerous. Does have that control ward over there, so he will be all right.
Okay, he's going to be fine. Did feel a little bit worried for him standing that far up for a moment, but once Delight rejoins with that Mandate, there's a lot of power here, but unfortunately he's just not here in time for this objective. Zeka has ult, but they're just too slow to actually contest this dragon, so it's just going to be the Senna composition getting 2 dragons for free. Keen is here, doesn't have teleport, still shows up to the objective fight, and yes, a plate goes down topside, and Doran's able to shove that wave, and he'll lose some farm, but he's still up on CS. He's still going to go up here and catch this second wave, and Hanwha Life just end up getting nothing out of this play, unfortunately. A little bit disjointed there on the timing of the Imperial Mandate, and Delight just not being there. Zeka not able to collapse in, and with the 2 dragon lead Tech Soul with Senna, not feeling great about your chances if you're a Hanwha Life fan.
Especially not if they lose the next Drake. I think the next Drake, that's the backbreaker. You get Soul Point with Hextech Soul on the table and 2 great Drakes already. That's real dangerous. This bubble is going to be walked into here by Chovy. Hook just a little late from Peanut, unfortunately, and he'll take a fair bit of damage from the Conquering Sands as a result. So Chovy gets out, doesn't have to use a flash or anything like that. Peanut's going to slink off to his jungle.
There is so much CC you can layer in Hanwha Life's composition, but if it's not there in time, it just doesn't necessarily matter. Chovy just slides over the wall, doesn't have to flash or anything there. But opportunities like what was given there, potentially to Peanut, can arise later on in the game. If you end up losing Pays, he's out of position, or if Chovy does get caught before a big team fight, you know, a hook turns into a flip, turns into an Aatrox is on top of you, or a Nami gets a bubble, and you're just dead. So you can't really get caught by anything if you are Gen G, and Chovy gets caught once. We'll see if it happens again.
Yep, and he has the opportunity to get caught again because he does still have that flash available, so he can play a little bit aggressively. As you can see, the bottom lane moving towards the mid. Viper and Delight just trying to put on as much pressure as they can. Of course, this bottom lane, the heart and soul of Hanwha Life Esports, and has been basically exactly what we expected, just really good in the laning phase especially. But Hanwha Life Esports' problems are not from them. No, they have stemmed from elsewhere and a bit of synergy and stuff like that. Still, absolutely a top team here in the LCK. We'll see whether it is going to come together as we move past this mid game into a late game that they could possibly have a bit more control in. With all of that CC like you were talking about, if they can orchestrate a team fight with the Weaver's Wall, with all of the bevy of CC that Peanut has available.
This is a disaster for Doran, potentially, by the way.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk down the red carpet, and he's going to get down the entire way. Some decent knockups coming in here as it's a teleport from Zeka to bring him towards this top lane, and Delight is there. He's going to meet them with the wave. There's the double knockup. The shove is good onto Canyon, as Keen will survive, and Canyon is not going to be so lucky, and that's Viper picking up the first kill for Hanwha Life Esports. And in trade for possibly 2 turrets.
And it's 6 Void Grubs here for Genji, so what looked really good for Hanwha here is going to be still somewhat good for them. Let's see if they can get the punish here on this play from Pays and Lens. Again, so much CC here.
This would be massive. Well, Pays is going to have to try and get to Lehens as best he can. There he goes. Abyssal Dive going to come on through, and Lehens just spits him out. No worries.
And man, Genji just played this macro so well here on this play, and it all started off with what was already a great call from Canyon to go up there and look for a dive, set up the Rift Herald topside. That fails, but it gets a teleport out of Zeka. Peanut has to be there on the top side, which allows Chovy so much free time to push bottom. Then they turn it around. So yeah, this is a good read by Peanut. He takes the Hex Gate over here. He knows that Doran is very likely about to get dove here, so he can come over and cover for him. So Doran is fine, gets the sweet spot here, then the teleport comes back through. But this means Chovy can continue to push. He knows Peanut's top side here. And yeah, Canyon gets isolated on the side of this wall. Almost gets out, to be honest, but it's a great predict there from Zeka. The flip, fantastically placed. but the cost is so high because you've got 6 grubs. I mean, the mid turret is gone, the bottom turret is gone now, and Gen G now 3,000 gold nearly ahead. It's not 2,500, but yeah, you know, almost 3,000.
No, it's ridiculous. And if we were just watching sort of like a Howling Abyss play or something like that, right? Like the gameplay from Life Esports made a lot of sense there towards the top side of the map. But unfortunately, the game is played in 3 lanes. And if you haven't done your homework before going for these fights and going for these teleports, then you're going to lose a lot more than you gain. And that is precisely what happened.
Look at Chovy's lead. I mean, it's 1,800 gold almost. You know, it is over 1,800 gold. He's almost 2,000 here. And it's just from getting that turret and the extra 50 CS now he's amassed over Zeka, who's trying to clean up the rest of the Rift here. And yeah, Talia's Weaver's Wall is going to allow you to make those types of plays, but you know, committing a teleport and going that deep, going that far, that heavily means that Gen G get more elsewhere. And they're the scaling comp. They are the comp that has the Senna, and that is such a problem here. Chovy going Leandri second, by the way, not opting into some of that additional safety, just wants to do big damage here. And with the lead that they already have, I think it's totally warranted.
Oh man, I was looking forward to Riftmaker, but I guess it's probably going to be the Leandris. Now, Zeka, just going to get flashed on here by Chovy. He's going to need a Conquering Sands to go a little further than that if he wants to get that one. So trade of flashes, but also most of Zeka's health bar. And that will give Chovy a lot of control. He might even be able to take this turret as well, given the Nash's Tooth already in his back pocket.
He's not going to opt in for it, but he definitely could have put a huge dent into it. But what he really wants is to teleport down here for this dragon fight, because that's what it's going to cost you if you did stay up there. Is actually a little bit of prio here on this dragon. Life need to rush this down. There's that TP.
Yep, teleport coming forward here as the Rift Herald is going to be thrown down as well. That's just going to march around and give Gen G some priority. As Peanut just staying close to this Drake. We'll see what Canyon can do here, utilizing his Sonic Wave Resonating Strikers. There's the Weave as well. Equalizer goes down. Not as much value as the first one as Lehens dives in. Not going to get knocked up by Doran though, so he's able to break those chains as Peanut's next to the Drake, but he's not going to be able to take it. It's Canyon that locks it down, but can they win the team fight? As now Canyon looks to get out with the safeguard, does so quite nicely. Keen also at 50%, and Life Esports just not enough damage in this one. They finally land a hook, but it's onto Lehens. He's tanking for so long, eventually goes down, but so does Doran. And Gen G now, they could kite away with the victory if they'd like to, and they'll do just that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Gen G lost 2 people in this fight, maybe even 3, they'd still walk away saying worth, because they're still up on gold and they got Hextech Soul Point. And they ended up trading 1-for-1 there. Life just couldn't get it done. If Peanut is able to smite this dragon away, a totally different story. But the Equalizer buys enough time, buys enough space. And by the way, I love Chovy's positioning here. The Weaver's Wall comes out, but he's able to threaten Zeka without ultimate. He doesn't have his tools because he used them topside. He still puts a dent in Zeka's health bar. They just comes back over here and offers some additional damage so that Canyon can look for the steal away. And then when we see the ult come out, the Nami ultimate here, there's just no real follow-up. Viper can't get in there. There's too many threats. And then eventually, yeah, Lehens gets hooked here, but he does his job. He tanks it up. And look at the damage coming out from Keen. They do so much damage that Doran eventually is burned down. It's a 1-for-1. Soul Point goes over, and Life are just taking 1 step forward, 2 steps back, it feels like in a lot of these fights, whereas Gen G is sprinting closer and closer to the finish line. Now it is that 3,000 gold lead. It's jumped up 500 after this last fight, and I mean, they have so much control everywhere on the Rift right now. Cannon even can come up here and threaten Zeka.
Yeah, as Pays going to find a bit of a snare onto Peanut here, who hooks Lehens once again. Cullen going to be soaked by the grey health, and a bit of a shield there as he does activate. And Lehens just, yeah, laughs it off, as we can see. Viper dashing towards Pays, but not going to find too much more damage, as now Chovy just trying to shift the sands away. Life Esports still playing with a lot of gusto here. And I think one thing that we did learn about what Life Esports composition can do is that if Doran makes it into a backline and there's not a lot of buttons left, he will kill everyone. Yeah. And quite quickly, because it's Lehens that is the true tank of this team, and everybody else does a heck of a lot of damage, controls a lot of space, but they're relatively flimsy.
I think that the flanking Aatrox is the scariest Aatrox in a game like this, but if you don't have any map control, you can never get to that flank, and that's the problem that Doran has faced. He had to kind of just walk straight in. As Chovy might be in trouble.
Yeah, TP does just sidestep here. Zeka is almost just dead. Emperor's Divide is going to push Peanut towards him, but Doran's here as well. Devour comes down as Lehens is just doing battle. A fantastic equalizer yet again, but it's not able to lock down the kills just yet, and Doran is still fighting. Not for much longer as 2 go down, and Pays is flashing after Viper, who does relentlessly escape that one, and Peanut not going to be so lucky. So 2 kills for Chovy, and basically everybody else picking up one in that fight as Gen.G will also take down the last remaining outer turret and possibly just a Baron.
You know, a moment ago I said 1 step forward, or 2 steps back. That was 1 step forward, 3 steps back. 2 teleports down, and Zeka is just going to try to push mid here. Won't really be able to get anything out of this. The turret's not even sitting at half health. Bounties have now spawned here for Hanwha Life to try to collect, but that's another turret down, that's Baron down, and that may just simply be the first of these last few dominoes to fall in this game because you hard committed so heavily to try to kill Chovy on this Azir, and they're just all there, they all react, and I get it, Rumble doesn't have TP, maybe you can get in there fast enough, but you can't, they don't know where Rumble is. He's actually Hextech gating, coming towards this fight, and what looks like a good pick here, I think really underestimates how much map awareness and how much of a good read Gen.G have on this situation, because by the time they do collapse into Doran teleports over, Lens can show up too because he's got TP, and then the Equalizer is there. Viper he does nothing in this fight because the Equalizer just says, there's 80% of your health bar, gone. You cannot participate. And I think Gen.G were just way ahead on this play that maybe Hanwha Life thought they were going to get the jump on them, but they certainly did not.
They didn't, and now backs are well and truly against the wall. 8,000 gold is the approaching lead, closer to 6, I guess, but I do like to exaggerate when it comes to gold leads. Hanwha Life Esports now trying to do battle with these empowered minions as they make their way towards their turrets, or at least the last remaining ones. As Viper trying to get that damage into and another fantastic equalizer comes down as Canyon doesn't even need to fish for a kick. He's still looking for one, but it does not matter. Zeka is still going to die. And Viper throws a culling once again into Lehens, who's just very happy to tank it up. Hex Gates now being taken. Delight is not going to be able to do so, so he's going to give his old teammates a bit of a thumbs up, and Pace is going to say, hello, remember when I was your teammate? And then Peanut is going to go down. I have a feeling this one's all over. And Canyon is going to see whether he can kill Viper in the meantime. It's a tough one because there are these wolves in the way. Viper's going to walk it out.
Stupid wolves. Kill this guy. Oh wait, my Nexus is dying.
All he has to do is stop the backs wolf, I guess. That's the story. Is Doran just kind of evaporates, and Canyon once again is trolled by Viper. Maybe this is just the mental damage to be done towards the end. Can he actually win? No, he can't. Because Canyon flashes on top of him. You can see the frustration and the satisfaction as that kill does come through right before the Nexus goes down, and Gen.G feels like they came back a little bit after their defeat against KT. That was a shellacking.
Yeah, I think Gen.G really just running circles around Hanwha Life Esports in terms of macro, and every single time that Hanwha thought they had the angle. Oh, we got him on the first grubs. We're going to rotate over there faster. You know, Peanut's going to zone out. The Rumble will still hit, you know, and then topside, we're going to catch Chovy. There were a few other fights, like Dragon, for example, looked like they might have gone their way, but they got worn down, and I feel like we're pretty able to now confidently say, now that Viper has also tried it, that the Lucian is not the answer to the Senna. The Lucian is not the answer to the Senna, and we have seen weak teams try it. We've seen some stronger teams try it and fail. We've now seen Hanwha Life Esports try it and fail. It needs to stop, because that damage number that Viper has, 19,000, means nothing if you can't secure eliminations with it. If you can't actually kill, if you can't actually threaten in the mid-game and get map control for your Aatrox to do anything, it means nothing.
No, and as a newly married man, the husband is never what wins against the wife. It's just not how that works, ever. That's rule number 1 of marriage. So maybe let's just stop doing it. It's just not working out. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break that one down. We'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
미드는 내가 지를게.
이렇게 제가 먹어.
네, 끝내 생각해보자 이번 얘들아. 오케이. 너희 아래쪽 붙어 눌렸어 나? 이거 루시안 체크하게? 루시안 이거 내가 맡겨가.
혼자 이길 때? 가자.
그냥 그 시야 체크하려고. 이거 게임 끝낼 각인가? 게임 끝낼 각인 것 같아.
네, 끝내자.
얘네 라클 탈리아밖에 없긴 해.
탈리아 15초.
캐치가 몸 좀만 대줘.
근데 끝낼만 할 것 같은데. 끝내보자 이거.
아래 타부터 아래 타부터.
끝내자 이거.
자, 레터부터 시작. 루시안. 아테플은?
아테플 돌아.
아테 슬로 맞았어. 일단 타부터 치자.
이거 몸 대줘야 돼.
깰만 할것 같아.
탈리아 노플이고.
자, 루시안만 끄면 되다.
가자.
탈리아.
나이스.
상대 좋은데?
and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Saturday Showdown, and that wasn't much of a showdown for one of the teams, as Gen G absolutely ripped apart Life Esports in that first one. It wasn't very close. Guys, what went wrong in that first game?
A lot. I think that there are some very easily identifiable things, like the mid lane problem that we asked question about coming into the day and was not solved, as well as the fact that, and we'll see that when we talk about the draft a little bit later, the problem in Senna Nautilus isn't specifically Nautilus. That's not the problem area.
Honestly, I actually feel like it was an interesting approach to it, where the Senna got left open, which, you know, I think we definitely would have taken that away. But they then picked the Nautilus, they flexed that to jungle so they can give Lucian a good pairing with the Lucian army, and this would make a lot more sense, but it looked like Peanut was really uncomfortable on the Nautilus. Like, if this was pre-planned, if Peanut was comfortable in the pick, I could see this making sense, because I feel like Viper had actually a pretty solid game in terms of what he was able to do, but the jungle Nautilus wasn't there, and I feel like mid lane just fell further and further behind, and there was like some poor decisions where they were like all going top lane and just allowing free push mid and bot. It's just a lot of things, as you said, went wrong.
Yeah, and I think that if one of those issues wasn't there, right, like either Zeka didn't get stomped as hard in lane, they didn't go for the early contest, which was completely unnecessary, or Peanut was a little bit more comfortable, because I think there were a couple of angles where if he was a little bit more decisive on the Nautilus, they maybe could have turned, but because of all of those issues and the fact that Gen G played basically an evergreen draft that any of these players can pull out at any given day, made it really, 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 really hard for Life to play.
Yeah, I was actually happy to see the Rumble coming back, even after the nerfs. They're like, no, I mean, it's still a good champ. You could still use it. Obviously, it did get tapped down a little bit, but Keem was able to use that to great effect. We do have a lower third here. We want to show off the mid gap that did occur 14 minutes into the game. Ox, thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of just, you know, sometimes you have these big mid gaps and you're like, oh, you know, maybe the jungler was ganking frequently, maybe this happened, maybe that's happened. No, it just kind of felt like Chovy just had the edge. And the thing is, this is like Tilia into Azir, which is one of the picks we've commonly seen into it. Players like BDD using it to great effect in the matchup. And quite frankly, we took this snapshot of 14 minutes because it's kind of where the laning phase was over, but the gap grew. By the end of the game, there was like an 8 CS lead. You know, it just kept getting bigger and bigger, and Zeka just never really gained any ground in return.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue. I mean, they had that bit of an oopsie on the Void Grubs as well, where they tried to challenge when they were down ultimates, 2 ultimates actually, and that did not help either. Let's take a look at the first highlight, though. We do have a little package here where, you know, Gen G trying to be proactive in the top side. This one actually came back to bite them a little bit, but didn't quite matter at the end of the day.
My favorite part is Canyon just completely doesn't care and just keeps walking on. And while this initially looks like it ends up working out here for our life, because they do kill Canyon, I want to pay attention to the investment that happens here, right? Flash, teleport, and 5-man towards the top of the map, which means that when we get to this Drake fight, Gen G took 2 turrets.
Yeah, they had 6 Void Buffs, so very easy to take those turrets in the lane. They also had a 2 Dragon lead as well at this point, and then like icing on the cake is the fact that they managed to secure the 3rd Dragon, with it being a Hextech Soul as well. And in the ensuing fight, it ends up being a 1-for-1. But like, from this position, Gen G are so favored. You know, they have the Senna who's scaling up nicely. They're 1 Dragon away from Soul. They have everything going towards them. And Life Esports, you could feel the pressure was on from this point.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an issue after that one. I mean, it was just little incremental things early on, like we talked about the Void Grub fight, we talked about those 2 fights there where, you know, Life Esports, it looked like they were okay, but slowly but surely they got behind, and not 2 minutes later, we had a fight up here that just, everything was a bit discombobulated, and immediately Gen G take advantage of that.
And the really rough part here is that they are obviously aware that Peanut is there. Chovy just gets to go in 1v2 because he's far ahead, and he's very confident he can sidestep that shove from Zeka. Because if he gets sidestepped and Doran is on time with the TP, they might lose there, but instead, so much gets invested. Canyon places out really cleanly as well. Another example here, like Canyon gets bubbled, still makes it over the wall, and this really was... It was already looking really, really dire. If they kill Chovy there, they get a big shutdown and they're able to avoid this extended fight, then maybe there's an opportunity for Hama, but after this, they lose Baron and the game is just done.
Yeah, you can definitely see they were desperate for looking for plays, and as much as the Tom Kench coming in did need to be there to save the Azir from like a Nautilus ult and an Aatrox, you could see like at the start of the play, it's like Chovy has this aura about him that we've had this season where even when he's threatened, even when he's being like 1v2'd, he just has composure, dodges the skill shots he needs, and he's just kind of seems to be chilling.
Yeah, Chovy definitely seems to be him at the moment. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1, and including the POG, it is Chovy, and he does move up to 500 POG points, joining Faker.
And this was, I think, a good game. It wasn't really about the bottom lane, even though I think Lehens and Pace did well. Lehens started off a little bit iffy, but this was all about the top side of the map. And Keen, already mentioned, did a really good job, but for us, Chovy just won his lane basically single-handedly, was the guy that set up a lot of these fights, a lot of these plays, and the confidence and the power that came from that mid lane, I think, was the biggest decider in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the clips aren't really going to show sort of the full story of how the lane went, but just the fact he was, as we showed in the stats, 30 CS up for 40 minutes, 20 minutes, he was like 60 CS up. The lead just kept growing and growing, and he ended up being so fed, so strong, and now tied at the top for POG standings and potential to take solo first if he gets another one.
Mid jungle, baby. That's what we're looking at. Mostly mid laners, Chovy and Faker here coming up together. I think the Keen votes, I actually think that he had a really good game as well. Had good ults.
Yeah, I think it's fine. He definitely got there into some good moments, had some fantastic equalizer. And on that note, we don't have Huni here, I believe, but he should rate it. It's a 3 out of 5?
Yeah, so I think...
Oh, it's a -5.
It's that because the build, right? Like, because he went for Rocket Belt. I think that he deserves some extra points because he did in fact go Ignite, and he had a good ultimate. So but the build might be. It is Huni though.
He
so
just hated the build. He was very angry and he hoped he had lost, but he did win and had a fantastic game instead. So the -5 doesn't really matter, guys. We're done here on the space and back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and here we are, straight into the draft. I was alongside you, Wolf, but I honestly just didn't factor in the Huni effect, and maybe we should have. They were Swifties.
I mean, he did go Swifties, but he had
his ultimates were the best that we've seen all season.
He also he used the belt really well in team fights to get away from the Apex. But anyway, notice that Genji banned Senna.
There we go.
They will not be playing against Viper's Senna. They said that's not going to be something they're going to be interested in doing.
It's the first time that Genji have played in a game on this patch that doesn't have Senna.
Yeah,
and so that is really good because I want to see some honest League of Legends.
Yeah,
and I don't even necessarily feel like it's like all Senna's doing. But I just feel like these Senna drafts that we see come up with by a lot of these teams have just felt like a brick wall.
She just does too much, and she warps the entire team fight, and Lucian is definitely not the answer, but we don't even have to have a talk about it anymore in the second game. You know, maybe if we go to game 3, we can have that discussion again, but luckily, not this time. As the Varus is gone, the Chovy Corki is also gone here. The Maokai has been removed. We'll see what the final ban is here for Hanwha Life Esports. Ezeka did not touch the Orianna in the draft in Game 1. They'll take away Cassante, which is totally reasonable. I don't think Genji that worried about the Orianna right now. It might just be an Ashe ban to come through here as this final one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Ashe ban. Just try and get rid of it. But Kalista is still on the table. And Shadow Isles, when you do ban the first two that are pretty Shadow Isles vibed, you probably should stick to it. So we should have been expecting Viego or Gwen to be taken off the board alongside this Kalista.
This concerns me, the Lucian first pick. There's so many other picks available right now you could play to great effect, and if it's just a Milio pick away here and they go for Aphelios, for example, Pays is great at Aphelios. It's not as good as Senna, but it still scales really well, and I just don't think Hanwha Life's coordination was good enough to say, to make me believe that they should be able to make this Lucian work into another lane. They're going to try it anyways, and the Aphelios will come through here. It looks like they'll probably lock that up with the Milio now, and then just react to what else is coming over here as Hanwha Life. A little bit surprised to see the Aphelios locked in because you don't need to do it here, but they want to do a little bit more of a red side reaction draft and don't want to be pushing anything forward, it looks like here. If you do leave the Milio up here right now, which they will actually, can be a little bit concerning. This solution is going to feel a lot better now.
I do think that if it's Delight on Milio, then you have eliminated a lot of what Hanwha Life Esports can do in team fights as far as engage. And I think that Delight's eye for engages is really, really strong. We saw this with Execute yesterday, right? Like, this is a guy that wants to be going in, that wants to be starting fights, and you're not going to be flash fire kicking people like we were talking about on the space the entire day.
I mean, Milio is basically the new Yumi, where it's like, oh, I really like the support player. He's very mechanically gifted. Please don't let him play Yumi. Now it's like, don't let him play Milio, because it's the same sort of thing. I mean, there are some mechanical stuff you can do with Milio, but definitely not the most skill expression we've seen in League of Legends. Zeka will take the Azir this time around. It would be such a gut punch if Chovy just locks in the Akali now himself, but this is going to be the Milio to come through here for Gen.G anyways, and I mean, it's still very strong, obviously, even into Lucian Nami, so...
I mean, we've seen, this has still got an absurd win rate in this particular matchup that we were seeing for our first 3 weeks as well, right?
And it's also now, I mean, like I said before we even got into this series, if you do this, a lot of teams would lose the ability to play a comfort pick in mid, because a lot of our mid teams have specific champions they're very good at, and they have a tight pool that they're very skilled at, so you have to prioritize for them in this first phase of the draft, whereas Chovy's like, I can play legit anything. I can play Tristana here, I can play Yone here, I can play Orianna, you don't ban that, so you don't really lose as much here as Gen.G, I think, as you would with a lot of other teams, prioritizing the Rel, grabbing the Milio here anyways, so...
Yeah, and Tristana going to continue to be banned away. I think both of these mid laners are decent Tristana players, but Chovy just hasn't been allowed to play it all season long. I think Tristana Ori, probably the bans that we're looking at, just because of Rel Orianna synergy. That is so incredibly powerful, and she does well in the lane.
Yeah, and I think Yone just doesn't really suit this draft very well.
Not yet, and you've got Rel locked in, so
yeah,
no
it's
said.
just doesn't feel very good here, so I really hope that's not what they do. Okay, they're going to ban Talia, which just allows Chovy to play Orianna here, and I think he will absolutely take that chance. They may look for an Aatrox lock-in first. Aatrox so incredibly strong into the Lucian, as we have seen so many times. I think that's really the debate right now, whether you'll take the Aatrox here with Cassante banned. Oh! Looking for giving Keen counter pick instead, though, and just grabbing Hui for some additional long-range damage. And Aphelios plus Hui means late game, you have burst damage, you have sustained damage, you have close range, but very high damage, but also long range, and a bunch of utility.
I love this. I like the idea of just sitting back, right? Like, a lot of what these Milio compositions run into is having to play neutral and not having engage. They have engage with the Rel anyway, but you also don't necessarily need to, because you can just stand back and fire things from a billion miles away as the Hui. So really like it here from Chovy.
I am not a big fan of the Sejuani here, especially with whatever pick you get here. It has to be blind. It's going to be the Aatrox, right? Because we're going down the tier list. Not going to be old school Sejuani Jax. We're not pulling out any Camille's here. And they'll just
be
play.
A Jax, though.
There will be a Jax for Keen. You have to play this blind, but there is so much follow-up to a Magnet Storm, it's unreal. I mean, Canyon could just walk in for a re-engage on top of this Lucian that's low range, where he is not going to be under very many threats unless he ends up getting caught on a flank, for example, or caught by a Sejuani ult and then burst down. Seems unlikely right now with Rel's builds. Then you have Counter-Strike on top of you, Crushing Maw on top of you, you got the Aphelios ult on top of it. There's such an insane front line between Jax and Rel for the Aphelios to pop off. Dorn will not last very long if he decides to flank. If they turn on him, even if they solo engage on Dorn when he's trying to flank, it's so difficult for him to play out the fights. And in a composition like this, Azir isn't going to have the peel utility. It's not like, oh, I'm peeling Azir, where you're trying to keep the Senna alive, you're trying to keep the enemies at bay. You kind of have to go in and do damage with the Lucian to secure those takedowns, try to blow up the Rel, for example, or maybe, if you're lucky, getting on top of an Aphelios. But I feel like this is one of those drafts where, like, Azir doesn't feel too strong right now in this meta. Even though Chovy got PUG on it in Game 1, it's a completely different scenario to the draft that we're seeing here for Hanwha Life. And I'm a little bit concerned about how much agency Dorn will have, how much agency Viper will have. Might be one of those games where Viper almost gets Aphelios' damage, but they get absolutely crushed.
Might be one of those. I think it's a little bit more honest this time around, but I'm very keen to see what Chovy can do on the Hui. We saw a fantastic performance from Bulldog yesterday on the champion. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 2. All right, fans in full voice here at LoL Park, as we mentioned before, full house. And Humble Life Esports with just a little bit more of a stock standard, this one works style of draft. And I appreciate that after they went for the Nautilus experiment in game number 1. They instead decided to do the banning of the center situation, or at least Gen G decided that they were going to opt out of it because, of course, blue side, you don't need to. And so we are just going to see a very different game on the Rift here. I love the Jax last pick, though, Wolf, because it was nerfed on this patch.
Yeah. But
giving yourself a 4-1 opportunity with a composition that is lacking a bit of engage, that does sort of want to play in the neutral a little bit more, allowing you to put on a little bit more pressure from elsewhere on the map actually feels kind of good. And Jax can still team fight at the same time.
I think that
you can see how it sort of works as the game goes on.
Yeah, I think Jax, for me, everyone who works with me on the show this season so far knows I'm a big Jax hater at the moment, but I think a lot of the time we've had Jax picked in a draft where he's just kind of in isolation, like, he's a side lane threat, but that hasn't really been what this season has been about. Or, okay, like, he's our engage. Not really realistic for that to happen a lot of the time, but he has great follow-up for all the setup that Gen G has with this Rel, too. And obviously what Milio can provide for him is a speed boost to help him get in there.
Yep.
Obviously you have Crushing Maw, you have the Magnet Storm, so it's really easy for Keen to follow up on stuff in this draft.
Yeah, not to mention Magnet Storm plus the Hui ultimate really does sort of pair very nicely together to try and get like a massive amount of damage. And you add the Moonlight Vigil on top of that. That is a lot of layered burst that you do have at your disposal.
The Sejuani here, you know, Peanut is 4-0 on it so far this season. I'm not super sold on what it does in terms of, you know, permafrost synergy or early game stuff, and we haven't seen very many good Sejuani ults really from any of our teams this season. It's been kind of oddly a weird one for Sedge right now, but very tanky and very difficult to cut through for Gen G's draft, and I do think if Peanut gets ahead and Hanwha Life have a pretty stable / strong mid-game, then Peanut has a lot of agency to block a lot of that Hui damage and to try to get on top of this Aphelios potentially, or help break through Keen, for example, if he's trying to frontline some of these fights. Cannon's here.
Yeah, and Flash already from Zeka. They are even going to get a bit of added damage, as he will now be a lot more susceptible. You can see Peanut not actually showing himself at all, just going to head straight into the enemy jungle, try and steal away what camps he can, but it's just vertical jungling.
Yeah. And they just didn't have any way to track where Canyon was exactly at that moment. Zeka didn't have a ward, so just straight up has to flash there, unfortunately. And Viper, again, he's putting pressure on here, but we've seen the limits of what Lucian Nami, what Lucian Milio could do into these scaling lanes without a dive follow-up, and it's Sejuani here, who is going to steal jungle, but at level 3 isn't going to be able to make an impact on this potential crash and potential dive. With a lot of other champs, you might actually be able to do something there. Sejuani is not going to be that champion. It's not a Poppy, it's not a Xin Zhao, not going to be able to make that happen. And I feel like teams are so good at playing into Lucian right now because we've seen it for like the last year and a half all the time. It's always been relevant. So it no longer feels like, aha, I can turn this into a sneaky dive, or I've got this really cool CS lead that's so overwhelming because you guys took bad trades.
Oh, Pei's in a bit of trouble here, as he's going to have to Ghost to get himself out of this one. Doing a fair bit of damage. Does have his Gravitum now available.
Ow.
You can see Peanut standing on a ward. That is going to pressure Pei's and Lehens away.
Yeah, that was a really good try there from Viper and Delight. They got a good trade, and Peanut's here, but the vision is there, and they just back away. It's still going to lead to pretty nice advantage for them.
It still makes my brain hurt a little bit, like saying that Peanut is here to gank Pei's.
Yeah, it is weird.
This is, of course, the first matchup of the season as Canyon looking for a dive. And Doran is just going to be chopped up. It's a decent amount of CC, but there's a leap strike, and Keen's going to pick it up. Great tanking done there by Canyon as well, as now he's going to go back.
And this is the easy cross map you make when the Lucian crash happens, because you know, okay, if Peanut is not here, I have nothing to fear. If he's here, then we can make something happen on the other side with this Jax, with the Rel, and that's exactly what they did. The juggle on the turret aggro, as you said, was magnificent. Now it's Rel on Grub, so she can clear this super quick with her shield break interaction, which we've seen so many times already this season. Rel the best at rushing these down and then turning it into a potential double objective take. When you get that kill top side, feels really nice. So, yep, there's the shield interaction right there. You can take 2 and walk away. And you know, the advantages you're trying to gain bottom side end up feeling so insignificant compared to what you gained top side. Keen actually securing that kill. Aatrox having very few peel tools when dove like that. It just feels really frustrating now as Hanwha Life.
Certainly is. Gonna have a check-in of this mid lane as well. We saw the crushing maul was avoided, but as I say that, let's have a look at this replay as Canyon just starts tanking it up real nicely.
Yeah, he holds the wave as well. He's just doing everything he can here and then waits for taking aggro until the counter-strike is going to be proc there. Perfectly played between the two of them. And now Doran is going to get zoned out of experience, has no teleport. This is the beginning of what is going to be a very tough game for Doran.
Yeah, and okay, we've got Zeka getting a flash out of Chovy here. That's nicely done, but the ulti is flying through. We'll do a little bit here, but also
wave
clears
clear
out the wave. Exactly, that's what Chovy was really looking for. For anyone who knows him, I really don't want to feed into that meme. I really don't want to. As Canyon here towards the bottom
Look,
side.
just because he's not only about the CS now doesn't mean he still doesn't love the CS.
No, it's exactly right. But I know that there are many people that just want to talk about it. As Zeka once again flying forward, trying to avoid these angry jaws. But now Canyon, speaking of being angry, he's going to look for a little bit of a snare on Delight. A little bit disjointed, but still, Genji going to look great as the Gravitum snares up all of them. And now Canyon's looking for another crash down. Doesn't quite get it, but does get the double stun. As now they're making their way out. This is a real tug of war here in this battle. Does look like Genji will be able to get at least positional advantage.
Yeah, Pays having red-white here is really the number one part about this, because without that, I think they probably will end up eventually losing out on that fight, despite you know, the situation they had him with the engage from Canyon. But even with the longsword advantage that Viper had, doesn't matter. Yeah, you can see it's a 700 gold lead now here for Keen. He's 11 CS up, has that additional kill, first blood, mind you, obviously a huge part of this. And Doran just can't really farm freely. So frustrating.
Oh, man. Yeah, you see that that Infernal Chain miss, and you're like, well, I guess I have to leave.
That's -1 cannon.
Yeah, and look, this CS gap is only going to increase as well as minions are lost, as Keen just continues to zone Doran away over and over again. This is, yeah, sometimes this happens, you know, sometimes if your top lane really does just get obliterated, the wave state doesn't work. Remember, he died and then lost a big wave as well. Although he did have teleport, could come back. It just really didn't seem to mitigate the damage that had been done. And Jax is a great champion at really pushing it further.
But and the cool thing about Jax in this type of scenario where you're trying to zone out is even if Peanut comes up here, which is disastrous for what you're trying to do bottom side, you're Jax. So you have Counter-Strike, you have Leap Strike to get out of any situation, and he just doesn't care. Like, Peanut will very rarely ever be able to punish a Jax unless Jax's flash is down and he goes in. Otherwise, you don't get anything, and Chovy's going to stop this back.
Yeah, he is. Walks up, and that is... You might look at that and say, oh, but that's not a kill. And it might also be a kill.
It's worse than a kill, basically, but now it is also going to be a kill.
And now it's almost guaranteed. Peanut's going to turn up, but it is a 2 versus 3. Thankfully, the turret is available. Chovy now looking for the opportunity as Doran's just going to be taken down, and Peanut just has to watch. Keen does have to flash in the end. I just don't think it's going to be enough to save him, as Doran might be able to walk towards mid lane and try and get something, as that one is crashing into the turret on the side of Life Esports. But this Aatrox is basically a paperweight in this one.
This is, I mean, he's just not going to be relevant. And that's one less threat that you have to deal with as the Aphelios now going into the mid game, as the Aphelios that is just dealing with the Lucian lane very well. You know, he's not even, like, he's half a wave behind in farm, basically. He is actually 1 out on that fight there with Canyon earlier. Just going to absorb a Lucian ultimate here. He just doesn't care about anything.
Yeah.
He wants more, actually. Now Canyon's here.
He's going to turn up, and that does mean that they just have a little bit of extra space. Gravitum's going to snare up Delight as well. It's the fire kick, not going to find Viper, but as soon as Canyon shows his face, they have to back away. They can't put on the pressure that this Lucian Nami does want to be doing.
Doran doesn't have teleport, so he's kind of awkwardly deciding, like, are we contesting? I push this wave in, or are we going to try to get grubs? Like, he's like, I'll take Raptors as his teleport is unleashed there, but he cannot use it. And so Genji with the Aphelios lane have control. They have control on the top side, as it's going to be Keen who goes over and starts up grubs as Canyon starts the dragon. And that is, I mean, if you just took a screenshot of the fact that Genji are taking both objectives right now, that's all you need to know. They will, of course, back off of the grubs to make sure they can secure this dragon here. They're buying a lot of time. But Hanwha Life really grasping at straws here, and Chovy's playing so respectfully while his flash is down, while his ult is down here against Zeka.
And I actually really love this from Gen G, because as soon as Peanut shows himself in the bottom lane, they can just say, Keen,
just go.
Just make sure that he doesn't get any farm, and even if they don't take the Drake, even if they do back away into a more neutral state on the bottom side, they still win.
Yeah.
And so you don't have to go a little bit too far and give them a chance to utilize their composition to try and get themselves back in via a team fight.
You just don't care about how long it takes for this Drake to be secured either. You're like, all right, cool. You guys want to come over and contest, we'll just get more elsewhere, and it doesn't matter if we're just sitting back and scaling, because that's what we do. That's the point of our composition. And like I said, they just take the leash off of Keen and let him push in. He grabbed another plate throughout all of this.
Canyon's standing on a ward here. As Peanut and Zeka, they do have ultimates at the ready. It's like Canyon getting...
He's like, Umbrell, what's up?
Yeah, just going to walk over and take himself some shellfish. And Zeka and Peanut just watch.
The observers are like, there's 100% just like, well, I know he takes this, he's Rel, and they just watch it happen. Peanut knows too, he's like, is there any way he messes this up? And he's like, I guess not. Also, we can't get Dragon, by the way. Also, Viper's not bot. He does have now his first item completed. And there's no mandate yet for Delight, unfortunately.
The long con, Wolf. This is the long con. Peanut is still here. Now he's spotted, so the long con is going to have to be even longer if they really want to make use of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he still has to be here, right? Doesn't want to give away this Drake for free. Just sort of wandering around on patrol. And Lehens maybe caught out of position here just a little bit. Does have to flash. Ignited there by Viper as well.
I hate when Viper is put in this position on this champion where he's like, the best I could do is maybe kill Lehens if he messes up.
Well, maybe he can kill Pays as well, although there's the flash forward from Canyon. They're going to try and turn this one as best they can. Viper down to 50%. It's a decent tidal wave. The bubble's good as well as the double teleports are coming in. Magnetstorm, though, in response immediately, and everyone is flashing away. Keen decides to go 1v3. Not sure about that one, but somehow it's a kill onto Chovy towards the north of the fight. Zeka coming in. He will get stunned up, but he's looking for that kill onto Lehens, and he will get it. His Azir is 3-0 for a reason, and there's another bubble. Canyon, can he be the next one? There it is. Double kill for Zeka. And Hanwha Life Esports well and truly on the board, and Peanut able to walk it off.
Now they can't do Dragon here. I think everybody's just a little bit too low. Chovy has teleport to get back to mid, so they can't actually secure the objective, but that was definitely Gen G pushing a little bit deep. You know, when Lehens goes down to like 25% health, you know, maybe that's the time to back off.
And remember what we were praising them for before?
Yeah.
No, like, we don't have to go for a team. Then they go for the team fight, and then it was a little bit turned around.
Tried to get a little too fancy there. Chovy had no mana for the fight, so unfortunately he's just really not able
or health bar.
Yeah, he's just really not able to make an impact on this one. Pays has red-white, but his red expires here, and obviously has the range with Calibrum to try to chase this down. And Canyon doesn't catch Viper. Also, Tidal Wave is up, so it's very awkward here. And then we have this teleport battle with Doran and Keen zones away, but Chovy is dead. Lehens is, again, low on health. And then they do everything they can to protect Keen. Meanwhile, Genji trying to secure this dragon, and Zeka is able to at least get Lehens. He wanted to get Keen and Lehens, but it'll take just the one. Genji, meanwhile, in life, do secure the dragon after all of this with Chovy's reset. But yeah, huge win here. Double kill for Zeka on this Azir means he's now online in this game. Peanut just barely survives.
And gives the good old thumbs up. He's always ready for the emote play. You love to see it. Now, that is going to bring Hanwha Life Esports within touching distance. You can see just after that fight, they did have a slight gold lead. Still a bit of a valley that Gen G had created for themselves. And by no means are Hanwha Life Esports out of the woods, right? Like, the Jax is still going to be a problem in a side lane. They need to convince him to go 1v3 versus Hanwha Life a few more times for things to really be alleviated. But that is a great start, and certainly showing that when Zeka does find himself in a team fight like this, he can certainly perform. Yeah, he's champion.
He definitely did. And now he's got ult available here. They have Prio on this Herald, so they should be able to at least get this objective here. And Hayes to be very cautious. Lehens has ult available, but not want to get caught here. Not going to commit to anything. Though Delight did have his ultimate available, they could have tried to focus one of these two champions down with the ult into bubble. Viper tossing out his culling. Not going to commit. And it is just going to be the Herald that goes over. So small victories here. And mind you, Zeka almost got a kill onto Keen on top of that, which would have been a huge bounty he picked up as well. He is very big as...
Oh, yeah, Viper taking a lot of damage as Pays Press and Q running at him.
That was a little bit scary there for just a moment, as Canyon is also here.
And I feel like it says on the tin that Lucian is going to last a little bit longer into the Aphelios, but we have seen more and more that the Aphelios does find some of these angles. And speaking of angles, that is going to be a missed one by Delight. Not going to find the bubble or the tidal wave, and that is going to cause this turret to fall down.
Yeah, it's just Gen G getting so much, and Zeka doing his best Chovy from game 1 impression up here top side, but it's not going to be without cost, as Peanut trying to slow the rotation.
He's zoned out just a little bit. This turret is still standing towards this top lane. See what they can actually get done here. Right now, 3 versus 2, so Harmalife Esports will back away. Gen G will successfully defend the last, what, 1.5 health on that turret.
He actually doesn't get it. Really frustrating here, as they were the ones who got the Rift Herald, but then they lost a mid-turret for it. So the irony is real in that, yeah, Hanwha finally got a big objective, but it ends up being that they lose out more than the Herald itself would have provided necessarily. And Doran still just a paperweight so far.
Well, Keen is going to be able to leap his way out. Does have to invest a control ward, so that is a decent amount of money.
Chovy is going to push top while this is happening. Keen can buy so much time.
He's also running the wrong direction, so he's almost definitely dead. But is this going... No, it's not. He is very much dead. Wasting time, doing the best he can, and he's dead. There we go. So 600 gold goes over to the Aatrox, now officially a champion once again.
I mean, but they're getting so much more here, and this is what I'm talking about. You know, it's so difficult to gank a Jax, it's so difficult to kill him. They spent 4 people to do it.
Well, let's see whether they can also get Paze, who Captain Jax that one really nicely. Peanut delivering him an ultimate, and he's going to return the favor by missing his completely. Still, Harmalife Esports not able to find the kill onto the Aphelios.
But they might be able to get this mid-turret. I mean, Zeka, he's got that Nashor's, he's got half of his Leandries, and that should be enough damage to take this out. So, bit of a overextension there bottom side. They got a lot out of the 4-man dive onto Keen, but at the same time, they will lose a lot because Paze...
Oh, that is not going to be the crash connecting. Nicely done there by Canyon. Make sure that they can take down Shelly before she crushes their stuff.
Chovy also teleported, so that doesn't feel great, unfortunately, for him, as Keen now is the one who's putting pressure on that. And this is kind of what Gen G has been doing all season long, is just playing ring around the rosy. Like, oh, you guys commit a lot of stuff to get one thing, we'll get more things elsewhere on the map. And Keen's not going to be able to get the whole turret this time around, as he will be met by Zeka, who does come down here and deal with him. But still, I think what Hanwha Esports need to do to actually push themselves into a real lead in this game is actually win a team fight. In 45 seconds, we're going to have that next Drake. And so things have looked very good for Gen G, although there were some overextensions, there were some small errors made. If they win this team fight, that's when the expiration date really gets hit for the Lucian, right? He is up an item, he has his RFC, he is ready to fight this dragon out. This is where Hanwha Esports need to make their stand and really grasp a lead. Not just like, oh, we're kind of catching up, you know, the gold lead isn't that huge, it's only 200. This is where they need to win a decisive fight, get this objective. If they give another dragon to Gen G and it's a big soul again, it's disastrous. Even though the gold lead here is still fairly small and they do have a kill lead, Gen G have just done so much already for this Aphelios. So this is the moment where you have to solidify this objective no matter what. And also try to deny Keen from just pushing up and getting more, because...
well, it's sort of happening right now, as he's just wailing on Doran. Canyon just biding his time, really wanting to just get the straight-up dive. Does have flash available as Chovy misses a few buttons, and Peanut, he doesn't. Emperor's Divide's going to throw him into the wall, and both dives are going to be successful. And now in the mid lane, it's an honest 2v2, as Lehens takes a full culling to the face, and he is going to back away.
Yeah, the question now becomes, are you more worried about a Fed Jax or a Fed Azir? As Azir picks up the 4th kill, Zeka also pushing onto that turret right now, and Keen is going to grab this inner and starting to threaten the inhibitor turret. Someone has to answer this Jax, because in a team fight I favor the Azir, but alone in the side lane I favor the Jax. So the Jax is getting work done, Atlas.
It's not even Jax versus Aatrox anymore. It's soon going to be Jax versus Nexus, and we've seen this battle throughout the ages. Jax tends to win.
And Hanwha Life, you know, finally secure this dragon. It just took them so long to do it, and the decisions that Gen G are making are they're deliberately allowing, you know, the dragon take to happen as this push continues, because Doran is dead. They know they could get so much out of this. Chovy, on the other hand, you know, he's not going to be able to survive this. Tries to clear the wave, but it's really good play here from Peanut. Zeka follows up with the ultimate, and Chovy is just 100% dead here, even though he had a valiant attempt to try to clear that wave. If he lives there, it's even worse, but obviously that wasn't going to happen with this Fed Azir coming through. He's now on 2 items, 2.5 really. But the question becomes, Will Hanwha Life be able to win big team fights on these upcoming objectives? Once again, a massive Soul and Hextech back-to-back here. At least they got the one Dragon, but they have to deal with this Jax on the side. They have to deal with the threat of this inhibitor top that's exposed. Could be taken out at any point. Now, once again, just going to take another turret off the map. Gen G just cleaning it up surgically.
They are, but the biggest difference is this, and we illustrated the mid lane mismatch in game number 1. That is once again there, but it's once again the blue side team, and the names have changed. Zeka is absolutely huge on his Azir this time around.
Yeah, all of that damage they had over Chovy is just killing people when they're setting up dives. And obviously they had that one fight on the Dragon where he did continue to do so and killed Lehens and stuff like that. Let's see what he does in a 5v5 fight, because he is well set up to pop off in said fight. But if Gen G just avoid fights and scale up the Aphelios and then keep taking turrets off the map, the objective is to kill the Nexus. So HLE need to somehow force a fight, maybe forcing a Baron, you know, grouping up over here, clearing some vision out, forcing Gen G to come to them. That could be the way that they end up having that amazing Azir fight here for Zeka, where he gets to utilize all that gold. The longer they wait, Keen's not. He's going to keep pushing. So you have to be decisive. You have to make an aggressive call to try to force that fight, or Gen G will just keep running around the map and outdoing you there. Doesn't matter how much gold you have, how many items you have as Zeka, if you can't fight anybody with them, as he's once again zoned away.
Yeah, and Canyon going to get Arctic Assaulted here momentarily, but Blastcone is going to get both of the junglers to disengage. And Gen G understanding once again, they did have that little bit of, a forgetful moment where they didn't realize that the more they play in the neutral, the better it is for them if Jax is in a side lane.
Yeah.
And he was just before, so holding on to vision around the Baron, making sure that Hanwha Life Esports need to put in all of their resources to continue checking, continue trying to get vision.
Hanwha just
let the Jax do his thing.
They just couldn't quite secure Baron, like the zone outside the Baron or deep vision. Had they done that a little bit faster, maybe Gen G has to send Keen over, right? Maybe they could threaten the start, but Gen G's reacted so quickly, they're like, all right, cool, now we're near Baron, but I still have a Jax on the side lane and we can come over here and push you away. And Zeka's zoned out, doesn't get to do anything there, and we just keep getting a shot of this Jax, and Shojin done, building some MR now, and you know, he's going to need it for Zeka, because Zeka is going Void Staff. Very likely to go Crypt Bloom as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good item choice. He goes for the Rookern and then the Frozen Heart. And it really does show the state of the game as well, that he goes for Rookern first when it's likely Doran that's going to be matching him. Because he knows the real threat of Hanwha Life Esports right now is the bird. And, ooh, Peanut on a bit of a flank angle here. Going to be spotted out by a few of his ex-teammates.
Look at all the teleport wards Keen has, the observers are showing. He can come in at a crazy angle if Hanwha Life actually tried to do anything. Like, he can teleport anywhere and just set up an amazing flank counter-strike. And if he doesn't come, then he's just going to keep pushing. So, Hanwha Life, they have not cleared these wards. And let's see. There's a ward right there in the pixel bush right above them that Keen can teleport to. And Gen G will have to contest. There's the TP.
But also they're going to have to contest with Canyon as well, who does have the smite. So they go for the turn. Tidal Wave. Bubble is good. On to Keen to deny that flank. And now the Sand Soldier's doing some work. Canyon takes a full culling, but he's pretty tanky. And Peanut is just taking full damage here from Chovy. Throwing abilities left, right, and center.
Pull up the damage graphs. I want to see him. You know, how much did Chovy do in that fight?
Well, ask Doran, because he took most of it, as we can see. And he's still looking for more. Speeding himself up, finds yet another delay.
I mean, minions are getting deleted in the bottom lane as well from that push that Keen set up before he teleported, so just more money lost for Hanwha Life. Gen G's macro here, just immaculate all game long. And obviously when you have Fed Jax, it's going to make it very easy to play that way out, but they also had Red-White for the fight. They knew they could win the tank fight. Canyon absorbs the culling. He absorbs so much of that damage with his Frozen Heart. And Peanut, yeah, he's got the same build going, but he is just not going to last as long against a red-white Aphelios, so he has to hightail it out there. Zeka's never in position to put Sand Soldiers down and do damage there or look for an Emperor's Divide, and Gen G, once again, just went out on neutral with Keen. Yeah, he had to use Teleport, Chovy as well, but it's a big win for them, and all the while, this Aphelios getting bigger and bigger. LDR on the way. This time, you got to stick the landing.
Yeah, well, it's another teleport to be used, this time on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Doran was already here, and it is going to be a 5 versus 4, at least for the next few moments. Vision being gained, they cannot let Canyon get in here, and he is going to be pushed away. Bubble is fantastic, but he's still going to make it in and take away the Baron. Doran trying to get some work done now, but you can see It's not going to happen as now Keen finally makes it to the fight. Oh, it was so incredibly close. You knew the idea, you knew the theory, but in the end, Rel is just Rel. Oh God, now they've set themselves up a Sun Disc. But Gen G, they're just going to try and find what they can. Look at the long-range artillery of Pace, and also look at the dead Pace as he goes a little bit too far forward.
It was very cute that he was able to go in there and get that kill, but it will cost him his life. But they get the Baron, which is the bigger story here, and did it without Keen. As you mentioned, he teleported, he showed bottom. It was a good call from Hanwha Life by all rights, and Delight played it right. He drops out the tidal wave, he hits the bubble, but they couldn't do the damage, they couldn't rush it down in time, and Canyon still hits the Rel combo, still steals it away. At least they'll be able to get a Hextech Drake very likely from this well. I say that Hextech Portals, also going to say that Jin, think they can get here to contest.
It's back-to-back Hextech Rift. And that does just mean the rotational capabilities of your champions just a little bit higher.
They just don't even get the Consolation Drake here, Atlas. They don't even get that. As look at how many tools are used to try to zone Canyon out.
I mean, this tidal wave and the bubble especially, just amazing. And then 300, and he walked over with a smite. So that was an honest 50-50. It wasn't any of this Rel shenanigans. But still, you got to land those. You're going to take the Hail Mary and not just go for the 5v4 that they had the opportunity to do.
Yeah, Hayes is able to secure the kill here, which is very cool. And he gets a shutdown as well, 650. But
and then the rush of blood to the head.
Yeah, he walks downwards, and that's not the direction he should have gone. Probably would have died either way, but still, he got the shutdown. He's closer to his LDR, and
I like the vibes though.
Yeah,
like, it's a lot of aggression. And I like that from the young player, who is now going to move towards this bottom side of the map. Going to have a look. You can see the gold just falling off a cliff here, as it's not the most massive Red Bull Baron power play right now, but 1,800, nothing to scoff at. It's the first time that this gold lead's ever really moved anywhere. Because we were saying that Gen G won a fight, but there was 0 kills. There wasn't a lot of swing. It's more just positional advantage these teams have been fighting for. And Gen G did win out. Now with the Baron, this siege, especially in this 4-1, it is just kind of absurd.
It's the 7 turrets that they have that is so much of their gold. And, I mean, now just going to siege up this bottom inhibitor turret. Top is naked still.
Yeah, ulti is going to connect onto Canyon. That gets the ult out of Lehens. Very nicely done. So that's some cooldowns, and that means that Gen G might just decide to back away. The base, of course, already broken towards that top side. The global gold advantage. Now you can see that Baron power play moving towards that 3.2k, which is feeling far more respectable as it does tick down to nothing.
So Zeka has been given an opportunity to have the Azir game, right? He's got Crypt Bloom now completed. He had Leandri super early. He is so large, right? Chovy is caught up significantly in gold, actually also on 3 items right now, has his Crypt Bloom and his Horizon focus. But Zeka has not been able to have an impact in team fights just simply because the team fights haven't been straight up 5v5s. They've been an attempted Baron Hail Mary. They've been some posturing, right, or a fight in a 4v1, right, against Chovy, who's sitting under a turret. He hasn't been able to do in 5v5s what this, now 3-item Azir is capable of doing. And if Gen G just continue to scale up with this Paze now as 3 items LDR, then I feel like his opportunities are kind of dwindling in terms of popping off as Azir, right? Because there's just so much to cut through. He has to deal with Jax, he has to deal with the Sejuani, and I don't know if the fact that he got 4 kills in this game will actually be relevant when the Nexus falls. If they don't make something happen on this next Dragon fight, I mean, I think that, or Baron potentially, if they can get the prio to actually start it up a second time here. And I mean, we've been saying this for a while, but it's just continued to be true. Yeah. Chovy did so much more, obviously, when he has the ability to just free fire from long range than what Azir can do when he's being chased away because he just tried to hold Baron aggro and try to secure an objective.
Yeah, and it's just so much more committal. Like you were saying, like it happens in a fully committed fight that you're going to see these big numbers out of an Azir. But like you say, like Gen G have been holding them at arm's length, trying to go for these position wars rather than too much else. And in that, Chovy just outranges, right?
Yeah,
just keeps fishing for these abilities over and over again as soon as they're up and available. And he has too many of them, to be quite frank with you, because he's Hui, who just has 1 billion buttons that he can press. I know, it's still about as many abilities, but the fact that he has so much flexibility in which ones
he has utility that Azir also has some utility too, right? But You know,
Often it's being used to stop Jax from diving onto everyone and killing them all.
Yeah, or just like engaging in a team fight, but you probably don't want to do that in this case either. Unless Pays makes a mistake, right? Or if you can catch Chovy unawares, but Chovy is just staying so far away from everything because he's got insane wave clear. Here's a teleport coming down here, bottom side.
Oh dear, well, Peanut is going to find Chovy, but Zeka is still all alone. And Zeka versus Keen is a tough one still. He actually finds a good position. Oh, well, it turns into a bad position afterwards. As there's the fear, and there is the ultimate. Really nicely done there from Gen G, as Peanut also in a whole host of trouble. Will get sped up momentarily by Delight, but Pays still just going to be able to boost forward with his Ghost and collects himself the Sejuani.
I mean,
now
this is...
with Zeka dead, you can't defend, and these are going to be inhibitors that are going to fall down.
Viper flashless now as well. Great move there from Canyon. That's a flash trade you'll absolutely take. The 80 carry that's super low range, doesn't have flash anymore. And yeah, you're not going to have flash to contest Baron or look for a steal, but you don't need the steal. You're the one who's got Baron control, and that is absolutely worth it. And they can rush this down so quickly. And what are you going to do is Hanwha Life Esports, 30 seconds till Dragon. You can't even trade objectives. They look paralyzed on the Rift. And Zeka, he was just trying to sideline. He's like, I'm tired of these waves crashing into our inhibitor turrets. I need to get down there. I need to do something. But it's just one teleport from Chovy and he's dead. Yeah, the Canyon's on the right side of the map. He's chasing him down and they turn it into a easy Baron take. It feels like, you know, Gen G is playing 3D chess and Hanwha Life is still playing checkers. It's 2D here because...
Well, they're going to be able to get everyone a red buff. So there is definitely that. This Drake is also up in 1 second's time. So the Baron was secured. They go for the reset and Hex Gates.
And they hold it, though.
Does kind of bring them back.
Yeah, I don't know if they can hold on to this. They're going to try to look for a pick, but I mean, they've already lost control.
I think going for a fight and actually trying to make this one a little bit more honest without the Dragon distracting them would be a good idea still. They're going to look for it as now Canyon moves in. He's moving extraordinarily fast. There's a decent ulti from Peanut as they do also get the tidal wave over the top. And now Keen has found the backline. Canyon has found himself the Drake. And yeah, Doran's just in the bouncy castle. Zeka once again going to get the same treatment as a few minutes ago. And Gen G, they're just taking everything now. Doesn't matter about too much more as the spiraling despair is named absolutely adequately. And Delight will go down. Viper now tries to clear out a wave, but these inhibitors, the last things really standing between Gen G and a 2-0 to get themselves back on the horse here in week 4.
Man, Zeka, his ult is one last Hail Mary ult, only hits the Jax, and Viper will last to die here as the Nexus falls. Peanut looks at his former team as he is not winning this Saturday showdown. His team is 2-0'd. A big bounce back for Gen G after the loss to KT earlier this week. They will maintain their spot in second place. Of course, one win ahead of T1, who has a match to play tomorrow. But Gen G, very clean gameplay in terms of getting this Jax ahead and just running around the map. It doesn't matter that Zeka was fed. He got to do nothing this game. There was absolutely no chance for him to be relevant on this Azir. He went full damage, didn't even build Zonia so he could look for deep dives into the backline, to look for Pays, to look for perhaps Chovy. He was just unfortunately trying to keep up with farm on this Jax and then never able to do anything in a 5v5 fight that never happened on their terms. The one fight that they could have maybe tried to turn earlier was that Baron attempt. They tried to hold the Baron. It's stolen away, and then there was never a real honest fight after that. Gen G winning an as dominant 2-0 as they lost to KT earlier this week.
I would say it's almost even more dominant, right?
Yeah.
Because even in the moments where we weren't seeing action, I felt like KT took the win, right? And they took it by force in team fights, and like it was all flashy, cool plays and stuff like that, often relatively high risk. This was being in better positions on the map, setting yourself up for exactly what your composition asks for as far as win conditions are concerned. And even though there was an Azir that got to 4-0, right? That could be a problem unless you manage to play it out the way that Gen G did. And yes, if that Baron flip had have potentially gone a different way, it could have been a different story. But they knew that Canyon is Rel. They're going to have to invest everything to try and keep him out of the pit. And the ensuing fight should belong to them after they tanked the Baron for that long. Like, there were so many of these checkmate moments.
Yeah, just not to mention that if you use a tidal wave, the bubble, all that stuff to try to keep Canyon out, you don't have it to secure your retreat, you know?
Yeah, right.
You're just going to die. They're going to be able to cut you off so easily. And I mean, this felt like a macro lesson. Like, I feel like Gen G had like their chalkboard out. They were drawing lines and teaching Hanwha Life how to use the map, Summoner's Rift, because this was clean. And Gen G have done this for like the last 2 years, basically, and have only really been contested in terms of the macro by T1, right? Even when T1 was struggling, Faker had his injury, they were still really good at macro, especially after Faker returned, right? Then it was like, oh yeah, Faker's back, the macro is good, but...
And a lot of our questions were based on, like, where does it come from, right? And because, like, the macro shot callers that we thought were on the team are now on Hanwha.
Yeah.
And so it just shows that it's a culmination of a lot of the coaching staff on the side of Gen G, but also this synergy finally being found between these fantastic players that Gen G have put together on the Rift. I don't think it's the last that we see from Life Esports as well, but, I mean, Gen G definitely just better today.
It's crazy, too, when you consider score is gone. Like, it's Coach Kim now. Like, this isn't even the same,
He's won some worlds
coach
before, man.
Yeah.
You know, like, he's done all right. But Marta's there as well, right? Like, a huge brain of the scene, of course, like, revolutionizing the support role. Like, there is a lot of brain on Gen G at this point in time.
And I think the proof here in concept for this comp was almost shown for Hanwha Life, but I think Doran losing out so hard meant that it was almost unplayable from the outset. And the fact that Zeka was given every tool, it was Azir's Christmas Day, childhood Christmas Day, where it's like so important. You're like, this is the greatest day of my life.
Yeah, it's like Nintendo 64.
Yeah, yeah.
Day, dude, yeah.
He's like, oh my god, 2 items! He's like drumming on his Leandries. And then he just can't do anything because he's never given a proper team fight. It wasn't even like Zeka had bad mechanical plays this game. That wasn't what this was about. It wasn't like, if anyone's like, oh, Zeka, well, had 4 kills but did nothing, lol. No, Gen G didn't let him do anything. He had no agency, he had no opportunities.
Yeah, and just shows that this Wei answer to the Azir is another one that players can put into their back pocket to make this one work out. Listening in now on Gen G, as they just honestly steamroll over the top of Life Esports in these final moments.
Chovy with the mispredict there, but it doesn't matter because he still hits the ult. So great to watch this.
And I thought maybe there might have been like some sort of little call out there to Delight, but there wasn't. They just take him down and they move on forward.
Yeah, almost looked bored.
Yeah, and I think at this stage of the game, I imagine there was a lot of fun stuff before, and the sigh of relief will definitely still be there with the takedown of this Nexus, but I think after their loss to KT, it's a lot more business here for Gen G on the Rift.
I agree. So let's hit him. And yeah, Lance was like, this game was so unfun. Like, I mean, they won the game so early and then just basically never lost control.
And that's like, it's funny because Lehens just likes the insanity games. That's what he wants. He wants all of the games that have all of the weird stuff, not just the clean macro games. No. That's not Lehens.
I don't want any more of this Lucian drafting. Just get it out of my LCK, please.
Yeah.
Don't make Viper do this. Like, it's Viper.
I thought it was like the Senna Nautilus with the Lucian answer that was the problem, but maybe it's just Lucian. Maybe it's just Lucian that's the problem.
I don't want it anymore. It's past its prime.
D Plus and DRX are coming up, and hopefully they are just going to get out of the way of that one. But now it is time to throw it over to the space to break down our Saturday Showdown.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast during Saturday Showdown. Unfortunately, I think the next matchup will have even more Lucian, if that's possible, if we do get to a Game 3. But yeah, this game number 2 of Gen G versus Life Esports, very much so a beatdown from the side of Gen G. There were some moments for Life Esports, but as Wolf was talking about, I feel like, especially in a macro sense, this was just very one-sided today.
It seemed like the biggest enemy of Gen G was Pace, because he has Zoomer Brain, and Lehens, because he's Lehens, just getting bored and diving turrets / trying to flank on Milio. It was rough. I think that even with some of the moments like Zeka getting fed early on, never really felt like they were able to take control of the game.
Least impactful Forno Azir I'd seen, and it really is the Lucian at the moment. I think he's got one game, one win so far, and like 7-8 losses at this point. It's not cutting it, and especially when you have drafts like this where, like, okay, Jax is immediately going to be bulky because he's obviously got his counter-strike, he builds a lot of resistances, the Rel is super tanky, and then you have so many, like, it's so hard to dash in. We kind of saw this yesterday when Bull was trying to dash in on the Lucian up the Aphelios, and you just get so much threat on you, and against a Hui as well, it's just a struggle. And I just feel like they didn't really have a super good way to engage. The only real way you had was like the Sejuani, and there's the Milli ult to counteract that. So the game was kind of just slow until Life Esports said, hey, let's send a Baron. And
against Rel. We've seen how that one ends. And I think, everyone, and I think Justified was always talking about Viper being stuck. Also, pour one out from our boy Delight. Had as good as a Nami game as I think you could reasonably expect, and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? This man is, I still think, the best engage support specifically. Obviously, when it comes to champion pool, Keria is unmatched at the moment, but his engage supports are so good. And then he's stuck playing Nami, and he plays a really clean Nami. He gets a bubble and a wave, and then he's the only one trying to keep...
It's so tragic. The only Nautilus game we got was Peanut and not Delight. that kind of grinds my gears. He even got some sick plays than Nami, but it's not the pick that's going to have the same impact. And I think that really hurt them.
It's the reverse Kwangdong. It's only the bot side that's doing well. And obviously, early season Kwangdong, because Bull is good, which...
I mean, we were saying this about Execute yesterday as well. We want to see him on an engaged support, but it's part of Lucian being in the meta. It's part of a lot of enchanters, right? You got Lucian Nami, you got Milio to counter it.
Only they could not pick Lucian. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, that's going to happen. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which, again, they're trying to do the Baron against the Realm.
Yeah, and it's actually, watch what Delight does here. So he gets the ult and actually manages to get this great double bubble to disengage. But unfortunately, against Emilio, who just cleanses the Rel, no one else is even trying to keep the Rel away.
And it goes down, Kenyon smites it. Peanut still has a smiter, but Kenyon is the one setting up the play, right? So he smites Q. Timing isn't 100% perfect, but it's good enough. And Zeka, at that point, had his ultimate available. If after that bubble, they're actually able to keep the Rel out of the pit, it might have worked. He chooses to DPS and try and do as much damage and rush down Baron instead, but I am really getting tired of teams just flipping Baron against Rel specifically. And then, when Paze... Yeah, when Paze and Lahens decide to both have some fun, Lahens barely survives, does have to flash with flank Emilio, Paze dies, but it doesn't even matter, right? Like, at this point, the game is basically done.
Yeah. Watching it back, it kind of stuns you, And I think if you're going to start a Baron in a situation, you need a full plan of how it's going to play out. And
like Cassante.
It feels like this was a very shallow idea of, Delight, you can do it. You can stop them from getting in. Oh, wait, they have Emilio. Never mind. And I feel like you need like a more of a contingency plan in that situation. Who's going to play interruption? And you can see they weren't prepared. As you said, Zeka wasn't anywhere near. No one else was really playing interrupt. And it was just the fact you can walk up. It's too easy.
Just walked right down the bowling alley and just had some Rel fun. We can take a look at the second highlight as well. Also having to do with Baron, but this one was very well timed before the Baron was spawning. They look for a play on the bottom side of the map.
And the nice thing here is that they have a ward, so they're aware of Peanut already being there, meaning that Keen can evade the gank and then be completely fine. And the moment they see that Hex Gate and they have the teleport ward, they're like, this is so free. And there isn't really an opportunity to respond because obviously Genji already has prio in mid, so the rest of Genji is already there. And then Zeka just ends up dying. And I think this was a highlight too because, we need to have something to show you. But really, I think at this point the game is already kind of doomed, barring a miraculous hold. But
I feel like it's kind of indicative of some of the issues we've seen because Game 1 had a similar situation. It was a different part of the game, but when they committed 5 members to top, and end up losing mid and bot tower for it. And I feel like Life Esports just look a little bit lost on the map, which I think really hurts them. Because the fact that they had this 4-0 Azir, like, I think if you gave 4-0 Azir to Genji, they would have really looked to steamroll this game. Kind of how we saw with Chovy being fed Game 1, how much they took the game into their control. But here, even when it's Life Esports, they just seem very lost. And like moments like that, like what was the goal of Zeka pushing up that far? Anyone?
The enemies were on the other end of the map.
Ah, yeah.
So he could like push in another wave.
Oh yeah, another wave.
Teleport's been nerfed many
Game
times,
winning.
changed many times, but it's still very good, and we still have it, and it still exists. And yeah, after that, they ran up, they got the Baron, they got the Drake, I think, and then there was another like big boom fight where they just absolutely destroyed them. We didn't need to highlight that. But guys, let's take a look at the POG for game number 2, as it will be Canyon, this time on the Rel. Not too big of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, he pressed the smite button and he pressed his Q at the same time. And
a lot this game.
Yeah, that's what you need to do in this situation. Obviously had some decent early ganks, and I think we've seen the Jax a decent amount, especially coming out against Aatrox, but I think moments like this where you really see a lead cemented can make it a really strong side lane threat, and we did see Keen have some presence in the side lane, but this was the moment which I think solidified it.
Yeah, there wasn't that much to this game, so POG votes are always going to be a little bit hard. Kane had the most impact. I do think his pathing, even on the tank, still was a little bit sussy at times. I feel like he's been skipping all the camps and trying to make things happen when they're not necessarily... when you don't really necessarily need to push the lead too hard. Keen also had a really good game on the Jack, supplied a lot of side lane pressure.
It's a good game, but it's also like, there's two sides to it. It's like, okay, maybe they should have just put him on tanks before, but it's also like, well, this also doesn't fix the issue where he kind of has only really had success on these tank picks so far. And, you know, they won this game, but it kind of feels like when he's not on them.
His Lee was good, though.
His Lee was decent.
It was good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I like the realm. I think for the objective secure is pretty good. But guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation after the Saturday showdown between Gen.G and Hana Life Esports. Today we are here joined by Kenyon and Chovy, the PUGs on the side of Gen.G Esports. Congratulations on the win, guys. Thank you very much. After this win, Gen.G is now back on the first place. How do you feel about the win? Yeah, you know, Hana Life has a lot of familiar faces, so I really wanted to get the win, and I'm so happy that I made it happen. Indeed, this was a clash between the former Gen.G players and Kenyon. How was the match today? Especially you were able to overcome your 10-match losing streak up against Peanut. It's been about more than 900 days. How do you feel? I was not aware of that, you know. I didn't expect that it was going to be that long, but I will make sure to get more wins against him in the future as well. Chovy, you know, your Azir was popping off in game number 1. You were making a lot of plays and also just getting ahead from the get-go. Well, a lot of people were actually concerned about, you know, Azir not having a great time in the LCK, but this week he's doing better. What's your thought about Azir right now? I think Azir still is a very good pick. I think he's a meta pick these days, and it all comes down to your proficiency on the pick. I have another question about the composition as well. Kenyon. So, in the first game, the opponents picked Senna and then rotated Nautilus to the jungle role. What were your thoughts about this rotation? I was pretty sure that they were gonna play jungle Nautilus. I had a lot of options in the second phase of the pick and ban as well, so I was pretty feeling comfortable. And Chovy, with that, Gen.G was able to get ahead so much early on up against Nautilus Talia comp. It was a 24-minute game. What was the turning point in that game? As long as Azir can get through lane early, there's no threats to him. And also, there was one fight where we were just team fighting around the Void Grubs about 6 minutes into the game, and I was able to force flash out of Talia, and that was about, you know, the moment the game was pretty much over. How were you able to go in for that play? Were you confident? Because we were able to, you know, group up faster. We had the edge for that team fight, and then we saw that they were still grouping up for to take the grubs. So I was like, this is my moment to punish their play. And Chovy, with this POG, you are now tied for the first place with Faker for the POG leader. Yeah, it feels great, but there are a lot of, you know, players contending for the first place spot right now. You know, I will make sure to keep grinding until I have the sole position of the POG first place. And then game 2, you played Hui into Azir. So far, Bulldog was the only player that played Hui on the mid lane, and today you joined Bulldog. Tell us about the Hui mid pick. Well, it was not about Hui being a really good pick on the mid lane. It was more about not having a lot of options to play on the mid lane because of so many bans targeted to that role. So I ended up just playing Hui. And Kenyon, we were able to see Jax as the last pick of Gen.G. We haven't seen a lot of Jax recently. Could you kind of tell us about the plans behind that pick and also the gameplay? So I was focusing on the top lane early on, and then Keen was able to create a very nice minion wave for me to go for a turret dive play. And Canyon, your early game jungle pathing and also your late game smite fighting was so on point. Let's take a look at this replay where you were able to steal away the Baron from Peanut. I mean, Rel, she's really good at smite fights, It's really likely that Rel just wins probably most of the smite fights. And we were just saying Jax is really far away, so we just gotta go for the steal play. And then after that, we wanted to also focus on the follow-up team fights. Rel just doesn't lose smite fights, Like, it's like 100%. So I was pretty confident about going in for that. Genji picked up the 7th win so far, and the last opponent for the first round robin will be DRX. What is your resolution for the match? First round robin is about to end. We are on a decent run so far, but I think we still have to keep up the good work, and we are not just gonna, let our guards down. We will keep working hard until the very end of the regular split. Yeah, I don't really care much about transitioning into the second round. I think it's just a big run as a whole. So we will just keep working hard until the end of the regular season. And this will be the end of the interview from Canyon Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Good to know that Canyon doesn't care about formats in round 2, but just winning. So, trying to get back on that win streak. Let's take a look at the standings here after this victory. Genji back on top for now.
Yeah, and obviously T1 will have an opportunity to overtake them. If they win their series, obviously they'll end up overtaking them just because they are neck and neck in point scores. So don't have that first place secured for now, but keeping Hanwha Life Esports at bay for the time being.
And it also creates a situation where that top 3 becomes really, really interesting. And Hanwha, for now, with what we've seen, I think, given how much they've struggled against the top teams, not so sure. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it looks like KT is actually pretty far ahead of them, which I don't know how to feel
We'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see, because you never really know. As I'm making this statement, I'm sure there's some fans that don't enjoy it, but that's how it looks right now, given how that match today and at the beginning of the week played out.
Just stop them talking.
It's hard to say. Guys, anyway, we do have replay 2 in the break. Make sure you guys check out that awesome content. We also do have D plus Kia up against DRX for our next match. No one knows who's going to win that one either, but guys, we're going to take a break and come back with the second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
프리뷰어슬리 정규 경기를 위해 해관 수련까지 했지만 1세트에서 처참하게 패배한 160. 이대로 2대 떡을 먹고 집으로 갈 위기에서 과연 반전은 일어날 수 있을 것인가? 아니 근데 언제적이냐? 우리 정부는 뭐함? 저기 난 솔깃도 않는데 여러분 탑이 이래요 진짜.
잘해야 될 텐데 멘탈 잡고.
그래도 이게 한 번쯤 이렇게 저력도 나와야.
그러니까
투배기마다 끝낼 수 없잖아요.
잘하네 농심 친구들.
젊음이 느껴지네.
아니야 이길 거야. 그래도 짬바가 있는데 믿어.
형님
플레이 안 하대.
저희 준비했습니다.
어?
예선아 너 뭐 안 해줘? 카메라 보고?
구해야지. 재승이랑 형진이 게임 잘할 수 있게 콜 같은 것도 많이 해주고 너네가.
네.
첫 번째 판은 그냥 뱀픽이 그냥 지는 뱀픽이니까 두 번째 판 열심히 해보자.
구두대로 갔어. 10분 정도까지는 구두대로 가긴 했어요.
전판 아니야 미드 내 생각보다
8분까지 갔어요. 미드
5분까지.
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 고고고고고고. 렛츠고.
밀려 배할게요.
아마 럼블. 그래서 룰루?
룰루하고 애쉬 밴하면은 칼리에서 밴 하나 유도하자. 아니면 칼리를 밴하고 아지르를 뽕으로 먹든 밴을 유도할래? 칼리를 밴하고 상대가 아지르, 루시안 둘 중 하나 밴하게 만들고 나머지 하나 모르는. 근데 그냥 애쉬까지 일단 밴하자. 칼리를 우리가 밴. 근데 루시안 저거 밀리오도 없는데 루시안 의식해야 되나?
이러면은 그냥 살리고 하죠. 이러면.
뽀삐 밴하자 뽀삐.
뽀삐? 오케이. 둘 다 살자네.
아질하자.
아지르네.
쟤네 그 아질 뽀삐 하나 정도 자른 거 같네. 보니까.
아지르, 이지훈 확실히 애니 잡아서 좀 아쉬웠으니까 이번 판 제대로 보여줘야죠.
현빈이 뭐 요네나 그거 해볼래? 요네 아니면 크타 쪽? 코르키 플러스 그냥 재승이 AD가까지 볼래? 그러면?
코르키 하죠 이거.
코르키 나가자.
네.
뽀삐 없으니까 리신 나가도 돼.
리신 할게요.
루나미 할까? 루나미 하자. 그래도 우리 연습 제일 많이 했는데. 좋습니다.
확인.
레디. 상관없어. 이러면 선택해야 되는 게 탑 밴을 할지 서포트 밴을 할지.
유미 자르는 거 어때?
야 근데 유미가 오히려 나을 수도 있지 않아? 얘네 조합 보면?
낫다고 생각하면 노틸 라칸이 무조건 좋아.
갱공 좋은 거 밴하면 우리가 2대2 편해. 노틸은 일단 밴할게.
뭐 밴할까요?
재승?
세주 밴하죠.
세주? 라칸 밴해. 라칸 밴할게요.
쟤네 밸류 맞추려면 유미밖에 없고.
나는 이러면 마오랑 바이 정도?
바이도 조합 진짜 괜찮긴 해. 제리, 유미, 코르키, 리신이면 정말 다 무서워하거든 바이를.
바이가 나을 것 같아. 탑은 뭐 맞출 거야?
아타 할게요. 뭐 AP 한다 해도 여기서 캐넨인데 캐넨 저 조합에 솔직히 좀 구리고.
좀 애매하긴 해.
네. 그냥 아트가 제일 무난해요. 아니면 그냥 아싸리 나르예요.
아싸리 나르는 별로인데.
아트 하죠. 네.
아트 할게요.
네.
그엔 할게요 그엔.
오케이. 그엔으로 가자. 나 초반에는 좀 사려야 돼. 내가 캠프 돌면 돌수록 내가 좋거든.
알아. 6부터는 미드 정글부터 해서 그냥 다 이긴단 마인드야. 화이팅. 이거 우리가 진짜 뱀픽 훨씬 좋아요.
바텀은 초반에 어때?
괜찮아.
그러면 나 위에서부터 아래로 풀캠 돌게. 근데 완전 초반 푸시는 우리가 좀 밀릴 수 있어.
아니야 내가 푸시 도와주면 돼.
오케이. 그럼 내가 미니언 열심히 칠게.
미션 거 알만해요.
잘다잉.
상대는 어딘지 몰라.
네.
오케이.
이랩 같이 맞춰줘. 이랩 맞춰진다. 고산 있어.
바텀 되게 잘 됐다.
오케이.
진짜 천천히 푸시하면서 리드하자. 내가 와드 받고 올게. 타워 좀만 해볼까? 채굴 좀만 해볼까? 이제 서로 풀캠 먹었을 거야.
리사며. 스펠 교환했어요 저랑 그엔.
오케이.
살긴 살았는데 라인 상황도 좀 안 좋아 보이고요.
맞습니다. 이게 강제로 일단 정비 한번 해야 돼서 갱킹이 한번 정타로 들어갔다고 보는 게 맞을 것 같아요.
유채화만 빠진 거야?
네, 유채화만.
이거 캠프 먹고 탑을 한번 가볼게.
오케이.
와드 막히나?
와드.
이러면 그냥 칼부에서 싸움 볼래? 나 위치 걸렸다 근데.
칼부 싸움 어떤데? 프로기 컨디션 엄청 안 좋아?
여기 싸움 볼게.
나도 그냥 지금부터 내려가 6레벨. 길게 싸우면 안 돼 근데.
한번 빼봐. 나 6만 찍자. 뺄 수 있어?
그냥 6레벨로 안 간다 그냥 안 가.
나 막아줄게.
와. 아마 전령 치고 있을 거야. 바텀 리드 해봐 그거. 리드하고 여기 붙어줘. 드래곤 칠게.
오케이.
차.
폴킬 노플.
나도 노플.
탑이요. 어지간하면 죽을 듯.
찬영 이거 미드 위주로 하자. 이거 내가 풀궁이라서 다음 턴 알지?
탑은 좀 쉽지 않을 듯.
탈진 빠졌다. 탈진 쉴드 빠졌다 상대.
아 죽었다. 리신 여기서 질까요?
바텀 빡길게 했거든. 예, 쉴드랑 없어서 나쁘지 않을 것 같은데 이거. 제리 살만해. 제리 살만해.
탈진도 없어.
내가 먼저 으로 먹을게.
성공 방다나 성공.
내가 먼저 으로 먹을게.
리신 지금 이쯤일 거예요 지금.
들어와. 기다려. 먹었다. 제리만 나이스. 끝.
아 그래도 위아래 교환된 게 어딘가요? 동의합니다. 물론 탑은 좀 많이 힘들어 보이기는 하는데 큐베 익숙하잖아요. 아 그렇죠. 탑 2대스 하긴 했지만 버텨봐야죠.
전령 나와 이제 1분. 이거.
네. 저는 싸움 안 좋긴 함.
그러면 드래곤 쪽으로 할게.
오케이. 쉣.
어쩔 수가 없다 이거. 완전 갈려서. 자 미드 한번 해볼래?
오케이 와봐. 간다.
고.
오케이.
노플.
리신 공만 빠짐. 리신 이거 먹고 있을 거예요.
미드 안돼 바텀 오던가. 바텀 가서
갈게.
비게이브야. 같이 와야 돼 미드랑 같이 와야 될 거면은.
그웬
어때 괜찮아 갈게 찬영아.
그웬 텔가는.
그웬 코르키텔이야. 그웬 코르키텔. 확인. 하고 빼면 돼.
그럼 박는다.
받고 빼.
갖고 빼야 될 때.
정지명령 쫓아가고 제자리에 멈춰! 네 헤일 맞췄고요. 근데 순간이동 있어요 지금. 그래서 빨리 잡아야 돼 빨리. 이거. 이거. 바위 위험해요. 이거 이러면 난리가 났는데요 이거? 와 이게 또 들어오는 타이밍에 탈진을 딱 루시안에게 걸어준 것도 좋았고 들고 온 스펠대로 대응이 잘 됐어요. 근데 진짜 말씀하신 게 핵심인 것 같아요. 점화가 없었기 때문에 상대 저 유미하고 이어지는 순간적인 체력 채우는 부분들을 막아내기가 좀 어려웠습니다.
상대 다 빠졌고.
다 먹어주라. 우리 바텀 딜교 계속한다 이거. 바텀 딜교 해야 될 듯. 드래곤은 우리가 챙겨야 될 것 같아. 탑은 좀 답이 없거든 지금. 이거 나 딜교 걸까? 걸 수 있거든. 나 일단 시야 안 걸리게 가볼게.
W 2초.
오케이.
이거 왔어.
싸워봐.
해봐도 돼.
내 세트 쳤다.
코르키 아래 무빙해 얘들아.
오케이.
거기까지 빼.
잡을만해.
또 있고. 천천히 해. 코르키 멀어. 쭉 빼.
못 빼겠는데?
나 스킬 2초. 아이고. 안 갈게.
오케이.
앞으로 갈래? 안 되겠다.
까비.
풀쓴 거 아니야? 까비. 방금 전에 오케이 까비.
탑 한번 질러볼게 나.
1번.
눈치 찬 거 같기도 하고요. 대충.
미드 쪽 갈 수 있음 리신. 이미 와 있어요.
봐줄게.
네.
지금 루나미 파워 세서 뭐 한번 만들어보면 좋긴 한데.
이거 나 지금 근데 파워 나쁘지 않아 지금. 이거 내가 나도 내가 좀 힘 줘볼게. 이거 내가 캐리해볼게. 바텀 텔. 미드 이거 우리가 미드 좀 적극적으로 딜교할 거야. 그거 그냥 봐줘.
용?
제리 개피.
확인.
야 제리도 이거 유미도 공 빠졌다.
하긴. 야 우리 용한타 좋거든.
이러면 괜찮은데?
한 보자. 제리 노궁이잖아. 할만하자.
제리 노공 아니고 유미 노공이야. 야 그웬 와 있다.
보고 있어. 나 보고 있어. 미드 즐겨줘. 확인. 그웬 씨봐.
그웬을 일단 해놓게.
그웬.
잡았어.
천천히.
빼.
괜찮아. 나 플레이 살았어.
탑 때릴게요.
와. 리신 노플 나비네. 게임 풀려면은 루시안 계속 이거 우리 앞대시 할 건데 양 사이드 같이 먹어도 좋을 것 같아.
이거 근데 힘싸움 할 때 내가 봤을 때 바이도 같이 있어야 될 수도 있어. 선푸시를 계속 하려고 할게 내가. 남이 남 좀 봐줘 이거.
한번 안마 해볼래?
앞대시 간다 이거.
보고 있어. 한 턴.
야 리신.
좋았다.
간다. 안마.
나이스.
살짝 정비 살짝 정비. 탑을 빨리 밀어. 바텀이랑 지금 흩어져서.
용 준비해요. 용 준비.
나 바이군 포커스를 코르키 할까 제리 할까?
들어오는 걸 막아주기 제일 좋을 듯?
루시안 무는 거 볼게. 그냥 그웬에 박을 수도 있겠다 그러면. 그냥 그웬에 박은다고 생각해줘. 이거 내가 죽으면 어차피 싸움이 안 돼.
포켓 할게. 무조건 리신만.
거 제가 막고 있을게요.
이거 남이 나부터.
무조건 리신만
왜
주지.
이쪽으로 들어와서 자리 잡을 거거든요.
야 리신 찾아야 돼. 무조건 리신 찾아야 돼. 찾았어. 쳤다.
간다. 일로 가자.
그렇게 폭탄 배송. 생각해.
그렇게 몰아내볼게.
넘어가. 좋아. 형 좋아. 나 리신 때린다.
오케이. 리신 봐봐. 리신 봐봐.
저 구현 보는 중.
잘했어. 발길
봐봐.
뒤에 구현.
오케이. 천천히. 오케이 제리보다 해.
그웬 봐봐.
제리보다 쭉해 너희 쭉해. 우리가 이겨.
나 실드랑 스킬이랑.
위는 위대로 밀어내고 아래쪽에 있던 걸 뚫어서 2대2 구도 만들어내니까 제리가 지금 엄청 센 건 아니잖아요. 그렇게 돌파구를 만들어내고 드래곤까지 가져갔어요.
아니 실제로 아지르 이지훈 선수가 체력 리신을 많이 깎아놓다 보니까 엠비전 선수가 그 빈틈의 실 보였다. 바로 파고든 거거든요. 네,
오! 캡틴즈! 이야, 선장님! 이야, 아니 이거 진짜 기대됩니다 저. 아니 지금 게임이 5,000골드가 밀려요.
맞아요.
근데 공전 게임처럼 하고 있어요.
맞아요.
그 힘의 원동력이 뭐냐? 레전드들의 운영이죠.
운영과 자신감.
탑이다.
살려갑자. 이거 안 죽을 듯? 살려줘. 나이스. 이거 이번에 바로 갈 거야. 구행 공 받았어. 확인. 우리 용 봐야 돼. 그건 용 1분이야.
용의 구현 유차 없어 이번에.
확인. 미드 주를 건 뭐 먹나 우리? 이번에? 나 가줄게.
바이가 와야 돼. 바이가. 나 이거 앞대시 한번 해볼게.
해봐. 우리 사람
간다.
저도 태 가능.
갔어. 나이스.
바로 압박 할만한데? 바로 압박 할 거야? 바로 압박 할 거야?
드래곤이 나을 것 같아.
아니다.
드래곤 오케이 드래곤.
나궁 빠져서.
네.
좋아
구현 준비했어.
할만해.
나도 안 돼.
너무 빨리 마. 내가 제리 막할 거야. 해. 쫄지 마. 해봐.
태가.
쫄지 마. 용해.
야, 그렇게 살기 전에 해야 돼.
한참만 한참 남았어. 그냥 공짜.
파란팀이 드래곤을 처치했습니다.
얘네 바로 치면서 우리 싸움 부르는 거야.
그 망원 있어? 없어. 30초.
내가 먼저 할게. 나 풀 있어. 오케이. 님이 가세요. 나 풀 없어. 팩.
나 살긴 했거든? 뭐야 미친.
궁대? 구해줘. 잡아야 돼. 제리 잡아. 잡으면 돼. 끝. 이거 전혀 나쁘지 않아, 형아. 진짜 괜찮아. 플래시 살짝 아쉽긴 한데 괜찮아. 왔다 갔다. 얘네 어차피
W 빠졌다. 그렇게 발키리 빠졌는데? 가볼래?
와볼래?
가.
코르키.
잡았어. 그웬 잡았어.
그웬 잡아. 그 다음 제리.
제리 개피.
제리 노플. 힘들 듯? 제리 노플이긴 해.
스킬이 없다. 된다.
까비.
근데 시작은 진짜 멋있었거든요. 코르키와 리신을 동시에 넘기는 이지훈의 과감한 판단. 그리고 이어지는 이 정지명령으로 그웬을 잡으려고 했는데 그 사이에 카림이 견제구를 너무 세게 넣어. 근데 또 한번 앰비션이 걷어내고 그 다음에 여기서 선수들 간의 심리전이 와, 이 전멸 심리전을 반응한 거.
그러고 나니까 제리의 화력에 무너질 수밖에 없었던 큐베였고요.
라인에 붙어있다.
버프 있어. 제리만 노플. 그러면서
저기.
일단 썼어.
잡아봐.
여기까지. 소강. 우리 아지로로 해야 돼. 아지로로.
소강.
들어온다.
아지로로 해야 돼.
풀스케.
빼.
한번 주던가.
3용 줘도 되긴 해. 줘도 돼. 롬바 나와. 어차피 바로 롬바 나와. 바론이에요. 예. 잘해보자. 괜찮아. 10년이 언젠데? 제리만 노플 다 있어. 플래시.
아트가 1대1 막을 수 있어 그웬?
타워 물릴 것 같은데 이거.
내가 바텀 한번 가볼게.
별똥대한테 별똥대. 우리 보이는 거 생각하고 빼야 돼.
나 왔어.
우리 이번에 빼야 돼. 이번에 빼야 돼.
알아.
버프 나한테 주세요. 나한테 줘.
금방 올게.
버프 나한테 줘. 내가 할 거야.
확인. 오케이. 바로 막아.
갈게.
순간 이동 타고 바로니 한번 도와줬어요. 그래서 밀어냈어요. 아 이거 너무 좋은데요. 그러면서 바에게 관리까지 여기 시야 꽉 잡았습니다. 아 이거 사이드 쪽으로 한번 움직였으면 좋겠다는 제 말이 연결된 것 같아서 좀 감동적이긴 한데 감독님의 텔레파시 오더.
네, 또 경기 들어가기 전에 제가 저번 주에 한번 말했거든요.
저번 주에
한번 깨알 자랑
오래전에 했네요.
쳐볼게. 아빠가 싸울 생각해. 딜은 되는 거거든. 딜 무조건 되는데 쳐봐. 보자.
하든가.
큐안 빼지. 나이스 내가 먹었는데. 해봐 이거. 야 이거 싸워 줄다.
아이고. 잡았어.
제리 내가 때릴 수 있나?
제리 못 보나?
오케이.
끝이야. 조심부터. 이겼어.
그웬텔. 레콜 눌러. 기자 여기서 레콜 눌러.
야 뒤로.
내가 막을게 내가 이거.
땡큐.
오케이 나이스.
바이랑 이거 얘네 둘만 살아 있어가지고 끝낼만 하거든.
루시안 20초긴 해가지고 이거 억제기까지만 하고 빼야 될 듯.
억제기까지 주고 끝날 듯?
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
제리만 억제. 제리 풀 있어.
라인 나왔다.
제리 풀 있어. 오케이 좋다. 제리 풀 있어.
오케이. 자 이러면 안 밀릴 듯. 미드 억제기 나온다.
리신이 비집고 나오는 걸 계속 좀 보자.
리신이 어디 뒤에 보려고 할 수도 있어.
리신이 비집고 나오고 리신이 픽하려고 하면은 그냥 바위가 막아줘 그거. 억제기 오는 건가? 네, 다시 뺄 거야. 아니야. 뺄 거야. 와봐. 시작 멀다 아직. 오케이.
말고 한번 도냐 있어.
도냐 천천히 이거 들어가면 안 돼.
도냐 빠졌다.
이거 타자. 풀방울. 해봐. 좋아.
오케이.
나 진짜 세거든 얘들아.
오케이. 나 일단 피 채우고 올게 이거.
오케이 노플 제리 노플.
이겼어.
제리 노플.
잡았어.
못 봐줘. 괜찮아 됐어.
미드 보면 끝 아니야?
아니야 가용은 해야 되는 거 아니야?
끝나면 안 돼?
웨이브.
야 가보자.
50초.
아 웨이브.
웨이브가 없네.
아 그래 야 용해.
맞아.
너무 좋아. 야 제리 노플도 제리 노플 내가 제리 풀 뺐어. 확인. 야 너무 좋거든. 나 플래시도 있다 다음 턴에 무조건 이거 한타. 2차까지 가자.
아직 먼저 와봐.
뒤에 스웨이드 소스 아래쪽에.
아니야 나 대치해야 돼 전영아 이거.
오케이. 여기 되게 나 바로 안마 걸게 오케이 도냐 있을 거야. 뭐야
이겼어. 쭉. 천천히.
간다.
우리 포킹 당한다.
야 발키리 없어.
제리.
잡았어.
야 끝내기 바꿔. 코르키. 야 끝났어. 야 믿어.
막을게. 텔로 막을게. 봐줘야 돼.
이거 막아. 얘들아 뭐해.
왜 빠져.
막아줘. 야 가. 방어. 뭐야? 이겼어. 쫄리는 거 생각해. 나이스 큐. 유니까지 잡아야지. 나이스. 개 나이스. 너무 잘했다 얘들아. 진짜.
개버스 타는데?
형 너무 잘했다 진짜 너.
인정.
형우랑 찬욱이 진짜 잘했다.
여기까지만 해도 표정 다들 어두웠는데 살짝 좀 밝아진 느낌은 있어요. 분위기가 나옵니다. 그리고 1대1 만들어냈어요 지금. 팀 160 이대로 넥서스를 깨면서 시즌 할 수 있잖아요. 160.
빡세게 맞아 좋아.
근데 헬 됐잖아요.
그치. 너 일부 애들도 못해. 진짜로. 우리는 다음 되게 총괄하는 거 알까? 우리 솔직히 이번 판 딱히 볼 것도 없는 게 그냥 솔직히 너무 유했어 우리가.
그냥 앰비션이 유미 주자고 해가지고 구두판 했던 것도 맞아.
그거 진짜 좋았어. 맞아. 유미 주장 판 진짜 좋았어. 이게 그냥
저희 레드잖아요 라인 그럼 저는 타라거든요 그럼 그래서 다른 라인 기준이 아지르 같은
나 아직은 똑같이 안 중에 나고.
레드는 그냥 선수들이 없대.
네. 부르면
나 요번에
다들 상해가지고.
내 생각에 얘네 레드 고른 시점에서 똑같이 하고 그냥 아지를 풀고 이기려고 할 것 같아. 우리가 아지를 짜고 무시하는 픽하는 거 어때? 내 생각에 할 수 있을 것 같아. 너가 봐.
라인도 나오고
진짜 지나 이거. 이게 맞아 이게?
걔 망골들을 줬네.
어떻게 운영을 왜 이렇게 못하냐? 근데 그냥 무조건 이기는 거였어 너네. 형 이거 조합 안 해봐가지고. 근데 안 해본 거 떠나서 그냥 우리 항상 그렇게 해야 돼. 무슨 챔프를 하든 다 그렇게 하지 않나? 미드 레이지를 하든 뭐를 하든. 졌어요? 졌어. 왜 졌어요? 중후반 운영이 너무 안 됐어. 안 봤어? 누구 들어가요 이거? 나도 고민이다. 어떻게 할까? 초반에 괜찮았어. 재진아 너 초반에 잘 풀었거든? 그러니까 자신감을 잃지 말고 그냥 그대로 해. 너네가 이겨. 너네가 이겨. 그냥 바꾸는 것도. 그러니까 잘해봐. 이거 다음 판 재승이랑 현진이랑 좀 더 잘해봐. 너네가 더 잘해야 돼. 그래서.
농심 e스포츠 아카데미와 팀 16공 간의 경기 3세트 시작했습니다.
아 그리고 벌써 시동 걸렸어요.
예예예 조심해야 돼요. 조심해야 돼요. 조심해야 돼요.
그러니까 벌써 시작부터 그냥 빌드업을 하는 거죠.
바텀 라인전 루시안 나미가 압박하지 못하게 말씀하신 대로 그 빌드업 과정에서 반반 가르기를 좀 선택한 것 같고요.
이거 반갈하려고 한다. 근데 이거 바텀 다이브 설계한다고 했을 때 죽을라나?
아니 우리가 1레벨 딜교 좀 잘하면 될 것 같은데.
네. 1렙 루시안 좀 많이 아픈데요. 다이브 압박 받습니다.
바텀 다이브 생각해야 돼.
이거 벽에 비비면서 해야 돼.
아
다이브야.
무조건 다이브.
노트러스 그래프 안 보면서.
잡았다 하나.
물론 교환은 됐는데 문제는 웨이브가 이것도 잡겠다? 이거는 남의 입장에서 좀 화나는데요? 꼬리치기 불가능하면 맞아요! 그래도 뭐 킬 교환을 어느 정도 했다는 부분에 미안 삼아야 될까요? 물론 좀 마음이 아파 보이긴 하는데
바텀 정면으로 갈게.
노틸 잡아도 우리 한 명 죽을 수 있거든. 미드를 봐 계속 미드를 봐. 좋아. 내가 미드 지금 한번 빡세 해올게.
이거 깊었는데.
중력장. 네.
이지훈 있나요? 그래도 이야! 이차 키고 왔어요.
가림이 승부수를 크게 던졌습니다. 근데 이거 트런들 내려와서 잡을까까지 보는 것 같거든요.
자 그리고 요거 깔아둔 거. 아니 둘이 해결? 아니 이거 앰비션 지금 2킬 먹었습니다. 마오카이가 2킬?
좋아요. 이거 너무 좋게 시작해.
오케이.
떴다.
이거 이겨요.
나끝. 아 깝이다.
바로스가 힘 좀 많이 세긴 하다.
많이 센 타이밍이야.
미드 바텀이 주도권이 워낙에 잘 잡혀있는 농심 e스포츠 아카데미라 그냥 용까지도 가겠네요.
드래곤까지 챙길라나 보다.
어떻게 할까?
주구해도 돼.
오케이 주구하자 그러면.
드래곤을 처치했습니다.
지금 좀 센 타이밍 벨베스. 네. 저는 살긴 힘들 듯.
적에게 당했습니다.
벨베스가 뒤쪽으로 살짝 돌아오긴 하는데
전멸
피하고
와 이게 죽어?
라인전 지속하면 훨씬 안 좋겠다.
라인전 빨리 끝내는 게 나을 것 같기도 하고.
한타로 가면 돼.
확인.
가보자.
우리 하나 잡고 빼. 나이스 빼.
잡았어.
아 너무 좋았는데?
사용 싸움 할 거야? 무조건 해야 돼.
하자 우리 독수인데.
그래도 큰 그림 트런들이
마오카이가
가까이 있으면서 오리아나를 잡자.
뒤로 밀고
이게 타력이 합류할 수 있나요? 그렇죠. 루시안 딜.
칼릭스 전멸 없어요.
일단 그리고 잡았어요.
이야 이거는 또 진짜 기가 막힌 합류를 했는데요.
드래곤 1분 생각해야 돼. 주더라도 싸움은 이겨야 돼.
확인. 이제부터 해봐.
상대가 먼저 힘.
괜찮아 이거 너무 쫄지 마.
오케이. 저 가는 중.
잡았어. 천천히 해. 튀게. 잡았어 이게.
저 왔고.
아이고. 와 깜짝. 저게 안 되네.
녹일 수 있나? 안 되는구나.
벨벳 저게 안 죽어?
아쉽다.
와.
딜 진짜 잘 넣었는데 방금.
그러니까.
파란팀의 억제기가 파괴되었습니다. 빨간팀 내셔널즈를 처치했습니다.
성큼성큼 또 오는데요. 농심 e스포츠 아카데미.
이제
이빨 날아갔어요.
약 이빨을 잃어버린 팀이 이겼고 위기입니다. 위기예요.
지지.
까비.
까비. 근데 어쩔 수가 없어가지고 방갈 당하는 거.
리플레이 시즌2 롤파크에서 펼쳐진 이 대결에서 팀 160과 농심이스포츠 아카데미의 승부 2대1로 농심이스포츠 아카데미가 영광을 가져갑니다.
그렇습니다. 정말 레전드들과의 게임에서 배운 것도 분명히 있었을 거고 사실 저들을 잡으면서 생기는 그런 자신감까지 굉장히 많은 것을 얻어갈 것 같아요. 농심 e스포츠 아카데미.
확실히 그냥 라인전이 좀 차이가 나는 것 같긴 하지.
1렙 설계가 아쉽네.
그게 제일 컸어. 어떻게든 1렙 막았어야 됐어.
반가를 거 누가 봐도 알 수밖에 없긴 했는데 벨베스가 들어와서 깽판 칠 거는 당연한 거였잖아.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
조금만 더 생각했으면 세번씩 대기빵 까자고 했을 텐데.
플랫상 막상 해볼만 한 것 같기도 하고.
근데 대기빵 쳐서 만약 진다 해도 솔직히 이렇게 질 거 알면 해야지.
그렇죠.
그럼 다시 싸우자고 할까?
다시
믿게? 다시?
다시 못 박을
다시 할까?
다시.
믿게 할까?
아쉽긴 하네. 아쉽네.
근데 감독 코치님의 딱 그 빈자리가 좀 뭔가 있는 것 같아요.
그것도 맞는 말인데 제 생각엔 저희가 결국 이렇게 반갈을 막아야 된다라는 판단 내기가 힘들지 않을까?
그런 판단은 우리가 해야 되는 거니까.
그치. 왜냐면 우리가
맞아보면.
그치 맞아. 맞아보고 좀 해봐야지 아는 건데 우리 표본이 없는 게 먼저라고 생각해요.
좀 더 디테일이 있었으면 이겼을 것 같아.
그거의 중요성을 몰랐어 우리가.
그치 그거지.
그렇죠.
맞아 그거 안 하면 그냥 이렇게 된다는 걸 몰랐으니까.
뭐 이런 상황을 저희가 뭐 겪어본 적도 많이 없었으니까.
바텀 이렇게 상대가 대놓고 들어와가지고 반을 갈라서 시작하는 걸 했을 때 우리 루시아남이 픽의 이점이 정말 싸그리 사라지는데 그거에 대한 설계라던가 플레이에서 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 부분이 있죠. 그냥 저희가 너무 모르는 게 많았다는 생각 많이 들긴 해요.
우리가 몰랐던 디테일한 부분에 대해서도 설계가 많이 필요했구나. 저희가 다른 프로팀들에 비해서 합숙을 하거나 뭐 감독 코칭님이 게시글 하시지 않잖아요. 그래서 대회를 보고 뭐 같이 하루에 한 번이라도 좀 얘기를 나누던가. 제일 중요한 거는 스크림을 많이 해서 정규 경기를 대비하면 좋을 것 같습니다.
일단 뭐 되게 좀 재밌었고요. 뭐랄까 그냥 익숙하다는 느낌? 그냥 나 왠지 여기서 경기를 해봤던 것 같은데 약간 이런 생각이 좀 들었던 것 같아요.
그냥 딱 선수 때처럼 마인드한 것 같아요. 그냥 오늘 내가 해야 되는 플레이들 같은 거 이제 머리 한 편에 약간 좀 저장해두고 게임을 하는 편이라.
짜릿했죠. 게임 내적으로 아마 다들 불리하다는 생각도 안 했을 거예요. 그냥 이긴다라는 생각? 계속 이길 것 같았어요 실제로.
좀 다행이라는 생각도 들고 그래도 한 경기 재밌는 게임 나와가지고 그래도 방송에 나갈 수도 있겠구나.
그럼 2세트 좀 MVP를 뽑자면
2세트 MVP는 그래도 캡칭 아닐까요? 저 때문에. 미드 힘싸움을 진짜 되게 힘든 상황에서 쫄지 않고 해준 거? 되게 외줄타기였는데 어쨌든 줄에서 떨어지지 않았기 때문에 그래도 두 번째로 잘했네.
그랬군요. 감사합니다. 아니 뭐 그렇게 할 수 있게끔 도와준 팀원들이 있었으니까 제가 그렇게 플레이할 수 있지 않았나. 팀원들의 희생입니다.
저는 오히려 기대를 했는데 못한 멤버가 있습니다. 정글이요. 이게 정글이 이게 생각보다 기대치만큼 못해줍니다. 왜냐하면 오너 선수든 캐년 선수든 약간 이런 포스를 보여주면서 우리를 끌어주는 약간 그런 모습을 우리 라이더들이 기대했다면 그러지 않고 그냥 여전히 앰비션인 상태로 있는 게 좀 많이 아쉽다.
걔가요? 쥐가 제우스가 아닌데 어떻게 제가 캐니언이 될 수 있죠? 큐베는 진짜 오늘 한 게 없어요. 두 번째 판 개발리고 세 번째 판 개발리고 저는 그래도 제 몫은 다 했다고 생각합니다.
일단은 이제 상체 같은 경우에는 되게 든든한데 지금 누가 봐도 하체가 조금 좀 많이 부실한 상태이기 때문에 경기를 보여주려면 연습밖에 없기 때문에 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
그냥 어쨌든 지금 제 개인적 심정으로는 이제 제가 팀원들에 비해서 어쨌든 제가 실력적으로 많이 부족하다고 생각해요. 성장하는 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
이부 어쨌든 우승팀이랑 했는데 신라 같은 희망이랄까요? 어쨌든 돌파구가 없는 건 아니니까 어떻게든 이길 수 있도록 노력을 해서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
어쨌든 다들 정점에 서봤던 선수들이기 때문에 어떻게 해야 하는지도 알고 뭐가 부족한지도 알거든요. 끝까지 가서는 저희가 웃을 수 있는 그런 상황을 만들 수 있도록 저희가 끝까지 노력하겠습니다.
그냥 빠르게 그냥 2대0으로 끝내고 집에 가지 않을까.
하나 3군한테 졌다고 들었는데 3군부터 이기고 오셔야 될 것 같습니다. I come from Sweden, 27 years old, and I am the support for T1 Esports Academy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Wolf here as we bring you into our second series of the evening. This one, look, it's interesting, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, Wolf. One of these teams needs to win. D+ are on the verge of their longest losing streak in history, ever since they promoted.
That's right, and for DRX, they are just one win behind D+, would actually tie them in wins, series wins, that is to say, if they're able to win this. Both teams right now not looking like they are playoff bound, and we went from kind of the top of the standings now towards the bottom of the standings, and D+ don't get a break. We don't have to say they're a strong team just because of their legacy, just because they're Dom 1, because they won Worlds, right? DRX won Worlds too. We're happy to say, or not happy to, but we, I think, have to factually say these are two of our weaker teams right now in the LCK. And for D+, you want to bounce back, right? This roster on paper is much stronger than DRX's. You have to look at this thing. If you look at just the 10 players who are about to enter the Rift, D+ massive favorites. But if you look at how they've been playing recently, you could probably say slight favorites, I think, is a safe thing to say.
Yeah, and there's a lot to talk about between both of these teams. I think differing form trajectories in the bottom side of the map. I think Teddy has been getting better and better as the season has gone on, and Aiming has been plummeting into some of the murky times that he's had in the past. It definitely wasn't in 2023. That was when he was playing very, very well. They need to pick themselves up. Someone needs to collect some bootstraps, I think, Wolf, and see who can be hauled out of this slump. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen for both of these teams. And yeah, that's what we need to focus on, an opportunity to escape from the losing streak. This is a fun one, though. DRX and D+ were two of our best teams in Challenger, and Sponge and Lucid have faced off many, many times. D+ didn't do a lot of losing, though, last year, especially at the beginning. I think they were on, like, what was it, an 18-game winning streak?
Yeah.
Like, something absurd.
I think that if you look at playoff stats between these two junglers, it might be a little bit more close, but in terms of all-time from 2022 to 2023, that year was definitely Lucid favored overall. Teddy has a better record than Aiming when you consider the teams he's been on and the ways in which they've matched off. If you actually had all the teams listed here, it would make a lot more contextual sense. Aiming has, of course, recently been on KT, a stronger team, ended up getting first place in regular season in summer, but we'll see how the bottom lane goes, because like you said, Aiming trending downward, Teddy trending upward. Pleta, one of our better supports on the east side, if not the best support on the east side right now. I am really looking forward to seeing how this thing goes.
This is so interesting. If you think about it in terms of college grades, there's only one real answer.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I never thought that it was just written so clearly for us.
My professor never gave me a DRX.
Mine did, and I didn't pass that class, Wolf. It was not great. Except in 2022, he upgraded the mark in that particular year. But let's see what's going to happen here as we introduce, first off, D+ Kia. Leading the charge is, of course, King in there towards the top side of the map. Him and Rascal, our two stories of sadness. When it comes to our veteran players, we'll see which one of them is going to be able to rise to the occasion here today. As, look, I've said it so many times, but a laughing showmaker is a terrifying thing to have to come to terms with. And he has been formidable. Showmaker hasn't been part of the issues that we've had with D+, even a little bit. It hasn't been enough to get them out of this slump.
To me, you know, you can point, a lot of people will point fingers at King, and they will point fingers at Aiming and the disaster that both of them had before we went to Lunar Year Break. But to me, it's about the coordination. This team doesn't have the shot calling that isn't there. Doesn't matter how well Showmaker plays if you can't fight as a 5-man unit. Similarly, on the other side of the rift here for DRX, we have Rascal, who was once the solo kill machine in the top lane, not living up to his form. Teddy, I feel like, has slowly kind of gotten closer to his peak, right? I wouldn't say he's anywhere near his T1 form and some of the most dominant performances.
Or his Jin Air form.
Jin Air form. But he's approaching it. Like, he's getting closer. Each and every week that goes by looks like he's kind of regaining his form. But the rest of the team is filled with a lot of rookies. Satab, you know, he's probably bottom 3 right now in terms of his laning performances in the mid lane. And that's not the player we saw from Challengers, right? He was one of the better mid laners there. Even when he filled in during COVID, he looked very good, ended up picking up POG in his debut match for the LCK. He isn't doing well in lane. And the bottom lane,
like, look at this.
I mean, Teddy's stats are always like a little bit warped by the champions he's played, to be fair, but they are good stats. And his laning, despite being one of the weaker teams in the LCK 9th place currently, puts him at a CS difference at 15 minutes of 14 plus, and that's with the Senna game. So
yeah,
he is really having a good time when he is able to get out of the laning phase, though, and go into team fights. It's not always about his individual performances, whether he sinks or swims. It's just about the coordination. If they can set him up for success with the gold he and Pleta have been able to pretty consistently gain.
Yeah, and I think so much of it, like you mentioned, is to do with Pleta. I think Pleta has been absolutely fantastic. And we've got some brilliant bottom lanes. We are absolutely blessed here in the LCK. And I think Teddy and Pleta really are getting up there. Unfortunately, it's the top side of the map kind of letting them down. And we've seen that with multiple teams that we have here in the LCK, and it's not D+, because D+, it's about their mid-jungle and how you can enable Showmaker and Lucid to get around the map and do things, and it's been Kingin and Aiming mainly that have been sort of letting them down when it comes to that. But when this team gets together, you could imagine that, like, you put the parts together, you know, you're doing the jigsaw puzzle, and when it's flush on the table, you're like, damn,
yeah,
that's a beautiful bunch of flowers or something that I just made a jigsaw puzzle out of. But like right now, like it's wearing the vase.
We're looking
on
for the
head.
corner pieces right now.
Yeah, we really are. And it's looking like we're trying to put a blue sky together, Wolf, and it's 3,000 pieces, and I don't like it.
Yeah. I gotta say, I think in terms of, even though DRX, a more recent World Championship team and organization, with the roster they have versus the roster that D+ has, 100%, like, I would say triple the pressure for D+ going into this match that DRX has. DRX not expected to win this. It would be a nice added bonus. I think their season hasn't been great. They'd love to take a win. There is pressure on these players, no doubt. But Zephyr is leading this squad, right? He's a very, very famous coach here in Korea. They built a roster that is solid. Showmaker extended his contract for multiple years, so he knows he's going to be with this org for a long time, but they are stumbling. They are right now 2-5. They could be 2-6 if they are upset here tonight, and that is just not an acceptable result for Aiming, who was also first All-Pro AD carry last season, first place in regular season. This is not the result you are looking for.
It absolutely isn't. Let's jump into the draft here for game number 1. And I want to remind everyone that the 4-loss streak was against Gen G, Kwangdong Freaks, Hummer Life Esports, and T1. So 3 of those teams were, until this morning, until the last series, top 3 in the LCK. And then the Kwangdong Freaks that have been like an enigma that teams cannot figure out, right? And they were performing very, very well in that match against D+. This is the first time where we're like, if DRX beats D+ here, then it's like, alarm bells, all of the warnings, everything needs to come out. It's real. You know, this is a reeling D+. But right now, we can go into this match and feel like D+ should be the team that are better than DRX until proven otherwise. DRX, though, passing the Senna test with flying colors, as we can see.
Rakan ban is interesting here. We're not super high on Zaya Rakan right now, but
Aiming is.
Yeah, he certainly is. He has been reliant on it, you could say.
Yeah.
I think that's good preparation here for DRX. Instead of trying to beat it, just don't let them play it, see what D+ will do. Milio ban here I do like. The Senna is obviously gone, so picks like the Cassante, the Orianna are soaring right now. Varus, which is also still available here, is a pick that Aiming could slam down in B1 if that is left available. Tough call, Maokai also available for Lucid to play. Potentially played a ton of Maokai in Challengers. Very, very well versed on the champion.
I wonder how Kellen is at it as well.
Yeah, could be something that comes through. Kalista will be what they go for, as Kellen is a very good Renata player, so allowing the Kalista Renata to be a big problem. I think we're going to see Varus and not Yasuo, but it is cool to see the hover.
Not be it.
That's not it. That's not Varus right there. I'm pretty sure. That's Varus on the other side. That's the one. That's the one Taze playing Varus on the other side.
Your identification of Varus is incredible, Wolf. Yeah, you're right.
And that solution without Emilio right there that D+ picked first. I'm not a big fan of that one.
They're gonna pick a fish and they're gonna hope for the best, I think is what's going to happen. Or a squid, based on that Nami skin that makes her a squid.
I'm liking, right now, in terms of picks we have here, we have Lucian on one side, we have Varus and Cassante on the other side, Atlas.
Yeah, the tier list is really pointing to DRX at this point in time.
Now the rel is
make
good.
It like that.
The rel is good here. I like that. That one's good.
Yep.
That's comfortable for Lucid. It's going to be a nice front line to absorb some of that damage and give you some potential re-engages. I like that part of this draft. The other part, we'll see how they shape it out. Is now you can go for so many different things here. as DRX. You could prioritize a mid laner if you want to, and then ban away Showmaker a little bit. You can also just grab a strong pushing support here for the Varus.
You could just pick Karma if you wanted to, but instead they're going to go for the Poppy. I like the Karma just because it is a flex pick, right? So you can put it in mid lane if you'd like to, or you can flex it to bot and have a lot of pushing power down there on the bottom side of the map. But Sponge is a great Poppy player, has been playing it for a very long time, and he will lock that one in. And that will be able to deny the Lucian quite a lot, stops a lot of the rel engages with the crash down as well quite nicely. So I do not mind the pickup at all.
When you have a Cassante to tank, a Poppy to zone with her ultimate, and obviously just zone in general with her steadfast presence, and a Varus for poke, you have so much objective control in this, densely packed, high-tier champion list that DRX have put together. So do like it a lot. Also now can protect the Cassante a little bit here with the Gwen ban. Take that away from Kingen.
Yep.
And I like the Nautilus ban. Can be quite strong into Lucian Nami. Twisted Fate.
So, what were the chances, Wolf? Do you think that Kingen was going to play Gwen? Even if it wasn't banned?
I mean, I'd say like maybe 40%. I'd say there's a pretty decent chance he'd play it. Now, would he win against Cassante? Those numbers are a little bit lower, but
this is what I'm thinking. I just feel like there is no way that Kingen isn't just playing Aatrox.
I mean, since they didn't ban Aatrox, I guess he will, but I was going to say he could also just end up on Udyr duty in this case, which would be a real tragedy, but I think it will be the Aatrox you mentioned, whereas Caitlyn Varus is going to be the lane. And
that's aggressive. That's some T1 vibes that we got going on here. We'll see whether Teddy and Pleta can actually play this one out, and who's going to be playing what?
And
that's a big question.
You get to have now, as Satyab counterpick for Showmaker, and you have a winning lane bottom. You have Cassante, so you're never really losing top side. You're never really under any threat into Kingen. As Rascal here, the Aatrox, this comp is screaming, my big game is insane. And if Showmaker locks LeBlanc here, you'll feel good about it if you're a Showmaker fan in terms of the power he has in mid game and his comfort on the pick.
But his smile, man, that's what's freaking me out. Oh no, he's gonna giggle and smile and then play Karma. Oh God.
Well,
I mean,
this
the
hasn't won in solo lanes yet.
It really hasn't. It hasn't won anywhere. Has
well, it hasn't been played bottom. So
yeah, that's true. It just hasn't done winning. I don't know whether I'm a Talia fan into the Karma. She just kind of walks around quickly as opposed to doing anything else, but you can wall things off, and when you do have double AD carry like this, the amount of setup and zone control with Poppy, all of the Caitlyn traps, the Weaver's wall, and then Cassante being a brick wall in the front line,
I imagine it
makes a lot of sense.
Caitlyn support, yeah, that's going to be the case, and I mean, it could have been Varus support, but that would have been, I think, definitely the weaker variant. You have a lot of utilities as the Caitlyn with the traps and stuff like that, but what the Karma solves for in this draft is it guarantees it was one of the...
Wait, maybe it still is Caitlyn support, and Pleta is just like...
I mean, Pleta is like Reckless
I'm not as
carry,
like that's the thing, and he was a great one as well. And maybe Teddy just has more experience playing Caitlyn, so he's like, I'll just play this if you're very comfortable in the Varus, because you put in a lot of hours on it. It makes sense. We still don't necessarily know who's going to pick the support item, right?
Yeah, let's see who's farming. I think it's a really good point that we don't really know. I expect that Caitlyn will be farming. The Caitlyn will be supporting.
I mean, they're both going to be playing like a lethality version of the champion anyway, right? That's what Caitlyn does in these like very heavy pushing lanes, try and get as much early game power as possible.
But the Karma here doesn't solve any of the problems of what you're going to have in late game team fights if you are not steamrolling the game, but it will give you prio early. So you've got to use that to get early advantages if you're D+. Otherwise, you get rolled over.
And it doubles down on their win condition, right? It's we are going to smash mid game and you will have nothing to do. See whether they can achieve it. We hop into the Rift here for game one. And Wolf, I'm a little bit
double Doran's blade, so we just don't know yet.
Oh no! And they're really making us sweat for this one to try and figure out who's actually going to be farming. Maybe we'll just maybe it's just going to be Teddy because I don't know, he doesn't have Halo Blades, so that makes me feel like he's just going to be going Crit Caitlyn. And you do definitely need items if you're playing Crit Caitlyn, but also if you're playing Crit Caitlyn, your mid game is a void.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Satab is going to face check, and he's really dead. And I was about to say, the one part of this composition for me that really doesn't click is the Talia. And now she's not even on the Rift anymore.
So what's interesting is they could have done a lot of different other things. Like they could have gone for an Azir pick, which would have been some additional peel. They could have gone for like LeBlanc themselves, try to get backline access. They ended up going for the Talia, which I think the one good thing about Talia is it is going to be able to say no to team fights where the mid game is so strong. Here on the side of D+, where you just put up a Weaver's Wall on a Dragon fight and say, nah, I'm going to try to pick somebody, or you need to leave because we have great range and we will be able to just avoid the Lucian, avoid the Aatrox. And that's going to be a little bit tougher now that he did die at First Blood. It's Karma, so she's not going to be putting kill pressure on, but it is going to be pushing the wave a little bit more comfortably after that first back, with 400 gold in her pocket. Down here, this should not be fun for Aiming and Kellen to play in any way, shape, or form.
There's a lot of outranging that's happening there on the bottom side of the map. As Showmaker is going to take Satab for a walk, and Satab is not going to have a very good time at the park.
This is the part of this game in terms of individual players and lane matchups where there's a giga gap. Unfortunately, Showmaker, despite being on a 2-5 team, is still, I'd say, top 5 mid laners right now.
And also looking better than he was all year last year.
Yeah.
And D+ weren't as bad as they are now.
And Satab has had a lot of early game accidents so far this season, including the one that happened this time around where he just kind of had no vision and walked into 5 people. Didn't have vision anywhere on the Rift, and so it's tough to blame him entirely for this, but he is the victim, as we are going to have an early gank here from Lucid.
Yeah, speaking of vision, there was absolutely none. Where Lucid walked is now bled up. He's in this brush, and Teddy, he's the one that's going to lure them away, wanting to make sure that it's not a double kill. The crashdown comes in, and Teddy will be taken out. Aiming collects that one, and that is 2 very early kills here for D+.
Yeah, so this is kind of disastrous, you know. I mean, the pathing was good there from Lucid. He avoided both of those wards, came and wrapped around most of the common ward positions there. He's able to avoid. Obviously knows there's one on the blue buff there, and then avoids the pixel brush here, just skirts around. And they didn't know, and this is what happens. You either have to have vision, which they thought they did, or you have to have a cover if you're going to push really hard with a lane like this. And they had vision, but it was skirted, no cover, and that's a kill going over. So Lucian now has a serrated Dirk in his possession.
Oh, wow. So that is that's a big tempo buy. Let's just say that for Aiming. If he builds another Ghostblade, though, I'm going to be quite bothered. Quite bothered. I think it's likely that he doesn't, as there are other options, and you can just not build it into anything, you know? Just,
I mean, in this comp,
Collector would be fine. You know, that'd be fine.
In this comp, I don't hate the Ghostblade as much as I do in a lot of other ones, because, yeah, you're never going to kill Cassante later if you go that way, but you need to win the game before Cassante is tanky anyways. I'm being a bit facetious here, obviously, but we'll see what he does build. But it is going to be very strong, obviously, in the early part of this.
The main reason why I don't like it, Wolf, is that, like, Orcs is there, and we know, like, how upset he's going to be if it happens again.
I mean, I'll be upset too.
Yeah. And
Even though I just said otherwise, I'm like,
and Chronicler will as well, for 2 reasons. You know, he has to be there with Orcs, like, so upset, and he's also feeling hurt by the purchase. Oh, not so good. Anyway, Carrier did win with support Paris into the Nami last time around.
Yeah, and Telecom War against Lehens.
Yeah.
And that was when T1 was winning everything and never losing. And
yeah, was
Carrier
that spring?
Yeah, he was playing every marksman. It was about almost exactly a year ago, just a week off.
Yep. Maybe it's like, maybe this is the month of support Varus. We're allowed to have that as
Rascal?
Rascal is walking up to try and kill a minion, and he is going to be able to do so. Won't be pulled into the chains of corruption circle, though, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, if he was almost any other champion there, he would probably have to use a summoner to escape, but because he's Cassante, he'll be okay. And now we'll just have to teleport back to lane.
All my brain can think about is the likelihood of a Ghostblade.
Well, he could just be doing the Tempo Dirk into Stormrazor.
Oh, I love it.
We have seen that before.
Yeah, big fan.
And then you go Collector second. You know, that's the thing that we have seen find success. You're playing into Talia. Maybe you blow her up. You catch Teddy later. Possibility. Right now, it's not feeling like that's necessarily 100% what we're going to see, but Showmaker having this lead, having constant prio means that you can't use as...
Ripple boop. You love to see it.
That is the Rel moment right there. I was just going to say, like, besides the fact that, you know, this is supposed to win super hard and it's not, the fact that Karma has this extra lead means the prio is a little bit warped here for DRX. Does not feel really good for the amount of control they wanted to have to neutralize the Lucian. As you can see, they're about 1,300 gold behind here already with these 2 kills.
Yeah. And already you can see that, I mean, Teddy and Pleta are kind of doing their job, right? Like, they do have a CS advantage, but it should be larger than this, right? With the investment that they made. Because the longevity of having this Varus that doesn't have very many items is just not going to be as high. You miss out on a lot of late game utility if you don't have someone that is either an engage source like a Nautilus or an enchanter that can you know, buff up the AD carry.
Not to mention too, Atlas, that like he didn't buy a support item because they went double Doran's Blade to put even additional pressure on, and so now his gold generation is severely limited, so he's going to be doing very little damage ever. Basically, and once he buys the support item, it's going to take him a really long time to complete it, and then even get vision, for example. So he's going to go back and buy it now, you have to assume, but it is a long way from relevance. Now he's picked it up here at 7 minutes in, whereas Kellen's been farming his support item this entire time.
Yeah.
And we'll just have more gold. We'll have his spike when he gets his first item, of course, and...
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ghostblade is actually just the best item on Lucian.
I don't know if that's true, but in this case, I feel like it's better than other cases we've seen it. Let's just say that.
I think that's a better way to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I don't quite understand it, nor do I really would I like to buy it myself. But, you know, movement speed's a great stat, guys.
It's the off-brand Gale Force, you know? That's what it feels like to me. I can't Gale Force for the execute and get that additional damage, but I can run at them real fast.
There you go. Run away really fast.
Run away really fast, too. Yep.
Anyway, aiming, going to be able to clear out this ward. And D+ making things as dark as possible here towards the bottom side of the map. Keeping our eye on where Lucid is. I believe going to be spotted on this control ward. They do have, so DRX definitely going to be very happy about that extra vision that they have collected for themselves. And in fact, it's not even going to be cleared, as he does decide to take down the Raptors first. Oh boy. A bit of damage. Evan Flo doing a bunch of work there as well as Kellen. If you had hit that bubble, could have been a big problem, but he does walk into a trap, and so aiming does have to blow the cleanse, and the heal had come out already just for that tempo play.
Lucid has level 6.
He's spotted on another ward though, so maybe it's not the dive opportunity, because of course Sponge in the area.
Now this is really, I don't think Satab should commit Weaver's Wall to try to make a topside play. He's going to lose a lot of plates, and it's pretty telegraphed. There's a ward there as well for Kingen. If he had committed to that, that would have been disastrous. He is not going to try to cross-map this. And in fact, it's just going to be Showmaker continuing to push these waves in. Looked like the observers were also thinking he was going to make that play, make that call. 2 great control wards on the top side for D+ mean that, I mean, obviously Showmaker would suss out that he's missing right away, but there's just no way for him to do anything there.
All right, Lucid and Sponge going to spot each other. Sponge moving down towards the bottom lane, though, as Lucid just stays on this Drake. See who's going to be able to lock it down, as that is a great ulti from Pleta, able to avoid the bubble as well. Tidal Wave has to be invested. And Sponge says, well, I just wandered down here. Now I'm going to get control of the Drake, and we'll see whether Showmaker can be enough to make sure that they still stand a chance in this fight.
Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, that's going to spell the end of it. And now even the Keeper's Verdict is going to come down just to say, nope,
and this
not
is
having a shot.
This is kind of what I was talking about with Weaver's Wall and the Talia in this composition where, okay, Lucian's a little bit strong right now. Don't want to deal with that. Don't have a lot of control around this objective. Okay, just cut them off. And it was a great ult from Pleta there to actually set it all up to get the damage down so that they could actually then force their way in and then make that Weaver's Wall play. Because Satab, he's still like, okay, well, now I'm going back under turret, and Showmaker is 20 CS on me. But his ultimate alone guarantees DRX get that first Drake. Now, if the bottom lane went a lot better, they wouldn't have necessarily needed to all go like this. If Satab hadn't gotten first blood, it wouldn't necessarily had to be played like that. But that is what the Weaver's Wall can do for you. And I think that if DRX were in a better position in this game, it could have even been maybe they used the Weaver's Wall to secure a kill and grab the objective.
Yeah.
Or just guarantee D+ can't even contest, but still works out in the end.
To be perfectly honest, the fact that they even managed to get the Drake at all is absolutely fantastic if DRX, because they're playing the game of hold on for as long as possible, right? For when, you know, they will have this Poppy able to influence the game a lot. Of course, you know, the Varus doesn't feel as good moving into the late game, but you are going to be able to outrange. And Satab, down to 100 health here as Showmaker keeps throwing Q buttons at him.
Lucid's going to grab the rest of these bubs as well because he's Rel and that's what she does. So that's going to feel nice for pushing power here.
Yeah, and it's the
King and
Hexabub as well.
We'll get him to do it again.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
Nailing
so
it. And that is 6. So they're going to have all of that added prowess in a side lane. And there's not a whole lot that can actually stop them from continuing to push in the mid stages of this game, right? Their 2-item, even 1-item spikes are really, really powerful. Teddy, of course, wants to get to 3 before he's going to be a real force. And we know that teams have really been able to take advantage of the mid-game of Talia's as well that haven't quite got enough to influence if they're not in these amazing team fights where the seismic shoves are perfect and they're skirmishing around the map and stuff like that. There has been sort of gaps, so it's going to be sort of dire straits here for DRX, I think, as we move towards the mid-game to see whether they can actually stop all of their stuff from breaking.
Yeah, and I think, you know, once Fleta actually starts to get some of that gold from a support item and can build, you know, potentially like an Umbral Glaive and start clearing vision, he's going to be able to make this vision game a little bit more interesting. Like, he can be quite oppressive if he interacts with Kellen while they're clearing a ward, for example. Stormmaker finally getting hit by one of those. Yeah, not going to care about it, but he's like, I win this trade anyways. Once he becomes relevant to control some of that vision, like, there is an angle here for DRX. A lot of the gold lead for D+, outside of those 2 kills, is actually just on the fact that Kellen had a support item first. So keep that in mind when we look at some of these numbers that were shown earlier in terms of the support gold advantage. Doesn't feel great for Fleta, but he will eventually generate that. Like, it is capped, so he will eventually catch up to all of that gold that he is behind.
And thankfully, we're safe, Wolf. So we don't even need to worry about it. It was the Cyclo Sword all along. And I don't even think Ghostblade even, it definitely doesn't have a Brutalizer, so I don't know.
No, he just went, he went for the Temple Jerk into Cyclo Sword instead
and that's great. I'm into it. I mean, I think we've gotten used to Stormrazor being the build, but Cyclo Sword was fun for a little while.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that item. It was really a week 1 kind of experiment. And then
I mean, there was a time where Brutalizer did build into Ghostblade. It was just like 8 years ago.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. Sometimes my brain forgets.
Slay alert.
Oh dear.
That's not Ox's favorite item, but it is going to be completed here early. You can see how quickly Kellen was able to put that together, 13 minutes. So that's the first step.
Wow. Karma really, did she need the buff?
I don't think so.
It's really kind of like ridiculous the amount of damage that you do. And
yeah.
He's able to take down all of the melees with one of the Qs.
And then another Q to get the ones that didn't kill on the first one.
The crazy thing is, it's like he hasn't even hit Malignance yet, and that's when it gets even worse.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Now, also Mandate was completed on this back here for Kellen, so he has his support item done. He has Mandate now. And the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. I do not think a Weaver's Wall this time will be alone enough to secure the objective. I think DRX are going to either have to give this one away or maybe try to force for a pick somewhere else. Maybe either try to cross-map or, well, running away.
That's a decent way to do it.
That's probably not going to get you anything, but hey, Herald is up.
Gets you out alive, and that is certainly a good thing. When we do have 17 seconds on the Mountain Drake, and Aiming will be able to transition from this outer turret in bottom lane into taking that one. But Rift Herald is gathered here by DRX.
Yeah,
see whether they can actually push down this mid-outer turret, or at least put enough pressure to deny the Drake, as, my god, he does have it now. So that's the kind of pain and horror that you do have to confront when the Malignance is completed. There it is once again.
The suffering.
Yes.
That Satab will continue to feel. In this case, Teddy is feeling. So they're just going to push down these turrets. Like, oh, you got Rift Herald. I don't care. I'll just take turrets the old-fashioned way with Bubs. And that's what we want to do. Sponge is trying to ult. Oh, God.
Oh, God. He might just straight up die. Aiming is ganking them from behind the turret. And there are Bubs here. Remember, this is 6 Bubs strong. So this outer turret is not long for the world. And my goodness, what an incredible play from D+. This game looked like it wasn't quite there yet. But now it looks completely doomed.
No, it is completely doomed, yeah. 2 turrets down, so Aiming has 2 kills now. His second kill he picks up there. He got the whole turret bottom side. Now they got mid turret. Where can you Herald here now as Sponge? You don't really have great opportunities. He missed his ultimate, unfortunately, tried to use to defend the turret, and then ends up losing out with the flanking Lucian to blow him up. And now D+ grabbed the dragon here. It's Chemtech Soul, so whatever. I don't know if we're going to get the Soul in this one, but
hey, but it is like the Aatrox Chemtech Soul, so that feels a little better.
Sure.
You know?
Sure. As this just misses, and then Lucid flash ults and aiming just kills them. He only gets one of the kills, but, you know, he already got a turret. He'll take a second kill and an additional turret in mid. He's big. Teddy's all right.
Yeah, now we're going to bring up the 0-5 Karma stats. I do feel a little bit like this is somewhat of an anomaly.
Yeah, I don't know. Just doing DRX a little dirty on this one.
Can we have like a little center that pops up as like, this was against a center composition, this was against a center composition, over and over again, because that might be somewhat relevant.
Hey, the Cassante win rate might also go down. I should put that one up as well.
Ooh. There aren't always silver linings.
That was production's way of also doing this one is doomed.
But maybe it's also time to celebrate the Karma finally winning a game.
Yeah! We got first
blood.
Garen, now we got first Karma win.
Oh, it's beautiful. What a time to be alive. Don't remind me of the Garen incident.
It didn't win, but it was the first Garen.
And they didn't lose the series, so there you go.
Yeah!
And it was Lucian Melio's fault. It wasn't Garen's fault.
True.
And the build could have been a little bit better. I could make excuses for days, all right?
But yeah, Lucian's win rate this week also about to go up a lot as well, Atlas.
Oh, that's true. That's a bit of a... I don't know whether we want to be encouraging more Lucian, but the way that D+ are playing this composition is pretty quintessential for a winning Lucian mindset, right? It's fast and loose, especially around this time. 15 to 25 minutes is where you want to get most of your winning done. And this is a lot of winning that they've already put on the table.
Yeah, that play in mid we like to call it Lucid and Lucian.
Like it.
Yeah.
That's not a Lucian moment, that's a Winshin moment?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying? All right, Seitab going to get flashed on here. As the tidal wave comes in, the explosion is enough. Cool guys do not look at them though, and Showmaker is absolutely a cool guy. Now Lucid making his way, and he's just going to Magnet Storm on the spot, being a brick wall, but Rascal's going to go all out. And Lucid does have to use that crash down to try and escape Kingin. Kind of a monster in this fight, but there's a Cassante, and he's still a problem. Kingin somehow survives. Is this Worlds 2022? Is he back? As now Showmaker comes around from the side, but Sponge able to walk it off as the Poppy, and Seitab, the only one to fall down.
We call Lucid and Lucian. It was Lucid went in, and Kingin went in, and then there was a re-engage, and Rascal got a knock-up, and then everybody left, but then Lucid, he pressed his ult, and afterwards, eventually, aiming on Lucian went in. That's what Lucid and Lucian.
It was another Lucid and Lucian.
You just gotta wait. You just gotta wait for it, because it starts off a little bit disjointed here, as you know, the Lucian is not yet really in position to do it, as aiming is coming over, and Malignance kills the Talia, and then they're like, all right, well, we have Magnet Storm. We can actually make this play happen, right? The Magnet Storm isn't great. Sponge is able to avoid that and then get in here and pop an ultimate, which does push a lot of utility away from this, and then Kingin gets a little Cassante, and then he actually somehow survives as no one's able to hit him with anything, and then there's the Lucian. Like I said, Lucid and Lucian.
Yeah, and it just pushes them away, and they do manage to survive. I may have got a little bit overexcited, but like seeing Kingin go that deep and then not dying, like, we got to give it to him.
Yeah.
It's been a really rough...
Okay, this is what I wanted to see. I was about to say, Showmaker's damage this game is going to be off the charts.
It already is.
And he is now almost double the damage of the next highest, which is Kingin. He might triple aiming's damage, which is hilarious because he's a 2-0 and 2 Lucian who got 2 turrets. That's just the power of Karma. We should probably still pick this one.
HLE is going to be used as an escape tool here by Seitab. He's going to crash her into the wall over here.
It's his second escape this time. Last time he used the Weaver's Wall, this time he's using the Rift Herald. He's an escape artist, this guy.
I like it. It's like you fool me once, shame on me, but you're never fooling me again. But please don't kill my Nexus, I think is kind of the thing. As, oh my goodness, okay, this is what happens when the Lucian gets accelerated, and this one definitely is. Rapid fire cannon now completed as well, and we've got fights all over the place. Aiming just frontlining here, and Seitab once again in trouble. Will get knocked up, pulled back, and Kingin just gonna cut him down where he stands.
Yeah, no Herald or...
Again, by the way, whose skin is that on that Aatrox? I keep forgetting.
I think it's the DRX top laner from 2022.
Oh, cool. Anyway, Rascal is going to take a bit of damage here from Showmaker. And man, this DRX composition just doing what it says on the tin. And it's working out beautifully. Now taking down an inner turret here as we crest the 20-minute mark.
And, I mean, aiming... he is very big. He just ulted a Poppy, but he's got to compete with Showmaker's damage numbers in this game, right? Because he's like, man, I might actually be out of playing Marksman. I might have to play Karma AD carry from now on if this is how it's going to go, because that Showmaker damage is real. And if Showmaker goes Leandri's third, which he won't, but if he did, that would be really the only way his damage numbers could continue to ramp up. But I mean, he bought a needlessly large rod. It's ramping. As Setab, unfortunately, he wanted to get that last minion. It will be his undoing. As he is just.
And I kind of caster cursed him as well, because I said that he was going to keep making escapes, and he didn't escape. Not from that one. By the way, do you think if Aiming was forced to play Karma, that Kellen would play Nico? Because I really want a Karma Chameleon lane.
I would be down for it, just for the comedic effect.
Yeah, I think it's worth it.
All right, let's see if Showmaker can be killed when he doesn't have Flash. Not yet. Oh, how much does he want that ward? He wants it a lot.
But how much do DRX think that they will not die if they try to engage on him? And the answer is, we probably will, I guess. Especially without Cassante, who's the only one that can really take a cure to.
Bloodsong?
Even then, I don't know.
Bloodsong on Pleta means that the fact that he's holding no items will still allow him to do some amount of damage. But he's just going to leave, actually.
And Teddy's going to try to leave. The Showmaker using the Inspire Shield, and there's the crash down. My god, the damage. Magnet Storm is going to pull Teddy back, and it'll take a bit of damage there, and an extra smite that the Caitlyn will fall. And 7-0, guys. It's feeling somewhat one-sided.
I just don't know if Karma's viable. It couldn't kill him without Smite. Now Lucid doesn't have Smite for Baron.
That was your takeaway from this moment.
He doesn't have Smite for Baron. And now they're going to contest with a teleport here. This could be problematic. Look, Lucid, no Smite.
He is only 4 times his opposition's damage. I think that could be higher as well, as Pleto taking so much damage here. There's the flash forward, the Shattering Strike, as Sponge wanting to be a bit of a frontline. They are actually winning out in the 3v3. The 2v2, though, you don't want to look at if you're a DRX fan, as Rascal is unfortunately going to fall down.
Successful Baron delay.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, actually, as Showmaker has decided that perhaps if we kill everyone, we won't need to take the Baron, and that might actually be true. Setab rotating over. Is this turret actual safety, though, is the question, as Ace in the Hole comes through, but that is a very tanky Rel, and Lucid will be A-OK. Showmaker still lurking on the sidelines of the fight. I have a feeling it might be over for now, as Sponge is dead. That should mean Baron.
Should definitely, but doesn't necessarily need to be is the question. Like you were already kind of implying earlier. Setab is dead.
Oh, yeah, there's the bubble. And there goes the Talia.
10 stacks of Dark Seal as well now on this Karma, as I think Showmaker is appealing to his teammates to not end the game so that he can continue to play Karma. We did, we always are scared. We're not sure what it means. You mentioned earlier when you see the Showmaker giggle before the game starts.
I mean, we used to know exactly what it meant, Wolf. We used to. You were sitting there beside me when you'd see that grin on his face, and then we'd be leaving LOL Park at like 7:30, and that should never happen.
We don't really have sub 20-minute games anymore with this meta, but it's about as close as it's going to get. I mean, the game certainly did end, pre 15 minutes, but
it was decided.
Yeah, it was decided. But Showmaker's out 3,500 gold ahead. He has a death cap. So I'm really just looking forward to myself as a connoisseur of Karma priority.
Connoisseur, if you will.
Yeah, connoisseur of how much his next Mantra Q is going to do. I want to see, even on a Cassante.
Oh, God.
I want to see it. It doesn't matter who he hits. If he hits Teddy, that's at least half his health bar.
At least, yeah.
And that's without the burn on the ground. Oh, come on, Showmaker, press it, press it, press it.
Yeah, let's see what happens. As they are going to push in Lucid. Does a bit of damage there to Rascal, but the Magnet Storm onto 4. The bubble comes in as well, and they're being culled. Absolutely decimated. We had our eyes on the Karma, but it was everybody else that was tearing them to shreds. And Showmaker will finally take down Sponge. Rascal is defecting. He's running to the other side of the rift because he knows this game is done. D+ will break open the base here at 25 minutes and maybe just look for a purple buff to wear as they kill the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, there was a dragon taken by Weaver as well. There was a Herald that was used as an escape, but otherwise we are looking at perfect game territory here for D+, as Lucid and Showmaker just closing the gap, and you yoinked back.
Yeah.
Engage! You pulled back the Rel!
I mean, I'd want to congratulate Lucid for this play, but it was mainly DRX players that put him in the position that he was.
He was like, I'm trying to get in there and press R, and they were like, we can help you with that. We're ready to move on to game 2.
Yeah.
And I think we all are. 6-0-6 on the Karma.
We need that Magi's. He's just gone back to base.
Yeah,
Is it Magi's or has he built a Blighted Jewel? Or both?
I think it's got to be Magi's, right?
It's got to be. It's got to be the Showmaker feeling himself.
Thanks, Red Bull, but we got to, you know.
Yeah, and we appreciate the power play here.
We do. But
he's only sitting at like 700 right now, but he doesn't. It was just a book. It was a book, so it's the right direction, right? But it's not quite the right book.
Yeah, it just didn't quite.
May have just not.
Some of his kills were taken away in that last fight, so.
And he was fresh off a reset.
Yeah.
As well. So 6-0-6 though, still an absolutely phenomenal performance here by Showmaker.
Satab looking to take that turret away, topside.
Hey, there we go.
That's bounty gold.
It is. Does have teleport, so he can be here for the eventual defense that'll need to occur. And he does take that bounty gold like you were talking about. This Drake basically forgotten at this point in time. D+ have better things on their mind, as it turns out.
TP, oh man, that damage is real. Pleta is going to have to heal.
Yeah. And Amy is just going to dash up and try to destroy Teddy. The culling is going to be blocked, though, by Rascal quite nicely. He's still Cassante after all. Seismic shove onto aiming, but it's just not really doing too much. Kellen tanking the ace in a hole is, oh my goodness, okay. There goes the theoretically tanky Poppy as Teddy's just trying to survive, but he is so far away from his teammates. That's an all-out, and Lucid once again uses it as a taxi, and everyone's just exploding. These Qs from this Karma are nuclear.
Yeah, he is just, he's shooting 2-pointers, not even 3-pointers, man.
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. Teddy's like, just please end the game. And they are going to acquiesce. There is game 1 victory for D+ Kia. They're going to need another one, but it might be the end of the losing streak.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's a statement win. There were only Ox, and I'm not even trying to throw shade, but because a lot of us were thinking about it, only Ox predicted DRX this week on the global side for this best of 3. But a lot of people were worried. A lot of people were really concerned.
Oh yeah,
man,
actually,
I might drop the ball here, but that's a good statement first win here.
It certainly is, and I think like strength of schedule is something to look at, right? And when they lost to Kwandong, that's when we were really starting to get worried about D+ because we had put Kwandong in a not on the west side category. They have sort of proven themselves that they are better than that, and then all of the other losses to D+ should theoretically, for D+, should theoretically make sense because they were for the top 3 at the time. So that sort of makes some sense here, but I didn't think it would be a smashing quite this bad.
A lot of stuff went wrong. That shouldn't have. Yeah,
This is the most one-sided game that we've had so far this season.
I'm just trying to do some simple math, and like, no, if you add up every DRX member, he didn't do his
math on screen.
Yeah, but he didn't actually out-damage the entirety of DRX.
Ah, not quite.
If you add them all together, they actually are slightly higher.
Yeah, just slightly though. It's basically
it's like
DRX's
1K higher
worth of damage. DRX's worth of damage, and that was enough. So we get the slow zoom into our eventual POG. It is now time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space in game number 2.
대처하면?
나 쉴드?
엎어졌어. 이속 들고 있어.
천천히 결국.
야 바로스 노공. 바로스 노공.
야 만타 무한해보자. 만타
W
무한.
조심.
한번 서줄게.
야 바로스 노공이야.
나풀 10초, 15초. 이때 박을게 15초.
안 박아도 끝나긴 해.
그냥 끝나네.
그냥 만타 돌리던가 그냥.
난 박을게요.
허장 가보자.
노플, 칼리아 노플.
가보자. 허장 무한 만타. 돼? 버프 돼? 버프. 네. 와! 가봐. 야, 쉴드 버프는
나도 야 만드라 계속 쏴.
만타 3초.
기분 좋아?
개 재밌는데? 이게 카르마야.
와, 세다.
더, 이제 됐어.
야 뛰어놔. 야 줄력 추적해. 아 가비.
나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of DRX up against D plus Kia. Wasn't much of a game though, as D plus Kia from minute 1 kind of just smushed them into the ground. I'm joined by Ox and Chronicler once again. Any thoughts on that game number 1?
A lot of thoughts, but none of them are particularly noteworthy or positive towards DRX, because that was, as the casters were saying as well, the most one-sided game, I think. It wasn't the fastest, but it did feel like it was just, what, 3 minutes in and we were like, oh no.
I thought the draft was pretty good.
Yeah, we were like, oh man, is DRX going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we see the Lucian in a situation where, like, between the Lucian and the Karma, so Aatrox likes to go lethality, obviously, with the Profane Hydra. Lucian aiming built lethality, and you have this Karma who's not the best at cutting through tanks, so for me, it was like, well, if DRX make it to late game, their front line's unkillable. But the big caveat was make it a late game, and that didn't happen.
I would like to repeat something with this Varus support, which they didn't have to go for. I want to reiterate that. They could have pivoted away from that pretty easily. There were plenty of things you can go with Varus here that would not have suffered the same way. You are not Carrier, and your team is not T1. Like, Varus support is reserved for a very select set of players in a very select set of circumstances, and I think it's somewhat understandable because Plata was an AD carry, and I don't think that it was specifically up to them, but it is basically saying if you don't win the laning phase, which they didn't due to an early gank, then it's just immediately over.
And you could see the power in the 2v2 at moments, but I think Lucy did a great job of getting an early gank off towards the bot lane. They also had that invade level 1 that really did favors, and honestly, it felt like the top side of the map, like at least the bot lane was trying. You know, they're trying to meet their win condition. The top side of the map for DRX was kind of invisible, and I feel like Showmaker and Lucid kind of just ran the rift.
Yeah, I think either like an early ward to see the early gank from Lucid, or Sponge has got to like full clear and just get down there and try to like get your lane going, right? Because that's what you're playing for with the double AD carry. But guys, let's take a look at the highlights here. Starting off with the level 1. This is, you know, very unfortunate. Just the early kill onto Setab just to start things off in the right direction for D+.
It's also the timing there, because if he's like literally half a second earlier, he will see aiming go back into the brush. And then again, this is a bot lane that needs to win. Like, you need to win the lane. You need to win the 2v2. The moment you start falling behind, you lose lane pressure, it's just immediately over.
Yeah, and I think as a jungler, you have to be playing towards that lane. You have to be covering, you have to be shattering. The Poppy's really good into the Rel. We've actually seen times where, like, Poppy's invaded and challenged the Rel early because of her early power and also the fact you can interrupt everything. So it's not like you're playing a jungler who can't match up to the Rel, and you didn't really need to give attention to your other lanes. Mid was losing by itself, but you can't really change that. Top is Cassante. He just has to exist, and it's winning.
It's very true, and you know, they prioritized taking this Poppy before the second round of bans. They could have gone for like Nautilus instead, try to do like Varus Nautilus, but instead they're like, okay, we got this Poppy, we're gonna utilize it, and then it just did nothing the whole game. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, the top fight at around 17 minutes into the game. You know, there were a lot of nails in the coffin already, but this one kind of just, it was another one.
Yeah, there was just a whole lot of things not working out. Showmaker just guaranteeing and also dodging the seismic shove. And then looking at the fact that he kills it in of itself is like, it's already not looking too good. But it really showcases how far ahead. This is where DRX lose the game. This is a highlight to showcase that the game is already so over. Yep. This is like 17 minutes in.
And you know what as well? It even ended up being a Chemtech Soul. And if you're a team who has like the scaling that DRX has, that's such good news. Like, oh, well, it's not like an impactful Soul. We can just kind of weather the storm. And yet they didn't stand a chance of doing that. Like, the conditions were good for them. The draft was good for them. But frankly, D+ just kind of gapped them. And the lead they managed to build up was so significant, it felt impossible to make mistakes after a point. They could really just do what they wanted and run them over.
Yeah, I think it is a pretty good sign for DRX that they're like, okay, well, we have some decent drafting, but again, the execution just has to be there. We've seen D+ really struggling nowadays, but still able to crush them in this manner is, you know, not a good look for DRX. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go, so let's take a look who picks that up. It will be Lucid on the Rel for his multiple great engages.
Yeah, I think he really led the charge. You know, this early gank was making the impact, but consistently finding the engages in team fights. I feel like we'll probably get some votes for Showmaker. He did have a good laning phase and did the boom boom damage, but I feel like, you know, we were saying they got this huge lead that secured them the win, and I think Lucid was the person who got them to that position.
And it also, again, reinforces that when DK looks good, I think it is mid-jungle. If mid-jungle are on, if they are playing well together, then DK look good. And I think Max put it really, really well earlier during the start of the game when he was like, we need to remember who they faced off against, right? Who actually were the teams that DK struggled against. And outside of Kwangdong, I think a lot of the teams we already knew were really good. And at this point, I think we can safely say that Kwangdong are looking to be, at the very least, like a top 5 team in the LCK.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that was game number 1. Hopefully game number 2 is a little bit more competitive. Let's go back to the casters for that second game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm a bit sad that I didn't get my call on the... I just think Showmaker, after getting a pentakill on Kassadin and then having this game here, where he did almost an entire team's worth of damage, it's probably about time.
You know, when the game was all about him at a certain point and how big he was and how he could just press R, then press Q, and if he hit more than one person, it was done.
That being said, looking back, he was just Karma. And it's very hard to make Karma look skill expressive.
No, I mean, absolutely. Right? And Lucid did set him up quite significantly. There was a topside play they had in the second highlight there. There was the first blood, obviously, which Lucid set up, but the whole team set up. I mean, it was either one of them. I think it's actually totally fine.
Oh, it's absolutely.
I am just saying, to me, to 2/3 of the votes.
It's about time for like the coin to flip the other side. It's about the time for the coin to flip the other side. That's all.
I think that DRX had the better draft. I think we discussed this quite substantially. I was very worried about D+ in that first game with their draft, but you know what? If you just absolutely stomp, you absolutely steamroll, I guess it just doesn't matter. That's what their draft was supposed to do. They did it. And let's see what they're going to do here in game 2, as DRX obviously have blue side now with side selection, and maybe they themselves will pick up a Karma. They can either do that or get a Senna, you know? I mean, they could try to change the priority up a little bit here.
Yeah, and already we're seeing a different order as far as these bans are concerned. It was a Kalista ban, but it happened last on the red side in game number 1, so wanting to make sure that aiming doesn't have access to that. And I think denying D+ all of these early game options, they are a team that's like steamroll or not, right? And if you can just try and make sure that you have the ability to get through it, it is a possibility to win late, especially when you have Teddy there, right, who can achieve Fountain Laser status like he used to back in his heyday.
I mean, a lot of scrims, by the way, look exactly like how that game went just there, where something goes wrong and you just actually end the scrim. You don't finish the game. And it does make me wonder if a lot of games do happen like that in scrims, to where people are like, okay, Lucian is way stronger than the global casters thing. But...
Well, that's actually a big thing, honestly. I was thinking about this before. I was like, why is it that everyone is prioritizing this Lucian so incredibly highly? And there must be something happening in scrims that is sort of warping the perception of this champion. And of course, you can't be just results-based, right? We know that Karma is very strong, even though she's 1-5 this week. Things like this, like, there are certain things that don't come into effect, but I feel like the Lucian has just looked not as good. In a lot of these games, outside of, I guess, the last one, but it wasn't really about aiming.
Yeah, I think it could have been almost any other pick, and it would have looked similarly. You know, obviously, would have been a longer game, but let's see if they do ban the Karma here. I don't think they necessarily have to as D+, but, you know, with how successful it was in game 1, it might be something that's worth a look. Maokai being the other pick that's really strong that we have seen in this spot a lot. Taking away Sejuani, because if you give the Ashe, the Sejuani is still up. That's kind of, you know, if you didn't plan on picking it yourself,
pick your poison,
can be a problem. Yeah, take that away. Let's see what they're going to do in response to dealing with this Ashe, as the Varus is already banned, right? You could try to play Karma into this in the bottom lane, but for some reason, LCK teams just don't want to play Karma ever.
And Karma Ezreal is an availability.
Yeah.
That would be a bit of fun.
Maokai would be fun, but Rel worked out very well last game, and you can just grab a prio mid pick like Orianna, which we haven't really seen that much today for some reason, but...
Or you could just pick the Karma again.
You could, and they might, and then you can flex it. It's actually a strong position to do so.
Yeah, because then if you pick Karma here, and then you pick Ezreal, then where is everything going? You don't necessarily know. Because, of course, Rel could be flexed into support. There's a whole bunch of things you could do. But Kingen is going to opt in for his Aatrox that he loves so dearly. And so we're not going to see any of that sort of flexibility.
So what's going to be played down here in the bottom lane? You don't have a lot of information about what the enemy AD carry is. You don't know what the support is either. Very awkward here for DRX to go all in on something like a Bard or even a Karma themselves and try to have a really strong pushing lane. Caitlyn is available. You could do Ashe Caitlyn if you really wanted to do that, but you, again, don't know what you're up against. So very awkward. We will see the Poppy to come through here again. Didn't have the biggest impact, but it wasn't necessarily his fault last game around, obviously, because it was just so off the rails so early.
That's true, but he needed to be bottom lane a whole lot more than he was, right? He was just sort of milling about. I think a lot of our best Poppies have shown that you are supposed to just try and camp as much as possible.
This is not my...
Ezreal is going to be locked in. That's kind of fun as Twisted Fate. Oh my goodness, back to a Showmaker special.
Yeah, this is not my favorite Ezreal lane, you know, but it certainly could be quite interesting.
I like to call it OG, you know, because like these are two of the oldest champions, like 3 of the oldest champions in the game.
Yeah.
We need like Kale Morgana or like Rammus Alistair.
The audience, by the way, the audience is like, when he's like hovering over his face, they're like, ooh. And he like hovers Karma like, ooh,
It was Showmaker like hovering, saying like, I'd really like a POG, and then Lucid's like, yeah, but I want 300 points. Like, that'd be really cool. And so instead,
the 35,000 damage Karma was just displeasing to the audience. We're not interested in seeing that a second time.
I mean, if I was on the DRX side of Lolpark, I would definitely be in a very similar boat. As Azir going to be taken away, and you can see D+ now able to cover for the mid lane matchup if they would like to. I think the Ezreal's kind of cool as a denial pick, right?
Yeah.
Because then you stop aiming from playing a champion that he does really, really like. And also you can buffer the Arcane Shift if you get an arrow thrown at you and stuff like that. There are certainly some opportunities.
It's certainly, like, with Karma available, you know, you could have seen the Karma Ezreal come through it. The position in which they picked it, it wasn't going to be dual pickable, so you could have just banned one of the 2 parts. But, I mean, it still could be a Karma bottom lane here. We are still not 100% sure at this point in time. It seems unlikely, but it is certainly possible, as the Orianna is now banned away. Pike.
So this is another thing that must be working in script.
Yeah, because Pike into Ezreal Ashe sounds so terrible to me.
Very miserable.
Sounds really unplayable unless you get like that one early all-in. Otherwise, you're leaving the lane and hoping an Ashe doesn't hit you with an arrow. As aiming is just going to flip through different AD carry metas before he eventually settles on Caitlyn. So it could just be Caitlyn Karma, and then Showmaker plays a Twisted Fate R5.
Ooh, that'd be really fun.
And they're hovering it. They know Atlas. They got to deny his Twisted Fate, so he has to play Karma mid.
Hey, but then at least we get the Twisted Fate.
Do you want to play Twisted Fate into Karma, though? Ever? In any scenario? In the early game? That sounds really...
Oh, I love this, though. This is just...
We're playing Camille. We're going back in time?
Yeah, we're playing 1-3-1, and this is the OG 1-3-1 composition. And it had Ezreal in it because he's very good at sitting mid, absorbing pressure, and Poppy can actually play to this really well. So Kellen's going to lock away the Bard to see whether they can use this to try and get a little bit of extra power in the lane and also have those setups that are possible. This is really interesting from DRX, and I'm really glad that we finally get to see the Twisted Fate.
So if it's AD Twisted Fate, I think it's going to have a really bad time into Karma a lot of the early game. And if he tries to Destiny Gate and then collapse onto someone, I think your best bet is going to be trying to kind of just gank topside right and shut down the Aatrox. If you're trying to flank a Caitlyn, for example, you're never going to have the Prio do that. You're never really going to have the Prio do it topside either. You're really going to have to fish for an angle to use this Twisted Fate. As exciting as Twisted Fate is, and would love to see AD, I don't know if that really makes sense or is ever going to work here in this case. The rest of the draft, though, I can kind of get behind. You know, if you play it front to back, if you play it slow, you've got double threats. You know, you have the Ashe Ezreal, which in a longer fight will slow those targets down for the Ezreal to then chip away at them and do a ton of damage. Ezreal's buffed on this patch. His ratios are good. And I think that some aspects of this are going to be quite strong. I just do worry about the AD Twisted Fate. I mean, a lot of AD Twisted Fate, you don't even stack the wave clear ability. You don't even skill that. You're going to need that against Karma.
Well, yeah, and also, like, we have seen a lot of Twisted Fate is just being played AP, right? Like, you don't have to play
I think he probably should.
the AD version. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. A lot of players just experimenting. Let's dive onto the Rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, DRX fans a little bit in shambles. I can feel because those fan chants were a little bit sporadic, a little bit all over the place. But I could imagine that's how you would be feeling after that game number 1. Reeling a little bit would be the best way to put it. They're going to have to dive back onto the horse here, though. See whether things can work out a little bit better. And with a really cool composition like this, I do like the possibility. Satab has taken the fleet footwork and has gone into his Doran's Blade to start this one off. And of course, it is possible that he still just plays AP from here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly possible. Just looking at stats for Satab, it is his first professional game of Twisted Fate. He has never played it before.
That is actually so interesting because there hasn't been a Twisted Fate meta, so why would he?
Yeah. Season 12, Season 13, Season 14, those are the 3 seasons he's played professional play.
Yep.
He has not played it yet. There were some niche moments where you could play Twisted Fate in like Season 12. We saw Chovy actually play it a lot. He was kind of one of the only people who do it.
That's true.
Showmaker 2 would do it sometimes. But it was not very common. In 2021, that was when we saw Twisted Fate like all the time.
Every game, yep.
And that was right before Satab, got into the challenger scene and started playing professionally, so makes sense that he hasn't played. Obviously, he is a League of Legends enjoyer, so I'm sure he's played hundreds of games of Twisted Fate in his life, but just never on the professional stage before. So find that to be interesting as well, that he's going to be tested in such a way, especially because his individual performances have definitely left us a little bit wanting, especially based on what we've seen from him at his best throughout his career so far.
I'm really sad that they didn't choose Jax as their split pushing option, though, for the top lane. Just because then we'd literally have every champion being more than 12 years old.
Yeah, that would have been really rad.
That would have been pretty cool. But instead, it's Camille, and Camille is a little bit newer than that. I think she was like 2017 or something. 2016?
Remember Camille Jungle?
I do. There is a skin for a certain player for Camille Jungle. But I don't like remembering 2018 Worlds because that was a sad time for the majority of not only just KT fans,
but LCK fans,
but LCK fans in general, and especially Genji and Freak fans. It was just not a good time.
Not the greatest for us. He did skill Q. That's something that you don't always do, but I think you have to do in this matchup. And he is holding his own pretty well. Obviously, early on, Showmaker did not get first blood and get a freebie to start things off. And with red card, you can obviously deal with the Karma push better than a lot of other champions can at level 3.
Yep, and it's going to be a lot of lane trading here as well. Of course, Twisted Fate does have a fair few lane control tools at his disposal. You can see just chilling. So, Pledder walking on vision right now as Kellen leaves the lane. Right now, bottom side of the map is very much even. And this new Bard skin, kind of cool, right, and stuff like that. I don't even know how new it is, but like Snow Day Bard with the nice little cup of cocoa that you can leave your teammates. It's really cute. I'm a big fan of it. As Kingen does spot out the fact that Sponge is here after getting that ward over the wall.
Good ward placement, actually, to see him, even if he took a really weird, awkward angle.
Whoa, that's a big old flash as Kellen is just going in. They get the trap down as well as aiming the 90 caliber net. Oh my goodness, crash down from Lucid. They are really committing to this one, but it's not going to work out. Lucid down to 100 health. They do manage to get a whole bunch of summoner spells, but no first blood just yet.
It is actually shocking and almost illegal that nobody dies here for
That's
DRX.
Crazy.
But it was a little bit botched there, unfortunately, by Lucid. Didn't commit his flash there, comes up a little bit short. And unfortunately, as a result, Pledder will escape with his life. A summoner down, or rather a flash down, but 3 summoners down total here for DRX. It's still a small win here for D+, but they definitely could have gotten so much more.
Just pretty crazy. Like seeing a Bard flash over a small wall like that when it's a Bard, that is intimidating because he has an ability that just does that,
Yeah.
But instead, he wants to make sure that he's as much of a jump scare as possible. Definitely like the gusto.
This is the moment. Well, no, it's not. I was gonna say this is the moment we find out what Setab is building, but actually it's not. So, it will soon be the moment. We're just not there yet. As starting to gold card trade when Showmaker hits the minion wave is how you're gonna end up getting really nice trades into the Karma. So that feels really nice. Setab's able to get that, but Showmaker is just going to leave and teleport back in. But if he does it again, you know,
yeah,
that's.
And now we've got Setab leaving as well, which is what we really wanted to see. See exactly where this build is going to be going. If he picks up a Cheesies,
as cool as
an idea.
As cool as it is to see him do that, it's also practical because it means that it's really difficult for Sponge to actually get any of those in a potential steal.
Yeah, you never have to worry about the shields either. It's just a whole lot more efficient. And so it looks like it will be the AD version of the Twisted Fate, or at least on hit. Still do a fair bit of magic damage.
Berserker Greaves
stacking the deck.
Coming out, and you know, we'll see obviously what items he does end up building into. There's a lot of different variants of the build, but one of the most common rushes is the Shiv. Static Shiv allows you to just kind of sit in the side lane and push waves super fast and then constantly be that 1-3-1 threat. So that is the expectation that he'll build that first. And then we'll see what he does after that in terms of like rapid fire cannon, quite standard, as Kingen maybe endangered.
Destiny going to be used here towards this top side of the map, and Kingen I think has realized that he may not be getting out of this one, and there is first blood going over to Rascal. And he didn't even manage to clear much of the minion wave. That's a really great first gank. And we often say, Twisted Fate, if you get your first Destiny off, you're in a good spot.
I know that's one of your favorite things to say about Twisted Fate, just like what
I didn't get to say it for the last 2 years, Wolf. You mentioned that to me.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had to talk about the Zoe Wolf turret for a while either, so I'm still waiting on my chance. But I was going to say it, but you said it already, and I knew you were going to say it. He also didn't have to use Hextech Ultimatum in order to secure that kill. It was just simply a Destiny into gold card situation there. Kingen didn't flash, didn't try to get out of it, just accepted his fate, and then we'll teleport back to lane. As you can see, Sponge is here, and I think as Kingen sees there are 3 people here, he's like, let's just get as many minions of this as I can. Misses all those ranged minions, unfortunately, and that means that Rascal can grab a plate on top of it all. So feeling fantastic about his start here. Twisted Fate picking up an assist early for Setab as well.
Yeah, and really nice. And
DRX.
Also, the bounce back for Setab. Fantastic, right? Like, he had a really rough game 1 and is now really ticking some boxes here in game number 2.
Okay. The fact that things have gone this well, the fact that he's been able to CS so well into the Karma, you know, he's clearly got experience on this pick, and Rascal, he has ult.
Yeah, this is returning the favor. That's what we like to call it, as Kingen's going to land all of those sweet spots, and it's looking all too easy. All right, that's an even bigger minion wave, and he's going to get even more punished, Wolf. This is so unfair.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Oh,
that's not equivalent.
It's like the same gank, though, but this one's much higher value, and that even missed the minion wave.
Oh, that was actually quite bizarre. Not entirely sure about that one, but yeah, you missed it, and there wasn't anybody backing there, so doesn't get any value out of that True Shot Barrage. And now,
all right, Teddy, cosmically bound for a moment, but actually Kellen's going to take the worst end of these trades. Really nice Mystic shots. Of course, Teddy, a very practiced Ezreal player. We get to talk about all of our Ezreal players here in the LCK.
Yeah. So Rascal has Hextech Ultimatum, but it isn't really going to do much for him in this scenario. Like Kingen before him, and there is just no way out of this.
Yeah, and Magical Journey going to come through here as once again there is a Horse Lady being delivered, and this time I think Pleta may die. He had Flash, but he just didn't have a chance to use it.
Actually, just not up yet, looks like.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, just barely not. I apologize,
like,
everyone. He might have been, but I think he's still dead.
Yeah, I think he probably still dies there, but just on the edge of it, probably like 15 to 20 seconds away at that
Fantastic
point.
timing, though, for the gang.
Yeah, really nicely done. Sponge is being very aggressive here. He does not have any vision on that brush, and Kingen will greet him.
Yeah, so Infernal Chain's going to pull him back as he still manages to get the stun with the Heroic Charge. But now Lucid, he'll turn up. Another Crashdown coming on in here as Kingen's looking for some sweet spots. Doesn't find a few of them. And now it's a mano-a-mano as Showmaker actually looking to try and change that. Setab going to be held in position as Kellen's going to turn up as well. The Chime's coming on through, and he does make his way out. So Sponge gonna have to use everything, but does make it out. And it's Rascal that is the beneficiary. Gets some spare time in the top lane.
Yeah. And Kingen will come up here and get most of these minions, but as you say, it does get some additional time up there. He's 12 CS up right now. Could feel Valdez's fist Arthur clinching as the blast cone allowed Sponge to flash his way out of there. But he does escape with his life, and DRX still maintaining even gold right now in this game. And Twisted Fate, obviously, for Satab here, still maintaining that CS with Showmaker. And this is not impossible, right? The hardest time has passed, but Showmaker, you know, he got quite an advantage last game. This time he obviously won't have that extra edge. And Satab has been solo killed in a lot of lanes, to be frank, this season. So far, though, handling this one really well. Helps out with that top side play. As we're just going to watch this one more time.
Yep. It's going to be the Hexabubs one more time. And that is going to be a lot of extra pushing power. And actually, I think that DRX would have really liked to get some of the Void Grubs themselves. Just with the fact that they are playing in composition.
Oh,
is that a solo kill? No, it's not. Showmaker not able to actually get the... Okay, Arrow is just going to sail by. Looking lovely. There's another Global going to sail by. Looking wonderful. Hits Lucid. There you go. Value.
Oh, this is a wild game already.
It is. All right. Aiming, finding a couple of headshots here onto Teddy, who just wants to play some soccer.
Imagine Teddy just arcane shifts like by default there and just lands right on that trap and dies.
Oh no!
I thought when I saw that trap go down, I thought for just a split second
I would have
about
been
to
that
watch
arcane
it.
shifter. I would have been that guy. Teddy, thankfully, is not going to.
Thankfully, he does not. Almost caster curse Satab into getting solo killed there, but no Malignance just yet for Showmaker. Not going to have that additional damage just yet.
Yep.
And that would have been less than ideal, this scenario, let's just say. It's still, again, small lead here for D+, as...
Okay, I've got some Qs landing here for Kingen. As Hookshot going to come down. There's the Hextech Ultimatum as the Bard going to keep Kingen alive. You can see opted into that one as now Showmaker able to teleport in. And it was all just a cunning ruse here by D+.
Yeah, Satab expends his ultimate but isn't able to affect the play, unfortunately, in any way too far away. The Bard ultimate going to allow Kingen to turn this one around. Good roam here from Kellen. And aiming, he's going to head back to lane. We'll see if any plate punish comes down here for Teddy and Pleta. Don't think it's going to happen. Lucid's here to cover. And the Drake is still up there. Nobody's
it's hanging out.
It's hanging out as Showmaker's much more interested in getting plate gold right now in the mid lane. His third of the game does go over, and you know, Satab was keeping his cool, holding on pretty well there, but now that he's roamed top side to try to save that play, you can see his turret is just very quickly collapsing under the weight of 6 Void Bubs picked up here for Showmaker.
That's a ridiculous thing. We've actually seen these Void Bubs being utilized much more effectively this week in comparison to our first 3.
Yeah.
It's good to see that our teams are really starting to get around what it's valuable for, and the Showmaker really making use of it there, as we could see, able to cut down the majority of that turret. Very nicely done. But I think for me, it's been these roams from Kellen that have been just outstanding. And Showmaker once again going to do that walk up to Satab thing. He takes a fair bit of damage, but a Magnet Storm comes down and he'll have enough. As, all right, never mind, just one last poke. And there it is, Lucid able to tank up the turret for what feels like forever. True Shot Barrage is going to it is a beautiful ability. I'm glad we get to see it. Oh, value!
There you go.
There we go. Hasn't missed an ulti yet.
Heal.
All right, that's a flash for flash. Kellen is just hyper aggressive. Okay, do we get the trap down? Yes, we do. There's the headshot as well. The net and another one.
Nothing but net, baby.
That was gorgeous.
And never safe.
And look, I do really like when Showmaker gets POGs, but I'm not going to be sad when this is definitely Kellen.
Yeah, he is.
It's been a while since we've got like the vintage Kellen experience.
Yeah.
And this is really something else.
Like top tier Enchanter support Kellen, that's what I'm about.
Oh yeah.
Less Alistair Kellen.
Oh no, I didn't.
But look at this. Well, look, we're Caster Blessing. You know, he gets to have this play here. We get to see this again. Satab, as soon as he's tethered here, he decides he's going to opt into the auto trade with Gold Card, and if Lucid's not here, he wins that.
Yeah,
but you got to always think about the jungler, and he did not. He goes down. I almost. Oh god.
Wait, out of the replay into the replay. It's kind of crazy as Kellen once again just drifts over the wall. Going to meep slap them a little bit, but everyone will survive for the moment. A lot of plate goal going over to D+ here, as we can see.
When we watched that play where Satab died to Lucid there, I was watching his player cam. He looked like he almost threw his headset off. He looked so frustrated about the scenario. Now he's pushed out of lane again. It's going to come here topside.
All right.
King in, going to get stunned up. There's another Hextech ultimatum. He's going to bounce around. Everyone's in melee range. Normally a thing that Aatrox is like, as he does get the flash out of Rascal in the end, so not going to be a wasted one this time. But it will mean that this outer turret on the bottom side of the map will fall down, aiming with a whole bunch of spare time. It's exactly what the Caitlyn wants, and we'll see whether they can return the favor with this turret going down. As, all right, the Poppy is going to find Showmaker making his way in. Arrow is going to miss this time around, as the Tempered Fate was there. It isn't actually going to be utilized, but still enough here with the Cosmic Binding coming down. Somehow Showmaker managed to miss that Q, and that was more impressive than if he had landed it, in my opinion.
That's actually very true. I believe that turret gave Bounty gold. It was, I think Bounties had just come up at that point. I'm not 100% sure actually, but they are able to successfully grab that turret. And Showmaker wants more.
Yeah, it sort of looks like there's just two people chasing after all of DRX here, but it's not the case. Kingin is wrapping around. Yeah, Aiming's going to get in here as well, and this is going to turn into the Thunderdome. There is at least a turret, but it is not very healthy. And Kingin, he's just going to go in. 1 versus 4 and will be taken out. Not entirely sure about this one, but now Lucid, it could be his turn. He's flashing, and he's going to be able to crash down. Buffers it, even though the heroic charge was there. And now Aiming is going to right-click people.
I am very glad that he did and that this was very successful. Otherwise, it was D+ softball and DRX back into the game. But luckily, Aiming is so massively ahead. He has 4 kills now, and he is able to just fire them down. Looked a little bit scary for a second there on the overextension, potentially, but he has the damage. They do successfully grab those kills there, and D+ now going to grab a Rift Herald on top of it all. And DRX falling further and further behind. This Ezreal is just not relevant right now in this game. The Twisted Fate, who went Kraken Slayer first, just isn't in any position to proc Kraken Slayer and hit multiple autos in most scenarios, unfortunately. Fleta.
My goodness. Okay, Fleta is in dire straits. Is going to be taken down below half, but is able to walk it off. And thankfully, it is a Cloud Soul. And thankfully for multiple reasons, mainly because it's my favorite, but also because it does have the Cloud Rift, which allows him to walk a whole bunch faster.
So in some ways, Atlas, the 1-3-1, you know, we were talking about with Camille Twisted Fate, like the Camille can kind of do things. Satab, not so much.
It's not twisted anymore, it has been tempered. Satab will be pulled back. Kingin just going to land on top of him there, showing the DRX logo to the DRX player. Insult to injury there. They will be able to take him down underneath his inner turret.
Yeah, he looks really unhappy. Another shots where he's shaking his head. I mean, it's tough. You're playing into a composition that will just collapse on you and kill you. You have no survivability in this build. You're Kraken Slayer and a Hearthbound Axe, and if you get caught by anyone at any point, you are dead because you were just so far behind. You're still Twisted Fate. You're still squishy. You have no front line, and without wave clear, you're not going to be able to push a wave up and just kind of fight your way back and constantly have those minions. You have to kind of sit in it for a while, unfortunately, and puts himself in a vulnerable position there. And it was not like he was way overextended either. He just isn't going to be able to live against 2 threats like that.
Yeah, and it's also King getting some revenge. He's been the only one really targeted here by DRX, unfortunately for him. But still has 2 kills to his name, and is only behind by a few CS up against this Camille. And you can see DK really starting to run away with the gold. Aiming, setting up shop in the mid lane, and he's very, very safe.
Yeah, I just don't think that, unfortunately, Teddy is going to have the ability to really free hit in any of these team fights, even with Camille and with a Poppy as well. I mean, you have a great front line.
I mean, yeah, and there's a lot of peeling options. But
oh, absolutely. It's just
not what, and it's also not really what this comp wants to do. The problem with 1-3-1 and why we don't see it very often here in the LCK is it's more difficult to play, and it relies on you having so much added lane control.
Yeah, you can't lose the game pre-20 minutes, as unfortunately DRX did in Game 1, and it feels like they have here in Game 2.
Yeah, Lucid now just going to run at them. Sponge can interrupt, does decide to go for the heroic charge, and Shattering Strike is going to miss. You can see Lucid just holding that crash down, wanting to see when Sponge will press W. He just doesn't, and therefore Lucid doesn't either.
Making it not a 1-3-1, but a 2-3-0 right now with the Twisted Fate and Karma.
That sounds a little bit too much like math on stream to me. Yeah,
they paired up this time. I don't think it's going to be a successful pairing compared to what happens down here with a Rift Herald pushing an inhibitor.
It's not actually fair because there's an extra player, and her name is Shelly. She's going to headbutt this turret, and Sponge has to flash away. Kellen moves on in, and maybe they just won't stop. Tempered Fate is going to connect onto the Poppy. Crashdown comes in as Lucid is looking to get rid of his arch nemesis in the Steadfast presence. They will be able to take him down, and yeah, Camille is going to be trading, but we're going to get another charge onto a Nexus turret. It is 20 minutes. There's one turret away from them just having a Nexus exposed.
Yeah, the Void Grubs or the little Voidlings
are we just
flying out.
Are we base trading? What's happening here? The turret is going to go down, and that denies the teleport. And they will be able to take themselves this. No, okay, never mind. They won't, because Destiny and Gate have to be used in order to get Satan out of here.
You won't get the inhibitor, unfortunately.
But he was there to see the turret go down.
Yeah, he did. He did grab that
the local
explosion.
Gold.
Yeah, and the local gold that comes with it. No.
Now Kingen is going to find Satab here as well. Denda has been popped. There's Ace in the hole as well to spread around that money. Flash does have to come out. Kingen, he still has his, but Rascal is going to come in, and now Kingen's very, very low. Hextech ultimatum, but it's not enough to save him. And Rascal is also extraordinarily. Oh no! Teddy 100% trolled by the Blast Cone.
There's your action, Valdez.
Yeah,
there's your Blast Cone action right there.
That's not the one we wanted to see.
The sacrifice of Teddy. The sacrifice of T plus Kia. That's what needs to be done for this team to earn their way towards playoffs. Their third win of the season. So sacrifice Teddy for it to happen. If you're a D plus fan, you'll take it. Oh boy. Well.
Okay, Sponge is going to say goodbye to the Karma, but still has a Lucid problem, and that is going to be enough to cause his departure from the Rift, at least for now. This is I mean, it was a shellacking in Game 1, and it is doing the same thing here in Game 2, Wolf.
You know, in what's the Monty Python, the Holy Grail, where they go to the Knights of Camelot and they're all dancing and they're like, on second thought, let's not go to Camelot. This is me like going to Eastside Games. I'm like, on second thought, let's not cast Eastside Games. Silly place. This is going all the way back to the Rift Herald charge, and because they have Twisted Fate and Camille topside, Satab and Rascal cannot assist here, and then another great Tempered Fate catches Sponge, and he's burned down, and then the Rift Herald gets another charge here on the inhib, which allows them to just instantly take that out. Then who can stop Shelly from charging? And then Satab here, I mean, the man is tilted. Okay, the man is not having a good day. He is not. He's trying to do what he can. He's trying to push. He's trying to get gold where he can. And then Rascal says,
almost worked.
Yeah, Rascal says like, hold on, I can save you. He can't. But he did. It was a good try. And Kingen does get taken out by Teddy here. And then Teddy's wait. Nah, sorry, you're not coming with us.
No. Flashed into it. Auto was in the air.
He said, Teddy, if you go for that kill, I am leaving you behind. He said, no, I got this. I'll just get right back over the wall. No, you're not. You're on the wrong side of the Blast Cone, my man.
That's like if Indiana Jones had reached under the door to get his hat, but then it would have just gone down.
His hand and his hat stay on the other side of the door.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other side of what could have happened in that movie, guys. It would have been a lot more gruesome.
I mean, what if Teddy somehow did get on the other side of the Blast Cone and survived with the sickest snipe of all time?
Harrison Ford would have been impressed, 100%. As D+, they're going to take down another inhibitor. And there is only one Nexus turret, remember, guys. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they're just going to turn on to mid-inhib, I guess. I mean, they have to... I was going to say they have to respect Rascal's ult, but actually he doesn't have it.
And Arrow, this time, is going to connect. Lucid is going to get McHale's, though, and now he's going to look for that crashdown. Finally, Steadfast Presence going to do its job, and Lucid might actually be punished for this one, but instead, it is Rascal that goes down. The wallets are excruciatingly heavy, and they are bearing down now on DRX. It's a double kill. Now for Aiming, who's just walking at Teddy. He's trying to do Ezreal things, but it's not quite working. Another W is going to find its mark, but it's a little bit too little, too late. And Pletter and Sponge is going to have to watch as their Nexus once again falls down in back-to-back some of the quickest games that we've seen here this season in the LCK. And I imagine the catharsis for D+ Kia could not be higher, breaking the losing streak that was about to be the longest in their history.
Yeah, it remains tied with their other three, 2019 Spring, 2020 Spring, and 2024 Spring. This current season will not reach 5. They'll take another 2-0. The only other win they had, before that streak was against Nongshim at 2-0. So now they've got their second 2-0 here. At least they're able to win this dominantly, because that's what you needed so badly for your mentality, for the team's momentum, right, is to crush DRX, 9th place team right now in the LCK. You really needed
to smash this series, to give people faith, to give people hope that D+ is still on the level. They still got it in them, and tonight they showed they absolutely do. There is definitely a gap between these two East Side teams right now.
It certainly is, and I think that now teams are just going to have to ban Rel every time. I think that you just can't let Lucid have it. I think he's just too good at this champion. In the bottom side play, I didn't actually see it in the play-by-play initially, but he absorbs an arrow in order to get on top of a Poppy so that she can't press W to deny a crash down. Beautifully played once again. Loved the Bard play from Kellen as well. As we mentioned during the game, I think that this is the best Bard we've seen all season. There haven't been too many of them, but when we have seen Bard, it's been a little bit iffy. This was incredibly proactive play by this man right here, who had a really good game. And I think that having an uplifting series like this for D+ Gear is going to be very, very important.
Yeah.
And we have to remember, they're expected to win this series, right?
Absolutely.
But if they hadn't, it would have been absolutely devastating. I think that DRX, for them, they know that it's been a lot of struggle. Yes, you managed to win against Bro, but I think that's something that everyone's been able to claim so far this season. And they're just going to have to work on these struggles themselves.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Lucid sets this one up here, the counter play they go for after the gank on the Kingen. And then the Twisted Fate just unfortunately wasn't able to make a huge impact in this game. And we didn't get to the point where he could have side laned. He went for Kraken Slayer, so he didn't have Insane pushing our wave clear, which they might be thankful for ultimately at the end of the day because they'd never had enough control for him to really ever be out there anyways. But this game, just like game one, went so off the rails, so against even what the draft means so quickly that D+ just kind of ran around the map and did what they wanted. This was a little bit scary for me for a moment where I was like, they do get them, right? Like, it's not actually a disaster, right? It was for Kingen, but they do commit further here. And then I thought for just a moment when Lucid goes over here that maybe he actually gets focused down, but they just don't have the damage, unfortunately. And Satab is locked up here. He's a lot of the damage they had in that unit, and he's just blown up. And then this was, I don't want to see it again, but we'll watch it for a third and final time. Yeah. As it was a really nice attempt from Rascal to turn this one around. Kingen's super low, but they still don't have any damage. Even Teddy's ultimate just isn't really hurting them.
No, they're so far behind at this stage.
Oh, no.
We get the ultra slow-mo doomed blast cone.
Rascal said, get away from me.
Yeah. I think aiming was literally taken aback by what happened to Teddy, and you can't blame him.
So scary to be an AD carry right now. Aiming is just like, I feel you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Satab blown up here again by aiming and Showmaker. Showmaker Karma, it hits different.
And it hits different in this series than it did in the previous one as well. And the team's like, stop taking kills. What is this? I have no kills. Like, how hard is this? He did get a pentakill like a couple of weeks ago. Like,
yeah,
it's fine.
Let's see how much damage he did this time. He's still out damaged aiming somehow, just because that's what Karma does.
And this time around, he definitely wasn't the main character. It did feel like it was a team effort here for D+ to really roll over the top of DRX. And I thought today, like, I think I was having a conversation with Chronicler a little bit earlier, and he was like, is it a 5 or a 6 gamer today, you know? And I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, the first one, if it does go Genji's way, no, that should be a 3 gamer. And then I thought about this one, and I was like, surely. But no, we've got like the fastest day on record.
Yeah, it was like the fastest day ever, and you know, luckily for D+ fans, it went the way it should have. For DRX, still heartbreaking.
It certainly is. But now it is time to throw it over to the space to see what they had to say about the series.
Thank you, casters, for your awesome work today. As yes, that was game number 2, which looked a lot like game number 1, but almost more one-sided. Probably not, but still a very dominant victory from the side of D+ today. Definitely feels good after going through some losing streak, not really finding much luck on the team. So now they're able to come back here and at least defeat DRX.
Yeah, I think it's easier to look at this and be like retroactive. Like, of course D+ is going to be DRX, but kind of prior to this series, like, this was such a stomp, and it really needed to be, because D+, their trajectory is looking rough. They've had some rough results recently. Their place in the standings is low. They need their confidence back, and they needed this not just to be a win, but a convincing one, which it was.
Yeah, particularly going into round robin 2, DK is a team that I think even coming into the season didn't necessarily have the highest expectations. If you look at where we all expected them to be, it was like 4th or 5th. But thus far, I think they've performed underneath that level. If they can get to that level, then in round 2, then their spring can still be somewhat recovered.
And I believe their first match in round 2 is actually against DRX again.
It is.
So
next Sunday.
If they can pick up another point there as well.
Let's take a look at the draft. I mean, we do have to do our due diligence and think about this one because, honestly, you know, the game didn't really pan out. It came down to execution more than the draft, but we did have some interesting stuff, including the TF, which we did see picked up for the first time.
And the casters mentioned this as well, but this was clearly a pick away because the Caitlyn Karma obviously could be flexed towards the bot lane. Showmaker already hovered it, and then Satan was like, I can play it. And I think that he couldn't really, unfortunately. And I think Setep has struggled a lot in general, but I also think that the Bard specifically was a really, really good call because the global impact of Bard is so insanely annoying to deal with. And I think that DRX actually, unlike the first game, which was just a complete walkover from DK, they actually did a pretty good attempt at trying to set up these picks with Camille going in and TF going on top, and Kellen like blocked that twice, and then from that point on, DRX couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, I had some harsh reviews. I don't know why they went for the Camille here when Cassante was available. Like, it feels like it was kind of like, oh, I played it game 1, I don't want to do it again.
You're never happy. They pick Cassante, you're mad. They don't pick Cassante, you're mad.
It's broken. If it's open, you should pick it. The TF and the Karma as well just seems like a horrible matchup. And the Ezreal, like, was just never going to cut through this Rel on the front line. I just felt like, you know, at least game 1, I felt like DRX had a draft where there was a win con. It didn't work out, but you could see the thought. It felt like here it was just kind of like play what you want and hopefully it goes well, and it really didn't. Like, I feel like D+ had the more cohesive composition here, and you could see the strategy behind it.
Yeah, it definitely did turn out that way as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we have in this game. We don't have too many because, honestly, there wasn't a lot of gameplay in this one. A bunch of clips early on as, you know, they did get this kill onto Kingen, but that wasn't the end of it.
Yeah, that's in theory how the comp works, right? You get Prio, TF ults top, and then everything is great and happy. Unfortunately, DK can do the same. And the reason why that kill specifically is in is because he got like free plates off of that.
It was such a big wave as well.
Yeah.
It feels so painful to see. And they really just look to punish this Ashe as well on the bot lane. One of the things with the Bard, so easy to set up plays onto an immobile carry. You against Ezreal, who isn't an immobile carry, but fortunately the Ashe is right next to him, and they just took that as an easy option.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And guys, we don't have a second highlight because that was the end. I mean, there were so many other things we could have done, like, you know, the push in the bottom lane and stuff like this, but DK were just like, yeah, there were so many options, but it was just like, no reason to really, right? So, yeah.
And I think that I again want to talk a little bit about how important this win was because coming into the season, expectation again for DK with the win that they needed here today, but there's still some questions when it comes to champion pools, when it comes to if mid jungle doesn't perform, and especially against a team like DRX, which they play against. I think there's the final match that they play next week. That's a must win as well if they want to contend for playoffs.
Yeah, I think if you kind of tier list the teams in the standings, DRX are currently, like, with Nongshim and Bro, right at the very bottom. And I think beating them is obviously important, getting that confidence back is big, but you have far, like, a ton of more difficult opponents, and if you don't beat them, you just won't make playoffs. Like, realistically, if they lose to DRX, if they lose to Quantum Freaks, and they lose to the top teams, they won't make top 6. So, yes, this was good. They need to keep the momentum going. I share some of the concerns where it felt like at the start of the season they looked good when Lucid and Showmaker were working well together and they were alive. This game looked good again, but I'm worried, like, if Lucid does start to struggle, does have a bad game, like, does the team just fall apart? Because this was one of the old symptoms we had with D+, like, last year, where when Canyon didn't pop off, the team just looked lost.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a thinking point, I would say, for the future weeks here. Guys, any thoughts on the POG before we get into this one?
We had opposing views. I think it was a team effort, as the casters mentioned. I went for Kellen. I think his Bard was really influential in shutting out a lot of the plays around the map. Really good ultimates as well.
I went Lucid because he played Rel and he did the CC stuff, you know?
He did do the jumpy horse stabby poke thing.
They won early, so
yeah.
You know, jungle diff.
Who's POG, though? Who actually got it here at the end of the day? It will be Kellen, who did pick up the Bard POG. I feel like when you play Bard, you kind of get a bonus, like, POG points just in the minds of people, but he actually played a great Bard.
Yeah, and it was necessary because Kellen, I think, has a lot of a lot of confidence to regain after his Worlds performance and after some of his early games that he's had thus far in the split. This game was just clean, was where he needed to be, set up plays with Lucid really well, and we weren't very confident when the Bart was locked in, but I think he actually did a good job on it.
Yeah, I think when you have a year like last year where he was being subbed in and out across the course of it, and then you end up having a rough performance at Worlds, it's hard. It's a big hit. But I honestly think he's been having, even through that rough series, he's been a decent performer, and he definitely had a good game here.
So we have one person who's kind of out of line alongside of media. So anything you want to say for yourself? How do you feel? How does that make you feel?
You know, it is what it is.
I mean, honestly, I thought I would have voted for Lucid.
I think Lucid
was
a fine vote.
I feel like this is the longest we've ever kept up the results.
No. This happened to me as well.
Yeah.
This is an 11 out of 12 treatment.
Okay, yeah.
Some of us are media and others are not. Guys, we have the interview ready to go. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation. Today, here joined by Lucid and Kellen on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! A very precious victory to stop the losing streak. Today was a must-win series for D+ Kia. How do you feel? We were on a pretty long losing streak, so I'm so happy that we managed to escape from it, and I hope this could be a start of our winning streak. Kellen, congratulations on your first PUG of the season as well. How do you feel? Stopping the losing streak feels amazing. It feels like it's been like 100 years since I last did an interview, so it feels amazing to win a PUG as well. I think this can be a huge confidence boost for the team, so I'm really glad that we are able to pull this off. Yeah, D+ Kia was on a 4-match losing streak. Quite unexpected and a long losing streak. How were you able to overcome this? Yeah, we were sitting on like 2 and 5, and then like still we are in a great atmosphere for a 2 and 5 team. Like not just the players but also the entire coaching staff were still like not feeling down. So we were really confident that we will be able to make a comeback and bounce back, and I think we are slowly showing it. Today it was a complete stomp. Are you happy with the performance of your team today? Yeah, I think it was pretty clean, and I think we were able to kind of follow the direction that was given from the head coach. So I think we are making some progress here. Lucid, we were able to see a lot of Karma games today, which was sitting on a winless score so far this season. How did Showmaker feel about it? I think he was pretty excited to win a POG maybe, right? Yeah, he was having a lot of fun for sure playing Karma in game 1. I also was really happy to see him enjoying the game that much. So he decided to go back to Karma, which was really fun to play for Showmaker. So I was happy to see him having so much fun. How did he react to your POG in game 1? I don't know. He was just in a pure happiness by the fact that he was playing Karma. And then I saw a camera guy just walking in front of me. So maybe I'm the POG. I was a little happy to find out. But yeah, Showmaker didn't really care because he was just happy playing Karma. And Lucid, your Rel was playing a perfect game today. What went to your mind when Rel was let through for both games? Yeah, Rel is on a very decent win rate right now, and Rel itself is pretty good in the meta, so I was just happy to see Rel being let through, but I think I also have a lot of other options up the sleeve, so I hope I can pull off other champions in the future too. Now let's take a look at this replay where you guys were able to pull off a turret dive very early on the mid lane. Even aiming joined the gank. Who made the shot calls? So we wanted to force push the tier 1 turret on the mid lane. We were on a very good position, so we just went in for the play. Yeah, we had a lot of, reasons to actually go for the dive, and it worked pretty well. Pretty clean as well. Game 2, opponents played Ezreal Ashe comp on the bottom lane. This kind of implies that they were trying to go really hard in the laning phase, but the last pick Bard from you was the one that stopped their game plan. Was that your decision to go for the Bard pick? Yeah, even looking at their phase 1 picks, I was like, Bard could be a decent pick. And then after I saw Twisted Fate being locked in, I was pretty sure this is a perfect angle to play Bard. I think Bard Ultimate was the key to stop the enemy's global ult plays. And a lot of people were amazed by your recent performance, especially today. Are you happy with the reactions? Yeah, I'm happy. So you got a new nickname, which is Kellen God. Or do you like it? Yeah, I like it. And ever since I went pro, I was like, what kind of nickname would I get? What kind of nickname would the fans give me? But last year it was like just Kellen. That was my nickname. But now I have Kellen God, King Kellen. Makes me feel amazing. I hope this new nickname stays for Kellen. Happy now? I love it. Congratulations one more time on stopping and ending your losing streak, and your next opponent is Fear X. What is your resolution for that match? With this win today, I hope this helps us prepare for the upcoming match, and I hope we can start off a winning streak. What about you, Kellen? One more win, we're gonna start off a winning streak, and I think this win will start everything. I really appreciate all the support coming from the fans as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Kellen Lucid, and back to the space. Thank you. Q.
As always, for that awesome translation, let's take a look at the standings as well. We can see where D+ are. As we mentioned before, they were on quite the loss streak, 2-5, but they do get their 3rd win with this one.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's now developing a gap between those bottom 3, Nomshin, DRX, and Bro. Really can't afford to lose many more games if they want to even keep the 6th place spot alive. Yes, it'd still be mathematically possible, but a lot of those matchups are against top teams, and they're going to struggle to win those.
And for DK, it looks like right now, especially given that FearX is playing T1 tomorrow, they're probably expected to get back into 6th. But I think that's still below where they want to be. But they will be fighting FearX specifically for that spot, as mentioned, their final match. And then we also have the old school Giga Chats in Bro versus the new Giga Chats in Nongshim. Neither of them have been doing a whole lot of winning. And one of them is gonna.
One of them has to. Tomorrow. Don't miss it. Match 40.
Guess who's casting that?
Woo! Chronicler will be on the cast with Atlas to bring us all the action for that one, for FearX and T1 as well, which, who knows? Could be pretty interesting. Maybe T1 will play interesting picks as well. But either way, guys, we are done for today. Thank you so much for watching this very quick day of the LCK. We'll see you tomorrow.